Chapter 252. Han Shuo was elated when he heard that he'd jumped 2 ranks. He hurriedly handed over the metal plate that symbolized his status to Candide. The Dark Mantle was an incomparably large organization that controlled all kinds of resources in the empire. As the 3 heavyweights, Candide and the other 2 held power that no one could look down on. As one's status increased, the privileges they could enjoy would also increase. They could also use the convenience of their positions to look up some of the latest information that no one knew about. Candide took Han Shuo's metal plate and returned to his seat with undisguised excitement. He helped Han Shuo change his position on the metal plate. When he returned it to Han Shuo's hands, the star pattern on the back of the metal plate disappeared and was replaced by 4 crescent moons. "Thank you, Lord Candide." Han Shuo took a glance at it, then put the metal plate into his space ring and thanked him with a smile. Candide waved his hand and the strange smile on his face didn't fade. He was in an extremely good mood as he chuckled. "No need to thank me, this is the reward you deserve. You're really not bad, becoming a 4-moon envoy in less than a year. This is simply a miracle." "That's because my luck was good. And I was also promoted by Lord Candide." Han Shuo was neither arrogant nor rash as he replied very modestly. All right, stop flattering me, kid," Candide chided with a smile. He then furrowed his brows and stared intently at Han Shuo. "How did you get this notebook? I want to know all the details." Han Shuo had long since known that Candide would interrogate him in detail, so he'd already thought of an excuse before coming over. He'd roughly described the situation in the Forbidden Land, concealing what needed to be concealed and revealing what needed to be revealed. He'd pushed the removal of the restrictive power of the Forbidden Land entirely onto the Cyclops and Golden Dragon. He'd said that he'd been extremely lucky and only entered the Forbidden Land after the 2 enormous creatures had left to obtain the notebook from within the tombstone. When Han Shuo finished speaking, Candide's expression was one of astonishment as he murmured, "It's actually the Forbidden Land. It's said that no one can walk out of this strange land, but it actually lost its restrictive power. How inconceivable. Could it be that Mike Cotton died in the Forbidden Land? Is this really strange? I've carefully observed that area. After the 2 transcendent creatures left, there was nothing but a tombstone in the entire area. So, I think even if you send someone to investigate this matter, I'm afraid that they won't be able to find anything." When he left the forbidden area, Han Shuo had erased all traces he had left behind. Even if Candide really sent people there, they wouldn't be able to find anything. "I see," Candide said softly before continuing. "However, we still need to send someone to take a look. We can't be careless about anything related to Mike. I believe His Majesty will do the same. It's up to you, but I won't go there because I just came back from that place. When I came back, I already searched carefully and didn't find anything." Han Shuo lazily expressed that he was not interested in this task, and waved his hand, indicating that I didn't want to do it. "This is your right. If you don't want to, then I'll find someone else." Candide rolled his eyes at Han Shuo but didn't blame Han Shuo. He stared blankly at Han Shuo, puzzled, and said, "Right, why did you run into the depths of the dark forest? That place isn't a place that normal people should stay." "Heh, it's also my right not to answer your question, isn't it?" Han Shuo knew that the Dark Mantle shouldn't interfere in the private affairs of its members, so he said with a roguish smile. Glaring at Han Shuo, Candide helplessly waved his hand and said, Forget it. In any case, you've already brought the item back, so I won't interfere in your private affairs. This time you've given me this notebook. In terms of public affairs, you've done a great service. In private, I'll owe you a big favor." "That's great." Han Shuo laughed and asked him, "All right, I've come back to report. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. I still have my own matters to take care of." "Wait." Candide called out to stop him, then murmured, "I'd originally prepared a mission for you, but since you were able to return alive from the depths of the dark forest and quickly advance to an adept necromancer, it looks like those simple missions are no longer suitable for you. Oh, I have 3 missions that are a bit more difficult. The first is to go to Balthazar City and assassinate a spy named Angela. This spy has an official identity in Balthazar City, and everything he does looks legal. Therefore, I can only assassinate him to avoid leaving behind a scourge. The second mission is to go to Bimson City in the north of the empire. It's said that someone has hoarded a large amount of weapons in a barren mountain around Bimson City. Someone needs to be sent there to investigate. The third mission is to protect a person. You know this person as well, it's Prince Lawrence. Although his identity hasn't been officially recognized, I think you already know who he is. The third mission was personally issued by His Majesty the King. Although he's already arranged for people, the King doesn't think it's enough. If you're interested, you can also participate. After thinking for a bit, Han Shua felt that Phoebe was currently in some danger. He just returned to the Empire and had many matters to take care of, so he couldn't immediately leave the Empire. Therefore he said, "Alright, I'll choose the third mission. I'm quite familiar with Lawrence anyways, so protecting him is killing two birds with one stone." Then do as you wish. However, Lawrence's identity is special. You have to treat him carefully, lest you provoke an undeserved calamity. Candide had long since reminded Han Shua to properly handle his relationship with Lawrence. This time, when Han Shua accepted the mission, he reminded him again, indicating that the struggle for power between the princes should be even more intense. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Han Shua nodded to show that he understood. He then hesitated for a moment before asking, "Lord Candide, what do you think of Duke Ashburn?" Candide stared blankly, suspiciously looking at Han Shua before asking hesitantly, "What's wrong? Could it be that he wants to recruit you?" Shaking his head, Han Shua said in a low voice, "No, I think I've offended him. I reckon he won't let me off." Startled, Candide said with a gloomy face, "Grand Duke Ashburn is a minister of the Empire. His sister is the Empress and he's the uncle of First Prince Charles. This person's methods are sinister and vengeful. He has a large number of death warriors in his hands. Relying on the authority in his hands and the secret support of the Empress, countless political enemies have died in his hands. You have to be careful since you've offended him. Are you afraid of him?" Han Shua suddenly asked after a moment of silence. Rolling his eyes at Han Shua, Candide said, "I'm not afraid of him, but I don't want to rashly provoke him. You should also know that our dark mantle is the King's black hand. Everything we do represents His Majesty the King. Especially us 3-5 lunar envoys, we report directly to His Majesty the King. When His Majesty the King is still alive, no one can do anything to us. Even Ashburn has to be careful, and not let us get hold of any information that can be used against us. However, once His Majesty the King is no longer around, there will be a change in authority. If the authority in the hands of us 3-5 lunar envoys is removed by the new king, then he won't have to worry about us. Do you understand?" Nodding, Han Shua said in a low voice, "I understand. Alright, I'm going to find Lawrence." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shua walked straight out. When Han Shua was about to leave, Candide suddenly said, "You are one of my people. Now that you have the status of a 4 lunar envoy, even Ashburn will have to think twice before dealing with you. On account of this scroll of Ermite Cotton's handwritten notebook, I will help you at the crucial moment." "Thank you." Han Shua turned around and sincerely thanked Candide before leaving Candide's room. Leaving empty Ordas through the transportation matrix, Han Shua headed towards Finance Minister Ibu's house, planning to probe Lawrence's intentions and see what the situation was on his side. "I'm called Brian, I'm here to find Lawrence. Please help me notify him." When he arrived at Lawrence's door, Han Shua smiled at the guard. Han Shua had long since understood the principle that people needed clothes. He wore a fitted green warrior's uniform with a few pieces of gemstones embedded at his collar, appearing capable and spirited. Coupled with the confident smile on Han Shua's face, he appeared to have an extraordinary bearing. Normally, the snobbish guards didn't dare to make things difficult for him when they discovered that he had an extraordinary appearance. Thus, when Han Shua finished speaking, one of them respectfully said, "Please wait a moment." Then he quickly walked inside. Not long after, Lawrence personally walked out. Before he reached Han Shua's side, he had already raised his voice and laughed heartily. "You finally returned. I've been to the necromancy major to look for you a few times." A few unfamiliar faces followed behind Lawrence. Each and every one of them had a calm and extraordinary bearing. They were obviously experts with unique skills. It seemed that Candide was right. They were indeed cautious enough about Lawrence's safety. Alright, there shouldn't be much to do in broad daylight. You guys don't need to follow me. After walking out, Lawrence turned his head back and spoke. He strode towards Han Shuo and warmly hugged Han Shuo, saying, "Why did you think of looking for me? I didn't want to look for you. It's just that I have a mission and have no choice but to come." Han Shuo was quite honest as he explained to Lawrence with a wry smile. Lawrence started, then laughed heartily. "So that's the case. But it's fine as long as you can come. Come. Leave this place with me. We'll find a place to have a good chat." Lawrence pulled Han Shuo along as if they were very familiar with each other, and walked towards a carriage parked at the entrance. Seeing Lawrence come over, the originally lazy coachman immediately became spirited. He hastily turned to the side and opened the carriage door, allowing Lawrence to enter. The unfamiliar experts that were following him spread out one by one, either openly or covertly following behind Lawrence. They should be carefully protecting Lawrence's safety. To the northern rose garden. Lawrence instructed the coachman as soon as he sat down in the carriage. "What place is that?" Han Shuo was practically dragged onto the carriage by Lawrence. He couldn't help but ask after the carriage had left. "Haha, you'll know when we get there. Don't worry too much for now. Tell me, where have you been having fun after we parted ways?" Lawrence smiled mysteriously and asked Han Shuo. "Nothing much. I just stayed in the Valley of Sunshine for a while, and went to the dark forest to hunt a few magical creatures." Han Shuo smiled faintly and concealed everything as he replied easily. "It can't be that simple. I heard junior sister Phoebe say that you did many shocking things in the Valley of Sunshine." "Haha, do you really think I'm so ignorant and ill-informed after you caused such a ruckus in the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band?" Lawrence slanted his eyes and curled his lips as if he didn't see him as a brother. "Haha, it's really nothing much. Speaking of your junior sister Phoebe, you're a bit lacking as her senior brother. Phoebe's merchant guild was bullied and you didn't help her at all?" Han Shuo raised an eyebrow and turned the tables on Lawrence. Lawrence was startled by these words and asked Han Shuo with a puzzled frown, "What's going on?" Han Shuo stared closely at Lawrence a few times and hesitated, asking in surprise, "You don't know? This junior sister of mine doesn't like owing favors and doesn't want to trouble others with anything. I know of her bad temper, but I really don't know what's going on." Lawrence calmly said, "So it's like this. Cameron's Merchant Alliance wants to annex the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Cameron seems to be under Duke Ashburn's protection, and almost made a move at the Buzzed Merchant Guild, directly capturing Phoebe." Han Shuo's face turned cold as he spoke gloomily. Suddenly enraged, Lawrence suddenly slapped the carriage's handle and coldly snorted. "Duke Ashburn is indeed sparing no effort for Charles. This kind of method is really too vile." Pausing for a moment, Lawrence sighed and said, "Phoebe is really too much. I could have helped with this kind of matter, but she didn't tell me. If it wasn't for you telling me, she would definitely have been annexed by Cameron's Merchant Guild." Through the Dark Mantle's intelligence, Han Shuo already had a general understanding of Lawrence's strength. He knew that Lawrence had made a trip to Valen City with him, and that the former Griffin Legion's vice commander who was inclined to him had already grasped the power of Valen City and become the new commander of the Griffin Legion. In addition, Lawrence was deeply favored by His Majesty. If he could be recognized as a prince in a proper manner, he really did have hopes of becoming the king. "Brian, you've offended Ashburn. It looks like it'll be difficult for us to not become good friends." Lawrence looked deeply at Han Shuo and said, "I currently have a good position in my hands. If you're willing, I can lend you a hand and allow you to quickly rise up in the army. This doesn't conflict with your identity in the Dark Mantle. What do you think?" Chapter 253. This was a very tempting suggestion and Han Shuo was immediately interested. However, he didn't immediately agree and instead said, "You know that I'm a member of the Dark Mantle. In addition, I have many things to do and won't have too much time to stay in the army." "I don't think that's a problem. You're a mage and of course you should have your own time. As long as you have a territory in your hands and a noble title, then as long as there are no problems in the territory you're in charge of, you have the freedom to do whatever you want with your time." Lawrence seemed to have been prepared and immediately advised, "Then what do you want me to do?" Han Shuo was startled and looked at Lawrence in confusion as he asked, "I'll first arrange a position for you in the army. As long as you perform meritorious deeds, I can use my connections to help you obtain the status of a noble. When you have a noble title, I'll help you obtain a territory. As long as you can develop within your territory, then everything will be easy. Lawrence seemed to be quite familiar with these matters and started explaining to Han Shuo with a smile. When he'd left Valen City, Han Shuo knew that he would be tied to Lawrence sooner or later. With his current strength and the existence of the Cemetery of Death, even if Lawrence lost in the struggle for power, Han Shuo believed that he would be able to escape unscathed. If he wanted to climb higher, he needed to attach himself to someone who could help him. Lawrence was a suitable candidate at the moment. He was deeply favored by the king and held a portion of power in his hands. Add to that the care of the Dark Mantle's Candide, Han Shuo believed that it wouldn't be too long before he would have power. It looks like we will indeed be firmly tied together. Han Shuo smiled faintly and said to Lawrence. Laughing heartily, Lawrence said proudly, "We've been on the same path for a long time. Ever since I returned to the Empire, I've been helping you open up a path. Who would have thought that you'd graduate from the necromancy major so quickly? This makes things even more convenient for me." Han Shuo was speechless at Candide's words. He hadn't thought that not only did Candide already know that he had graduated from the necromancy major, even Lawrence had found out so quickly. It looked like the two of them really cared about him. "Alright, I'll tell you some details and we can discuss it. With your strength and wisdom, I think it won't be difficult for you to make a name for yourself in the Empire as long as we cooperate." Lawrence seemed to be very happy as he spoke to Han Shuo. In this carriage, Han Shuo and Lawrence talked for a long time. A bright path was formed in the midst of their conspiracy. After a long time, the carriage slowly stopped. The driver shouted, "Young Master Lawrence, we have arrived at the Northern Rose Garden. Alright, it's rare that you're back. I'll give you a welcoming dinner. Let's go inside and enjoy ourselves." Lawrence lifted the curtain and jumped off the carriage as he spoke to Han Shuo. After disembarking from the carriage, Han Shuo raised his head and saw a gorgeous building in front of him. The white stone door had a rose pattern carved on it, and there were many beautifully dressed carriages parked around it. The experts that had been following Lawrence walked out from the corner of the street and stood behind him, assuming the posture of a bodyguard. "You guys stay outside. There won't be any problems in the Rose Garden. Don't worry." Lawrence turned his head and swept his gaze over them as he instructed faintly, "Apologies, young Master Lawrence. We are all acting under orders. No matter where you go, we have to protect your safety." A knight that seemed to be very honest and wore heavy armor replied in a low, muffled voice. Han Shuo could feel a strong murderous aura from this knight. The insignia on his chest plate indicated that he was an Earth Knight. Rough calluses could be seen on his broad and thick hands. It was obvious that he was a character that wasn't to be trifled with. "Kino, we're going in for entertainment. In addition, nothing usually happens in the Rose Garden. You guys are wearing knight armor, how can you go in together? Why don't you stay outside?" Lawrence still had a smile on his face and wasn't angered by this Earth Knight's insistence. "No, an order is an order. We can't disobey an order." The Earth Knight named Kino was a stubborn character, and once again refused with a straight face. "Hee, alright then. If you guys can go in, I have no objections." Lawrence chuckled and pulled Han Shuo inside. When they reached the door, he signaled the bodyguard with his eyes and pulled Han Shuo inside. Kino and the others followed, but when they reached the door, they were forcefully stopped. No matter how much they explained, the bodyguard didn't allow them to go in. Through the Demon's spying, Han Shuo understood that the guards in the open had been separated from the outside by Lawrence. However, a group of hidden guards led by Lucky were trying their best to hide in the Rose Garden, trying to use various methods to sneak in. However, out of Han Shuo's expectations, the Rose Garden's defensive measures were surprisingly good. There were experts protecting both in the open and in the dark. Among them were powerful swordsmen and mages proficient in various elements. These people weren't weak and were very responsible in guarding the surroundings. Apart from the old assassin Lucky who had snuck in, the other fellows in the dark were all blocked outside. Through the Demon's spying, Han Shuo discovered that the Rose Garden occupied a large area. There were artificial mountains, flowing water, hot springs, and pavilions everywhere. Every room was decorated magnificently and extremely luxuriously. In some of the spacious halls, There were dainty and beautiful women in revealing clothes twisting their buttocks and taking off their clothes as they danced gorgeously. In some of the smaller rooms, suppressed moans rose and fell. Many noble lords and young masters were spending a lot of money here to enjoy all kinds of services. Lawrence seemed to be extremely familiar with this place as he barged in with ease. The guards in the surroundings, both in the open and in the dark, all recognized Lawrence. Not only did none of them obstruct him, they even greeted him from time to time. I know what this place is. The three demons quickly circled around the large area of the rose garden. Han Shuo already knew what this place was and couldn't help but open his mouth. Haha, all men should know what this place is. I'll pay for all the expenses here today. Just treat it as me welcoming you. Lawrence laughed heartily and walked straight inside. He arrived at a spacious hall where a gorgeous young woman danced in the center. Some of the rich and nobles nearby also smiled and greeted Lawrence when they saw him walk in. There were many soft animal skin chairs placed around the hall. There were all kinds of fresh fruits and exquisite desserts. Cups of fine wine that cost a few gold coins were everywhere. There was a huge 5-meter diameter ring-shaped lamp above his head that flickered with ambiguous light. In the light and cheerful music, the dancing women below looked extremely alluring. Hi Lawrence, it's been a long time since you've been here. A fellow who was obviously a good-for-nothing came over and greeted Lawrence in a friendly manner. He was holding the hand of a woman wrapped in light muslin and exuding a sense of sexiness from head to toe. Bruno, why is it that I see you every time I come over? Lawrence casually picked up a glass filled with amber-colored wine from the table beside him. He took a sip and smiled at Bruno, who didn't have much meat on his body, as he said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Life is just that boring. Only some places in the northern square can make me feel some joy. That's why I come here. Aren't you the same?" Bruno winked at Lawrence and opened his mouth meaningfully. "All right, I'm here to entertain a friend. I won't talk much with you. Let's chat again when we have time," Lawrence said apologetically and dragged Han Shuo across the hall towards another quiet place. Lawrence led Han Shuo through a corridor after a while, and arrived at another quiet hall after a few turns. There wasn't a single person in this hall, and it was protected by a magical barrier. Lawrence took out a magic scroll and chanted an incantation. A hazy green light shone from within the magic scroll, and a crack appeared in the surrounding wall under the illumination of the light. Lawrence moved his body sideways and indicated for Han Shuo to enter with him. Startled, Han Shuo looked at the brightly lit passageway and seemed a bit puzzled. He asked, "It's normal for this place to have this kind of secret room, but how do you know about it?" "Of course I know, because the true owner of this rose garden is me, Brian. Since we've been honest with each other, then I won't hide this secret from you." Lawrence laughed heartily and pulled Han Shuo inside. There were many magical restraints along the way, and the passageway extended all the way to the bottom. There were many things that surprised Han Shuo in this hidden place, but what surprised Han Shuo the most was that the true owner of this place was actually Lawrence. No wonder Candide had said that Lawrence wasn't simple. It looked like he definitely knew some things about Lawrence. "Let's go, I'll take you to see me and Phoebe's master. I think he'll be very interested in you." Lawrence seemed to be very satisfied with Han Shuo's surprise, and pulled Han Shuo inside with a big smile. Chapter 254. Hearing that Phoebe's master was also here, Han Shuo was even more astonished. Phoebe had reached the realm of Swordmaster at such a young age. Last time when Cameron and the others went to Buzzed, Aubrey thought that he had captured Phoebe, and said that he had to treat Phoebe well in order to avoid angering his master. As Duke Ashburn's subordinate, Aubrey's actions represented Duke Ashburn. Even Duke Ashburn, who held monstrous power in his hands, was so apprehensive of Phoebe's master. It could be imagined that this person definitely wasn't simple. While walking with Lawrence, Han Shuo released the three demons and passed through the passage ahead, planning to imprint this underground existence into his heart. However, as the demons wandered all over, Han Shuo discovered that there were all kinds of barriers spread out below. Some invisible barriers obstructed the demons' prying. It seemed that the defenses below weren't just ordinarily tight. The space below the rose garden is twice as large as the surface. I'll bring you around in detail in the future. Today let's meet my master first. Lawrence looked at Han Shuo complacently, slowly revealing his strength to Han Shuo. It seemed that he wanted to tell Han Shuo that cooperating with him was absolutely the right choice. After passing through a narrow passage, Han Shuo felt that he had already penetrated more than 10 meters underground. Afterwards, the dusky scene suddenly brightened. There were 4 intersecting paths with Han Shuo and Lawrence at the center. There were bright lamps placed in the surroundings, illuminating the 4 passages as bright as day. "Follow me." Lawrence walked to the left and led the way for Han Shuo. When they arrived at a white jade door, Lawrence once again used a scroll to open the barrier binding the stone door. When a white light flashed, the stone door automatically opened and Lawrence brought Han Shuo in. "Young Master Lawrence." Suddenly, an extremely ugly old man with a face full of scars appeared and bowed towards Lawrence. This old man reeked of blood. Who knew how many people he had killed? He had sensed it the moment Han Shuo and Lawrence appeared. The closer he got to this old man, the denser the nauseating stench became. Lawrence was obviously not used to it. The calm smile on his face had long since disappeared. He said in a dry voice, "Grandpa Ballins, is my master inside?" The strange old man named Ballins stood up straight with his hunched body. He raised his head and glanced at Lawrence with his grayish-brown eyes. He said indifferently, "Inside, but master is currently cultivating. Then I'll wait outside for a while." As Lawrence spoke, he had already walked past Ballins and quickly took a few steps forward, as if unwilling to get too close to him. This stone room was the size of a basketball court. There were many grooves dug into the walls, and many daily necessities were placed on them. However, the most abundant was still a large amount of alcohol. All kinds of fine alcohol filled the stone grooves, as if it was a warehouse for fine alcohol. After Han Shuo came in, he first swept his gaze around the surroundings, and then focused his attention on the old man, Ballins. This old man's face was densely covered in scars, as if he had been slashed by a sharp weapon. He looked as terrifying as a malicious spirit from hell, and the strong stench of blood on his body was obvious. Just standing there gave people a strong sense of impact. Not only was this person's hand stained with blood, but his strength was also absolutely top-notch. He should be an expert a level higher than Phoebe. Otherwise, the aura on his body wouldn't be so strong. A person at the level of a great swordmaster wouldn't be a nameless person in any country. Han Shuo was a bit surprised that he was serving Lawrence's master in this secret room that never saw the light of day. "Brian, let's wait here for a while." Up ahead, Lawrence had already left Ballins and was sitting on a stone bench as he called out to Han Shuo. "You're not afraid of me?" Just as Han Shuo was about to leave, the old man named Ballins suddenly looked at Han Shuo indifferently and spoke. Nodding, Han Shuo responded with a smile, "Of course, what's there to be afraid of? Interesting fellow." A trace of surprise curled up the corners of Ballins's mouth as he carefully sized up Han Shuo. His brow furrowed as if sensing something and he nodded. "No wonder. There's a vicious aura on your body that can only be sensed carefully. You look to be less than 25. But your hands are stained with so much blood at such a young age. You're quite a character indeed." Before Han Shuo broke through to the bloodlust realm, the vicious aura that lingered on his body would always accompany him. Han Shuo hadn't killed many people before, but his body had absorbed pure killing aura in the forbidden area. The killing aura had always lingered on Han Shuo's body, and it looked like Han Shuo's hands were also stained with blood. Pulling his lips into a faint smile, Han Shuo didn't say much. He nodded at Ballins and walked past him towards Lawrence. "Little fellow, do you know that killing aura can also be used to increase one's strength after killing so many people?" Ballins was silent for a short while after Han Shuo had left, and suddenly stared at Han Shuo with a strange light in his eyes. When he opened his mouth, a thick killing aura suddenly erupted like a river bursting through a dam. The nauseating stench of blood spread out as a solid chill pressed towards Han Shuo. "Oh my gosh!" Lawrence groaned and retreated in panic, his face pale with fright. He looked at Ballins with cold sweat beading on his forehead when he retreated to the corner of the wall. However, Han Shuo, who was closer to Ballins, wasn't afraid at all. With a thought, the demonic yuan rapidly circulated, and the enormous killing aura hidden within his body suddenly trembled. A wave of evil and terrifying killing aura suddenly surged out of Han Shuo's body and collided with Ballin's killing aura. Popping sounds actually rang out in the air. Even some of the tables and chairs in the surroundings trembled and swayed. What was even more frightening was that after Han Shua's killing aura surged out, the killing aura in the air formed a vortex that was hard to see with the naked eye. It actually wanted to entangle and devour Balin's killing aura. When you said using killing aura, did you mean this? Han Shua had a calm smile on his face as he spoke faintly. He relaxed his demonic yuan and returned to normal. Now that Han Shua had experienced 3 months of closed-door cultivation in the Cemetery of Death and had absorbed the purest killing aura in the Forbidden Area, he had a deeper understanding of the demonic arts that Chu Kanglin had left behind. His control of the killing aura in the Bloodlust realm had reached a level where he could do as he pleased. If Han Shua wanted to, he could absorb the killing aura in Balin's body, just like how he had absorbed the killing aura in the Forbidden Area. The eyes of Balins, who had been indifferent all this time, suddenly emitted a dazzling light that focused on Han Shua's body. He said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible? How can you be more proficient in using it than I am? You also know how to use this kind of power?" Han Shua suddenly realized after hearing his words. In this world, swordsmen and knights all practice fighting aura, and there was no such way to use killing aura. However, Han Shua, who practiced demonic arts, was very proficient in this kind of strange power. Therefore, when Han Shua demonstrated it, Balins was naturally very surprised. "No, you didn't use fighting aura at all. How is this possible?" Shock, bewilderment, and doubt filled Balin's heart in an instant. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Han Shua, his eyes burning as he stared at Han Shua, as if waiting for Han Shua to give an explanation. Han Shua already knew that something was wrong by now. Taking a deep breath, Han Shua smiled and explained, "I practice a wondrous martial arts technique that is different from the fighting aura that most people practice. Alright, Balins, you stay outside. Lawrence, you two come in." At this moment, a peaceful voice suddenly sounded from the wall. Lawrence suddenly pulled Han Shua and said apologetically to Balins, "Grandpa Balins, my master has asked us to go in. Let's talk in a bit." The wall behind Han Shua strangely split open and Lawrence pulled Han Shua inside. The split wall miraculously healed after Han Shua walked in. It was an extremely spacious square training field. Apart from a few oddly shaped giant rocks, there were no other decorations in the square training field. An old man with grizzled hair and beard sat on a rock in the center, but appeared to be hale and hearty. This old man had a square face and a benevolent appearance. He sat there with his back ramrod straight and wore a spotless white warrior's robe. He appeared to be extraordinarily valiant even when he was sitting, and his figure was quite tall when he stood up. "Teacher." As soon as Lawrence entered, he immediately bowed respectfully. The old man nodded and looked at Lawrence, saying softly, "Rise." Lawrence straightened and pulled Han Shua over, the two of them sitting down on 2 rocks. Lawrence then said, "He's Brian, Phoebe's boyfriend. I've mentioned him to you before." The old man's gaze immediately landed on Han Shua after Lawrence's words, and he carefully sized up Han Shua without a word. He nodded after a while and said to Han Shua, "Although Phoebe is my youngest disciple, her aptitude is the best and her future accomplishments are limitless. I still need to rely on her to inherit my martial arts technique. You won't drag her down, will you?" "Of course not," Han Shua responded with a slight smile. He was neither reserved nor afraid, appearing quite at ease. Chapter 255. How has little Phoebe been doing recently? I heard that she stayed with you in the Valley of Sunshine for a period of time and even did some interesting things? The old man narrowed his eyes and asked in a soft voice. She has already safely returned to the Empire from the Valley of Sunshine. However, she doesn't seem to be doing well at the moment." From the old man's words, it seemed that he wasn't clear about Phoebe's current situation. Han Shua couldn't help but explain. "What happened?" The old man furrowed his brows and asked with some concern. "Teacher, it's like this." Lawrence hastily opened his mouth and rushed to describe what had happened. He then said with a wry smile, "You also know that little junior sister doesn't like to trouble people. She didn't tell me about this matter. That old fellow Ashburn is getting more and more unbridled. He clearly knows that Phoebe is my disciple, yet he still dares to be so impudent. It seems that I should go and have a chat with him." The old man had an angry expression as he lightly snorted. When Lawrence saw that the old man was angry, not only was he not anxious at all, he instead revealed a trace of delight and hastily said, "Teacher, you also know that my father's health is getting worse and worse. Right now my brothers are all making preparations. Lord Duke has spared no effort for Charles. Him daring to do this is indeed not giving teacher face." Han Shuo was silent, his torch-like gaze roaming over the two's faces. He suddenly understood something and then became even more silent. The old man lightly laughed and looked thoughtfully at Lawrence. He nodded and said, "I know what I'm doing. All right, let's not talk about these matters for now. Since you've come to see me, did you bring any good wine?" "Of course, I wouldn't dare to disappoint you no matter what." Lawrence chuckled. He took out a bottle that was sparkling and translucent like jade, filled with fine wine that was as red as blood. He respectfully handed it over and said, "This is a special wine from a small town in Kasi Empire. It is called Redbud Blood. Have a taste, master." Han Shuo knew that Lawrence's master must be a wine lover from the many types of alcohol placed in the waiting hall. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. His thoughts raced as Han Shuo recalled the fine wine brewed by the dwarves in the dark forest. He thought for a moment and took out a bag of wine from his space ring, handing it over respectfully and smiling. This bag of wine was brewed by the dwarves in the dark forest. It may not be all that precious, but it's much stronger than some of the fine wines in the empire. Hearing Han Shuo's words, the old man looked at Han Shuo with interest. He picked up the bag of wine, twisted it open and smelled it. He immediately smiled and nodded to Han Shuo. "What a thoughtful child. The wine brewed by the dwarves is naturally not bad. I can feel it just by smelling it." Waving his hand, the old man took the wine that Han Shuo and Lawrence had handed over and said, "All right, Lawrence, I'll remember your matter. You can leave now, I'll drink first." Han Shuo was astonished, not knowing what was going on. However, Lawrence gave Han Shuo a meaningful look, indicating that Han Shuo shouldn't ask so many questions and should leave with him. Afterwards, Lawrence brought Han Shuo to the hall where Balance was. When Balance saw Han Shuo appear, he stared at Han Shuo with sparkling eyes and said, "Can you tell me how you know how to use murderous aura? This is a martial technique that I've trained in. I can't explain it to you, I'm very sorry." Han Shuo, of course, couldn't tell him this kind of demonic secret technique. "Grandpa Balance will be leaving first. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the rose garden." When Lawrence passed by Balance, his footsteps suddenly sped up. It seemed that he really wasn't used to the pungent smell of blood on Balance's body. "Oh right, you're called Brian, right?" Balance suddenly asked as Han Shuo and Lawrence went back the way they'd come. His body slightly paused. Han Shuo turned back to look at Balance and politely replied, "That's right." Nodding, Balance pulled the corners of his mouth and said, "We'll meet again. I like the smell on your body. Haha, that kind of evil murderous aura." Han Shuo was stunned. Just as he was about to say something, he was forcefully pulled away by Lawrence and disappeared in a few steps. Under Lawrence's guidance, the two returned to the quiet hall above. Letting out a light breath, Lawrence explained, "My master is called Karel Ascot. He possesses the strength of a sacred swordmaster, and has made outstanding contributions to the empire. He has an extremely high reputation in the empire and can directly enter and exit the palace. My father trusts him a lot. Although I'm his disciple, he didn't clearly express his support for me. This makes me very puzzled. But I know that he loves junior sister Phoebe very much. Even this rose garden used to belong to the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Because he and Phoebe's father were old friends, due to some special reasons, this rose garden was managed by my master after his death. My master then passed it to me. Grandpa Balance used to be a famous assassin. Old Lucky was his personal disciple. I don't know why he followed my master. The smell of blood on his body is so heavy, I think you can imagine how many people he has killed. Every time I get close to him, I can't help but want to vomit. Therefore, I always stay far away from him. Otherwise, if I really vomit, I think he would be very unhappy." Although Lawrence was Carol's disciple, perhaps it was because of his identity as a prince that he didn't focus on martial arts, but rather on various strategies and military talents. As a result, his strength didn't appear to be very high. It was normal for him to feel uncomfortable when facing a person like Balance. Although he already knew that Phoebe's master was definitely extraordinary, Han Shuo was still endlessly shocked after Lawrence confirmed his identity. As a member of the Dark Mantle, coupled with Han Shuo's deliberate inquiries, he now had a good understanding of some of the Empire's overt and covert situations. It was naturally impossible for him to not have heard of a person like Corel Ascot. Corel Ascot was born a commoner, but he was a genius. He graduated from the Babylon Swordsman Academy with the fastest speed and best results. He traveled the continent with the strength of a senior swordsman, experiencing hundreds of battles in various countries and rising to fame. When he returned to the Lancelot Empire, he already possessed the strength of a great swordmaster. Afterwards, he received the invitation of the previous emperor to teach at the Babylon Swordsman Academy with the identity of Dean. When war broke out in the Lancelot Empire, not only did Corel nurture many talents for the empire, he also personally went out to defeat a few provocative experts from the enemy countries. When his reputation was at its peak, he resigned from his position as Dean of the Swordsman Academy and went to the depths of the Dark Forest to train for 10 years. When the empire was facing imminent danger from the invasion of the Kasi Empire, Corel appeared with the strength of a sacred swordmaster and killed 3 great swordmasters from the Kasi Empire. This raised the morale of the Lancelot Empire and led to the empire's victory in that battle. For many years after that, all the citizens of the empire, including the current emperor, treated Corel Ascot as the protector of the Lancelot Empire. Although he didn't have an official position, he could influence the emperor's decisions. Several of his personal disciples were involved in politics or the military, and had instead grasped great authority. It's actually him, no wonder. Han Shuo couldn't help but cry out in surprise when he ran through this information in his mind. I'm bringing you to see him this time so that he can get to know you. As long as you leave a good impression on him and he puts in a few good words for you in front of my father, your days of meteoric success will not be far off. Lawrence's face was solemn as he said sincerely, I understand what you mean. Han Shuo nodded with a smile. Let's go, business is done. I'll take you to have some fun now. Lawrence saw that Han Shuo understood and didn't say anything else. He pulled Han Shuo away from this quiet, unguarded place and arrived at the liveliest area of the Rose Garden, which was bustling with noise. Young Master Lawrence, do you need a private room? A middle-aged man wearing a fitting butler's attire, who should be the manager of the Rose Garden, asked with a smile when he saw Lawrence. Of course, it's the room that I always ask for. Help me arrange the best service so that my friend can enjoy himself to the fullest. Lawrence instructed straightforwardly. Suddenly, Lawrence's expression changed as he looked behind Han Shuo. His originally cheerful expression turned murderous. Hi, Lawrence. I'm so happy to run into you. A voice suddenly came from behind Han Shuo. It sounded full of joy. Turning around, Han Shuo saw a luxuriously dressed young man about 25 or 26 years old walking over with a few obviously high-born pleasure seekers. This young man was slightly taller than Lawrence. His appearance was handsome and robust, and he had the awe-inspiring aura of a superior as he walked. The pleasure seekers around him obviously saw him as their leader. They all had flattering smiles on their faces as they looked at him. They even bowed slightly, further emphasizing his noble status. Humph, I don't want to see you. Lawrence's expression didn't look too good as he looked coldly at this person. Haha, Lawrence, you're becoming more and more impolite. According to the rules of the Empire, shouldn't you at least greet me when you see me? The tall, muscular young man looked at Lawrence with ridicule and said with a fake smile. His cheeks trembling, Lawrence glared hatefully at the man, then said helplessly, Greetings, Your Highness. Chapter 256. It was actually eldest Prince Charles. Han Shuo glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and a thought suddenly popped up in his head. The owner of the Rose Garden is Lawrence. The surrounding mages and guards should all listen to the orders of that murderous Balance. This eldest Prince Charles has come here to seek pleasure, and doesn't know that he has already entered deep into the tiger's den. If Lawrence can obtain the support of his master Corel, then wouldn't he be able to silently get rid of Charles? Haha, very good, very good. Charles first laughed complacently before withdrawing his smile and coldly mocked. You better dispel your thoughts as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died. After saying this, Charles even provoked him in a low voice, "Little bastard. Let's go, let's enjoy ourselves to the fullest." Turning his back, Charles laughed heartily and left with a few flatterers behind him, no longer looking at Lawrence. Lawrence's face was distorted from anger as he clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands were visible. Lawrence's entire body trembled uncontrollably as dense killing intent shot out of his eyes. He glared viciously at Charles's back as he left. Even his breathing became much heavier. Looking at Lawrence's posture, it seemed like he could go berserk at any moment. Han Shuo was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself, and would risk his life against Charles without a care for anything else. As an illegitimate child, the most vicious curse he could muster was none other than the word bastard. When this vicious curse came from the person he hated the most, the power immediately increased tenfold. It was no wonder that even the scheming Lawrence almost couldn't control himself. Patting Lawrence's shoulder, Han Shuo consoled, "Forget it, we have to take revenge sooner or later. There's no rush. I want to kill him with my own hands. I must kill him with my own hands." Lawrence gnashed his teeth as he muttered with a malevolent expression, Isn't this Mr. Aubrey and Mr. Cameron?" The Rose Garden was indeed a lively place to squander money. Crown Prince Charles had just left when Cameron and Aubrey, whom Han Shuo had met at the Bust Merchant Guild, walked in with a group of merchants. "Damn it, you despicable bastard. What the hell did you do to us?" Aubrey couldn't help but curse angrily when he saw Han Shuo. It was the warm spring season, but Aubrey and Cameron were a bit strange. Aubrey was wearing a thick fur coat, and his body was tightly wrapped up. He was still standing there shivering, and his face was frozen blue and purple. On the other hand, Cameron was the exact opposite. In such a temperate weather, he seemed to be in a sauna. His thin clothes were drenched in sweat, and when he opened his mouth to speak, he couldn't help but gasp for breath. His face was flushed, and it was obvious that he couldn't endure the heat. Perhaps to neutralize it, the two strangely dressed fellows walked over hand in hand. It was even more peculiar for two grown men to appear in a place like the Rose Garden while holding hands. The two people who had been poisoned by the ice and fire poisons would have their bodies flare up alternately. Their bodies would be extremely cold one moment and extremely hot the next. This kind of repeated pain would torment the three of them until the poisonous flames Han Shuo had left behind dissipated. Han Shuo looked at the two with disdain and said with disgust, "Two grown men walking hand in broad daylight. How disgusting. Damn it, what poison did you put in our bodies? You evil, despicable bastard." Aubrey's teeth chattered as he shouted while trembling. Lawrence, who had been extremely angry, felt a bit better when he saw the two appear. He chuckled as he shook his head and ridiculed, "People with such special hobbies should be sneaky. You guys are so open and aboveboard. Public morals are degenerating with each passing day. Brian, I won't let you off." Aubrey glared hatefully at Han Shuo and opened his mouth to threaten him. As he spoke, the poisons of ice and fire alternated, and the temperature of his body, which was as cold as an ice cave, soared. He hastily and skillfully removed the fur coat wrapped tightly around his body and started cursing incessantly. "Let's forget about it for today. Let's leave this place first." Han Shuo understood that if Aubrey were to bump into him, he would definitely be pestered endlessly by Aubrey. Han Shuo understood that Aubrey was in great pain from the frost poison in his body. Add to that Charles's malicious words from before, Lawrence would definitely lose interest. Lawrence also didn't seem to be in the mood. He nodded and said, "All right, the main reason I brought you to the Rose Garden this time was for that matter. There will be plenty of time to have fun in the future. Some annoying people are always annoying. Let's leave first before they endlessly pester us. Don't go. Detoxify the poison in my body. Otherwise I won't let you off." Aubrey panted heavily as he stared at Han Shuo and yelled. After witnessing Han Shuo's strength, the great merchant Cameron seemed to be afraid that Han Shuo would suddenly kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to say anything and only followed behind Aubrey. Han Shuo and Lawrence didn't stay any longer. After exiting the Rose Garden, Earth Rider Kino called out loudly. The guards that Lawrence had left outside quickly surrounded him. Aubrey didn't even have time to approach before he was rudely pushed to the side by Kino. Lawrence and Han Shua then boarded the carriage and left the rose garden. Alright, I'll leave first. I'll come find you after I receive my graduation certificate. Not long after leaving the rose garden, Han Shua said a few words to Lawrence before he jumped off the carriage and left by himself. There were many people protecting Lawrence, both in the open and in the shadows. Han Shua wasn't worried about Lawrence's safety, so he didn't stay close to protect him. He directly got off the carriage to handle his own matters. After separating from Lawrence, Han Shua went straight to the tomb in the mountain behind the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. He entered the hidden location where he'd teleported back and forth in the past. Fanny and Phoebe had taken the rebirth pill and needed at least 3 days to adapt. During these 3 days, they would constantly have diarrhea until all the impurities in their bodies had been expelled. During this process, Han Shua believed that the 2 girls definitely wouldn't want to see him. This was because a beauty that had been squatting in the toilet all this time would greatly diminish their temperament. Lawrence had already paved a path for Han Shua, but he needed proof that Han Shua was an adept necromancer. Han Shua planned to receive his graduation certificate from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force the next time he went to see Fanny. Therefore, he had at least 3 days of free time. A lot of things could be done in 3 days. Han Shua planned to go to the Valley of Sunshine to take a look. Han Shua returned to the Cemetery of Death through the magic matrix, and then used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to fly in the direction of the Valley of Sunshine. Dark Dragon Gilbert had followed Han Shua's instructions and taken the weapons that Han Shua had forged from the dwarves to find Trunks when Han Shua had left the Cemetery of Death. He should have met Trunks by now. Han Shua, whose strength had greatly increased, flew like a shooting star. Only a faint line could be seen in the sky as he rapidly descended in the direction of the Valley of Sunshine. The dark forest wasn't too far from the Valley of Sunshine. With Han Shua's current speed, it only took him half a day to arrive at the Valley of Sunshine. Because there were many powers in the surroundings, Han Shua didn't continue to fly high in the sky. Instead, he flew on the ground and walked according to the address that Trunks had given him. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, several sharp arrows pierced through the sky and nailed themselves onto a large tree in front of Han Shua. Following a rustling sound, nearly 100 bandits walked out from the shrubbery. These bandits were clearly well trained. Most of them were equipped with top-notch weapons, and a small portion of them wore complete armor. From the looks of it, the quality of the armor seemed to be even better than that of the Lancelot Empire's regular army. Nearly 100 bandits had cold and stern expressions on their faces, and an awe-inspiring aura emanated from their bodies. They suddenly surrounded Han Shua and aimed their bows, crossbows, and spears at him. One of them was a spoiled girl with bright eyes and white teeth. She had a head of fiery red hair and wore leather clothing. She strode out with an arrogant expression and looked at Han Shua arrogantly. "I've had my eyes on you for a long time. How dare you fly around in our territory? Show me if you have the guts." Han Shua hadn't released his demons to spy on the surroundings when he was flying through the air. Plus, he hadn't paid too much attention to the dense forest below. As a result, he was surrounded by these bandits. "You must be Miss Janet." "Heh. I'm just an ordinary mage and didn't know that this territory belonged to you. My apologies." Han Shua glanced at these people, especially at this unruly girl, and said with a smile, "Looks like you're quite knowledgeable. Who are you and what do you plan on doing here?" The female bandit Janet glared at Han Shua and questioned him. "I just happened to pass by and don't plan on doing anything bad. Alright, I still have some matters to attend to. Can you let me go?" Han Shua had heard a bit about this female bandit Janet from Trunks. He knew that this girl had inherited her family's business. Although her personality was a bit unruly and willful, she wasn't a bad person. Among the many bandits around the Valley of Sunshine, she could be considered a very law-abiding and benevolent bandit. Therefore, Han Shua didn't want to make things too awkward between them. "Looking at your shifty-eyed face, you shouldn't be a good person. The Valley of Sunshine has been too chaotic recently. Who knows if you're a spy sent by our enemies? Men, capture this guy for me first, then interrogate him carefully." Janet stared at Han Shua a few times and saw that not only was Han Shua not afraid, but he even had a cheeky smile on his face. She felt a bit annoyed and ordered the people behind her in a fit of anger. Chapter 257. Behind Janet. A few rough and burly bandits suddenly sprang out and pounced straight at Han Shuo with a grin. These fellows had all cultivated fighting energy, and each of them was about 2 meters tall. They were like a few giant bears pressing down fiercely, and their momentum was frightening enough. Sorry, I still have things to do, so I can't stay here." Han Shuo was unafraid. After the few burly men approached, his body swayed, and he walked out of the encirclement like a loach. His speed suddenly increased and he was as fast as a cheetah. With a move of his feet, he leaped onto a big tree and flew back more than 10 meters. It seemed that he would soon be able to leave the encirclement of this group of bandits. "Damn it, all of you, stop him. I want him alive. There must be something wrong with this kid." Janet was furious, and she suddenly rushed toward Han Shuo. Her body was unbelievably agile, and she moved unpredictably between the bushes and trees, keeping her eyes on Han Shuo. Upon hearing Janet's order, some of the surrounding bandits shot out arrows and spears one after another, falling densely on Han Shuo. However, Janet's "I want him alive" obviously had an effect. They didn't dare to shoot at Han Shuo's body, but instead shot at his path. With a grin, Han Shuo's flying body swayed strangely, and he changed directions in the bushes extremely quickly. Not only did he avoid the obstruction of the heavy arrows, but he even had the time to explain, "Hey, female bandit, don't chase me like this. I'm really not a spy." "If you say you're not, then you're not. Why are you running if you're not a spy?" Janet chased closely behind Han Shuo and shouted angrily, "Brothers, I don't care if he's a spy or not. Just grab him for me." This group of bandits wasn't weak. The few burly men who had obeyed Janet's order to capture him were all senior swordsmen. There were also a few mages with messy clothes, and they also had strength that couldn't be underestimated. When they repeatedly acted to stop Han Shuo, they did indeed cause a lot of trouble for Han Shuo. However, Han Shuo's strength was unfathomable now. The 3 demons were released, and they could observe everything around them. Some of the obstacles facing Han Shuo were predicted by the 3 demons. When the distance between Han Shuo and them increased, with the help of his high agility and the full-range observation of the 3 demons, Janet and the others' encirclement couldn't do anything at all. This group of bandits had a good reputation. In addition, Han Shuo had other plans for this group of bandits, so he didn't want to be as ruthless as he was with the butchers group. When Han Shuo broke out of their encirclement, he didn't rush to leave immediately. Instead, he dragged them along with him with great interest, observing their fighting strength and quality through the demons. Among the 100 or so bandits, a large portion of them practiced fighting aura, and there were 10 mages among them. In the process of chasing Han Shuo, the 100 or so bandits were orderly and didn't seem particularly panicked or dispirited. Without Janet's excessive instructions, they cooperated with each other and dispersed. When one side heard Han Shuo's movements, they immediately began to warn the people around them. Then the people next to them quickly closed in. The swordsmen, archers, and mages surrounded Han Shuo in an orderly manner. They really do have some strength. No wonder they could become one of the largest bandit forces in the Valley of Sunshine. Compared to the bandits under the butcher's control, they are more orderly and cooperative. However, the butcher's bandits are even more bloodthirsty and ruthless. With the help of the 3 demons, Han Shuo could clearly observe his surroundings. He was currently hiding in the lush foliage of a large tree as he muttered to himself. "Where is he? Did you guys lose him?" Janet rushed over aggressively, but suddenly realized that she had lost track of Han Shuo. She yelled angrily at the people beside her. This Janet didn't have the gentleness of a young girl in both words and actions. Perhaps it was because she had lived in a bandit's den, since she was young, that her behavior was completely influenced by bandits. She had a violent temper and behaved in a rough manner. Although she looked gentle and beautiful, she gave off the feeling of a heroic man. "Miss, this guy runs faster than a cheetah and is more cunning than a fox. Is he really a mage?" An old mage with a lame leg slowly swayed to Janet's side with a levitation spell and said with a wry smile, "Old Billy, if he was a swordsman or a knight, would he be able to fly all the way here? Damn it, you're old, but don't tell me your brain is also old." Janet was in a fit of anger. She glared at the crippled mage with her almond-shaped eyes and scolded him angrily. Old Billy wasn't angry after being scolded like that. He just lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Maybe I'm really old, or maybe the times have changed. How can a mage run faster than a cheetah now? I can guarantee that he ran and not used levitation to fly. Heavens, he can't be as special as you, right? Search. This guy must be a spy. He might be a spy from the House of Monroe. Janet didn't pay any more attention to Old Mage Billy and shouted at the bandits next to her. No, miss. I can't find him, he's missing. Maybe he's already escaped. All kinds of helpless voices rose and fell around Janet. It was obvious that they couldn't discover Han Shua's existence. It was evening. Under the big tree where Han Shua was hiding, only Janet and the old mage named Billy were there. The 7 or 8 bandits that looked like giant bears were more than 10 meters away from Janet, separated by a waist-high shrub and weeds. Suddenly Han Shua, who was hiding among the leaves, flew down with a loud laugh. He was already above Janet's head in the blink of an eye. A fist mixed with magical yuan and a surging murderous aura smashed towards Janet. Damn it! Janet cursed and hurriedly pushed Billy away, who was about to chant a spell. She clenched her small fists and shot out a dark green fighting aura towards Han Shua, who was smashing towards her head and feet. When he saw that the fighting aura was dark green, Han Shua immediately understood that she should only have the strength of an adept swordsman. He quickly retracted 80% of his magical yuan, and when his fist landed, only 30% of his magical yuan was mixed into his fist. Bam! The dark green fighting aura suddenly scattered under Han Shua's smash, and then Han Shua and Janet's little fist collided. An enormous force that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas suddenly surged forth from Janet's little fist, causing Han Shua's body, which was hanging upside down, to once again be pushed into the air along the trajectory of his fall. How is this possible? Han Shua couldn't help but cry out in shock as his right hand went numb and stiff. Dark Cyan fighting aura was the symbol of a senior swordsman. Based on Han Shua's experience, she could only withstand 30% of his magical yuan at most. However, when his fist met Janet's, although Janet's fighting aura had scattered, her small fist still erupted with terrifying power. Had it not been for Han Shua's astonishing physical toughness, this punch would have crippled his entire right arm. According to Han Shua's understanding, a senior swordsman's dark cyan fighting aura would never be able to cause such great power. This female bandit is a bit strange. Haha. Janet looked at Han Shua's horrified expression and revealed a proud smile. Then the space ring in her hand lit up, and a thick black mace that was even larger than her body appeared. She easily gripped the huge mace with her left hand, giggling as she leapt high with the help of the surrounding tree trunks. She swept towards Han Shua, who hadn't yet landed, and the mace in her hand viciously smashed towards Han Shua's waist. Han Shua snorted coldly. He had been kind and merciful just now, but he didn't expect to suffer such a loss. Seeing that Janet was now swinging the mace towards his lower body, Han Shua was a little angry. His body, which had been unstable due to the great impact, suddenly froze in the air. He also blasted out another punch, smashing towards Janet's mace. There was a loud bang, accompanied by Janet's muffled groan. Her body, which had leapt up with the help of the tree trunks, was ruthlessly smashed down along with the mace. Janet even fell to the ground on her buttocks. It was now her turn to look up at Han Shua, who was standing proudly in the air in horror. Damn it, you're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Janet, who was below, couldn't help but curse. Her breathing was heavy and she took a few deep breaths. She grabbed the mace, intending to continue. Han Shua was surprised. He didn't expect Janet to stand up so quickly. Then, before Han Shua could make a move, a few burly men around him rushed over together. The old magician Billy, who had a lame leg, completed his incantation. A piercingly cold wind whistled over, and bone-piercing wind blades shot out. She was actually a wind element magus. Han Shua stared blankly for a moment. It could be considered that he had gauged Janet's strength, so he didn't continue to stay here. He flew and hid among the leaves behind him. After a few leaps, he landed on a soft palanquin and took out the demon's lair edge to cut open the roof of the palanquin. Without anyone noticing, he grabbed a dazed girl and flew outside. Scoundrel, let go of me. Quickly let go of me, or else Janet will definitely not let you off. This girl was beautiful with crescent-shaped eyebrows and big, bright eyes. Even though she was yelling angrily, her voice still sounded gentle. Janet, I'm taking this girl away. If you want her, then come to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Han Shuo grabbed the girl, ignoring her loud yelling, and laughed as he swaggered off. Bastard, let go of my wife or else I'll never let you off. Janet was furious as she roared towards the sky. Vulgar words flowed from her mouth without a trace of gentleness that a girl should have. Chapter 258. A precipitous cliff was shrouded in mist and clouds. It was impossible to see the bottom at a glance. The sunset glow was like a burning cloud against the sky, illuminating the precipitous cliff like a large piece of red-hot iron. The cliff was quite a distance from the Valley of Sunshine. Such precipitous cliffs were not uncommon in the Kurlan mountain range. The bare cliff was littered with jagged rocks, devoid of any vegetation. Standing at the top of the cliff, Han Shuo jumped down and descended through the mist. In the span of a breath, he landed on a large protruding rock. This rock was in the middle of the cliff and was surrounded by thick white mist. The rock protruded horizontally, forming a large flat area. Although it was a bit steep, it wasn't dangerous as long as one was careful. Who's there? A startled cry rang out as a brawny, bare-chested, bearded man stared at Han Shuo with ill intent, holding a sharp axe forged by the dwarves. I'm looking for Trunks, Han Shuo said with a smile. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band was situated on a broad piece of flat land, protruding from the bottom of the cliff. On this piece of flat land that was filled with floating clouds and mist, the dense mist did not spread to the center for some unknown reason. However, the flat land was a vast expanse of whiteness, appearing extremely bizarre. Rows of bamboo houses were scattered across the flat area. Many half-naked mercenaries were practicing martial arts on a practice field the size of a football field. There were also some spacious caves dug out at the back that could also be used as rooms for people to stay in. This flat area was rather miraculous. It was filled with thick mist above and below, and only a simple soundproof boundary had been set up in the center. With the thick mist as a natural barrier, no one would be able to discover this flat area covered in thick mist. But in the middle of the flat area, the air was fresh and the thick mist was nowhere to be seen. It was truly a quiet and secluded place. The gentle girl in Han Shuo's hands had already been restrained by him. She couldn't see or hear. When Han Shuo landed on the flat area, he immediately sensed Dark Dragon Gilbert's presence. Honored Master, you've finally arrived. In the middle of the training field, Gilbert's skin was as dark as coal. His muscles were black and shiny. He threw away the two mercenaries that were entangled with him and ran towards Han Shuo while shouting. The strong man who was holding a sharp axe and looking at Han Shuo with an unfriendly expression immediately grinned when he saw Gilbert calling Han Shuo master. He said in a friendly manner, "Your weapon is very useful, thank you." As Han Shuo had provoked both the Church of Light and the Calamity Church, Han Shuo didn't let Trunks reveal his identity in order to guard against the two churches. To these mercenaries, Han Shuo was only a good friend of Trunks and didn't know the real inside story. "You're welcome. Where is Trunks?" Han Shuo nodded and asked the burly man. "He's out on business and should be back tonight." "Honored Master, you finally returned." Gilbert's upper body was bare as he yelled all the way. Many of the mercenaries on the flat area could hear his voice that sounded like a broken gong. Many came out of their bamboo houses and caves to look at Han Shuo in amazement. Gilbert must have stayed here for a while. With his tyrannical body as a dark dragon, even if he transformed into a human, these mercenaries still wouldn't be able to deal with him. It seemed that during this period of time, Gilbert must have established a strong image among these people. Such a powerful character calling Han Shuo master, in such a humble manner immediately shocked the mercenaries on the flat area. They naturally couldn't help but want to see just how powerful this character that could make Gilbert submit to him was. "Thank you for your weapon, it's very handy." "Not bad, this broadsword is really great. Worthy of being a weapon forged by the dwarves." Yes, the weight of my double-edged axe is simply too suitable. "Thank you." The mercenaries chattered noisily as they looked at Han Shuo with grateful and friendly gazes. It seemed that the weapons that Dark Dragon Gilbert had brought had truly satisfied these mercenaries. "Don't mention it, Trunks and I are the best of friends." Han Shuo nodded in a friendly manner as he sized up these mercenaries with sparkling eyes. From what Han Shuo could see, there were roughly 100 or so mercenaries left on the flat ground. These mercenaries all had calm, experienced expressions, and the majority of them were swordsmen. There were also a dozen or so mages and 30 or so archers. Judging from the aura emanating from their bodies, they should all be experts with extraordinary willpower and determination. Compared to the group of bandits led by Janet, the strength of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band of 100 or so was a bit more outstanding. Han Shuo had met some of the younger mercenaries who appeared a bit cold and stern last time at the House of Menlo. He knew that these people were former members of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. Their calm and unruffled demeanor that had experienced many battles made Han Shuo take a few more glances at them. "Hey, you're called Brian, right? Hee, since you're Gilbert's master. Then you must have superb strength. Are you interested in coming over to play?" A seasoned mercenary about 1.9 meters tall with bulging muscles on his bare upper body held a 1.5 meter long broadsword in one hand. He squinted his eyes as he sized up Han Shuo and issued an invitation. As he spoke, as if he wanted to prove his strength, he casually waved the broadsword in his right hand. A dark green fighting aura suddenly appeared, and a sharp sword light appeared for a moment. All right. Trunks hadn't returned yet anyway. In order to not encounter any obstructions when he revealed his identity in the future, etching his powerful image deep into their hearts should be the most effective method. Han Shuo walked confidently towards the arena, unbuttoning his shirt on the way. He was also bare-chested. He was 180 centimeters tall, and his muscles looked as if they had been carved by knives and axes. They were full of vigor and explosive power, and the lines and size of his muscles were perfectly coordinated. They were definitely formed naturally after experiencing tempering. As soon as his upper body's clothes were taken off, some of the surrounding mercenaries immediately cried out in surprise. They were all excited and shouted, "Grant, you're in trouble!" They were all knowledgeable people. From the perfect coordination of Han Shuo's muscles and the lines of his upper body, they knew that this kind of well-coordinated and robust body was most suitable for battle. Grant's muscles were very large as he held the broadsword in his hand, but some of the smaller muscles weren't obvious. With his physique, this kind of muscle mass could possess powerful explosive power, but his speed would inevitably be affected. On the other hand, Han Shuo's every muscle was so clearly coordinated. Even the two sides of his waist, where it was most difficult for muscles to appear, were as if they had been carved by a knife and axe. This kind of perfectly coordinated muscle shape was most suitable for battle. Grant also revealed an astonished expression. He stared blankly for a moment when he saw that Han Shuo had come empty-handed. He casually tossed the greatsword in his hand to the side and yelled in defiance, "Then we won't use fighting aura. Let's compete purely with the toughness of our bodies." "As you wish." Han Shuo laughed heartily and strode towards Grant, not using any demonic yuan. Grant was overjoyed. He didn't wait for Han Shuo to come near and sped up. His 1.9 meter tall body charged ferociously at Han Shuo, grinning as he clenched his fists and punched straight at Han Shuo. To everyone's surprise, the approaching Han Shuo didn't move at all. He stared blankly at the incoming iron fist with a strange smile on his face. Boom! A muffled sound like that of a war drum came from within Han Shuo's body. Grant's powerful punch landed on Han Shuo's chest, but Han Shuo's body didn't move. Even the smile on his face didn't change. "Oh my gosh, is your body made of steel?" On the contrary, Grant, who had punched Han Shuo, was grimacing in pain as he shook his fist, an expression of unspeakable pain. Heh. Han Shuo's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing onto Grant's shoulder and flinging him away. The 1.9 meter tall burly man flew up like a feather, swinging a few meters in the air and landing right on top of a wide soft cushion. Casually sweeping a glance at the mercenaries beside him, Han Shuo said in a carefree manner, "Is there anyone else who wants to try? Whether it's physical attacks, fighting aura, or magic, I can keep you company." When these words were spoken, the mercenaries of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band were all dumbfounded. They stared at Han Shuo in shock, but not a single person stood out. "Waha, you idiots actually want to compete with my master in terms of physical strength. In the forbidden area of the Dark Forest, my great master had even beaten the Golden Dragon, who was known to have the strongest physical body, to the ground. You fellows are really crazy, Gilbert shouted proudly, causing the group of mercenaries, who were already surprised, to be even more dumbfounded. Great master, it's fine if you come, but why did you bring me a woman? You're becoming more and more considerate now. Gilbert yelled and suddenly discovered the woman that Han Shuo had carelessly thrown to the side. He walked over excitedly. Stop, you can't touch this woman. I have great use for her. She belongs to the female bandit Janet. I still need to rely on her to have a good chat with Janet. Han Shuo glared at Gilbert and berated. Gilbert immediately became well-behaved when Han Shuo yelled. At this moment, the sound of wind rustling came from the top of the cliff. After a while, Han Shuo descended from above with Odysseus and the others. Hey, you finally arrived, Trunks immediately said with a smile when he saw Han Shuo. As he walked towards Han Shuo, his gaze unintentionally swept over, and he suddenly stared dumbfoundedly at the girl that Han Shuo had swept over. His expression was extremely strange. After a while, Trunks involuntarily cried out Annie, and charged towards the girl as if he'd gone mad. Some of the original members of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band were first wild with joy, but then looked at the girl with some confusion, murmuring, "Something's not right." Chapter 259. Trunks' expression was extremely off as he dashed in front of the girl like lightning. He reached out to touch the necklace strung together from broken crystals around her neck and said in a choked voice, "Annie, it must be you." Some of the original Rainbow Sickle mercenaries surrounded Trunks with uncertain gazes. Grant, who'd been thrown into the air by Han Shuo, couldn't help but say, "Chief, Miss Annie doesn't look like this." "It's Annie. I gave her this crystal necklace, and there's a mole behind her left ear. It proves that she's with Annie." Trunks' voice was choked with emotion as he hugged the girl and sobbed, crying tears of joy as he shouted. The mercenaries who'd been a bit doubtful were all overjoyed when they heard that Trunks had confirmed the girl's identity. They all cheered excitedly and hammered each other's chests, seeming to want to express their excitement through the pain. Annie, what's wrong? Why can't you speak?" Trunks cried out in panic when he realized that the girl in his arms wasn't moving at all. She was as silent as a puppet. "Let me." Han Shuo's body flashed and he was already in front of Trunks. He reached out with his right hand and pressed it against Annie's back. A beam of dark light shone from his palm into Annie's body, clearing away the power that was restraining the girl. The lifeless girl's face suddenly flushed red. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she seemed to feel Trunks's movements. She abruptly opened her large, bright eyes and looked at Trunks with a bit of confusion. After staring blankly for a moment, a sharp cry of surprise suddenly came from the young girl's mouth. The young girl struggled fiercely, using all her hands and feet to greet Trunks' body. She kicked Trunks with all her might while yelling and cursing. "Damn it, who are you? If Janet finds out, he'll kill you. Let go of me, let go of me." However, the girl didn't seem to have practiced martial arts. The series of punches and kicks that landed on Trunks' body didn't cause him any harm. However, Trunks had a baffled expression as he released the girl. He blankly stared at the girl and said, "Annie, could it be that you don't remember me?" "Who's Annie?" "I'm Betty. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Are you crazy?" The girl dodged from Trunks' side and angrily looked at Han Shuo. She said angrily, "You damned bandit, what are you trying to do by capturing me?" Han Shuo didn't answer her question. He frowned and stared deeply at Annie. Then he looked at Trunks, who was revealing his true feelings, and asked Trunks, "You didn't get the wrong person, did you?" Trunks shook his head with certainty and said, "That crystal necklace was given to her by me. The black mole on her ear is still there, so it must be Annie. But I don't know why her appearance has changed, and why she doesn't remember me." "Then there's no problem. As long as these characteristics are there, it's definitely her. Sometimes memories can be forgotten due to some great stimulation. As long as you use some magic potions, you can change your appearance to something else." Han Shuo calmly said, "That's right, it must be like this. Where did you find her?" Trunks immediately said with certainty after hearing Han Shuo's explanation, "You bastards, what do you want? Hurry up and let me go, or else Janet won't let you go." The originally gentle girl became a bit flustered and impatient because of the danger she was in, and she shouted loudly in alarm, "I caught her from Janet's hands. It looks like I can only understand what's going on after I find Janet. I just happen to want to talk to Janet. Annie, where did you get this crystal necklace? Trunks walked in front of the girl and pointed at the necklace on her neck, asking with a trembling voice. How would I know? She's mine anyway. You must have the wrong person. I beg you, let me go. I can make Janet let you go. The girl seemed to feel Trunks' concern for her and begged pitifully. Do you remember what happened when you were young? What happened when you were young? Trunks' eyes sparkled as he stared fixedly at the girl and asked hastily. Shaking her head like a rattle drum, the girl yelled, I don't remember anything, and I don't want to remember. Hurry up and let me go. By now, it wasn't just Trunks. Even the other former members of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band could see that she had indeed lost her memory. They were certain that the girl was Annie, who had been missing for 3 years. I want to find Janet and ask her. Uncle Grant, take 2 small teams and come with me. Trunks' expression was resolute as he instructed Grant and then said gently to Annie, Annie, stay here for now. They'll take good care of you just like before. I'm not Annie, let me go. Annie couldn't help but cry out when she saw that Trunks was about to leave. Let's go, we'll take care of things together tonight. Wiping his eyes, Trunks didn't look at the crying Annie and gestured at Han Shua before walking towards the area where they'd landed with large strides. 2 small teams of 20 people, plus Odysseus' group, as well as Han Shua and Gilbert, walked towards the flat area where they'd landed. They followed the excavated stone steps and climbed up the cliff. Why did you leave in such a hurry last time? Odysseus asked Han Shua with a smile as he climbed up. Gordon, Aphrodite, and the others were also chattering away. I had no choice. I also had a bunch of things to do last time. Add to that the fact that Ferguson kept his eyes on me, so I had no choice but to leave in a hurry. Han Shua smiled apologetically at Odysseus and explained, Hey Brian, are you really the master of this mercenary band? Gordon leaned against Han Shua and looked left and right. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice when he saw that no one was paying attention to him. Nodding, Han Shua said softly, yes. Gordon's face was full of surprise as he chuckled. You're really amazing to have established such a large mercenary band. We were only willing to join because Trunks said that you're the master behind the scenes of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Patting Gordon's shoulder, Han Shua nodded with a smile and didn't say much. The friendship that Han Shua had built with them in the dark forest was indeed effective. A merchant has unintentionally discovered a silver mine in a mountain valley. It's said that there's even mithril inside. The powers surrounding the Valley of Sunshine have already fought a few battles for the silver mine. I've received accurate information that Loriton of the Cairo mercenary band will also be there tonight. The Cairo mercenary band has occupied all the high ground in Tanai, so it'll be very difficult for the other powers to deal with them. This time, Loriton has already left the Valley of Sunshine for the mithril. The other hostile powers definitely won't let him go. There'll definitely be a fierce battle at the silver mine tonight. I've come back to bring some people to join in the fun and see if we can fish up some benefits. Trunks stood on the cliff and explained to Han Shua from the flatland that was curled up by the clouds. Startled, Han Shua said, Silver mines are already very rare, and mithril is a top-quality material for forging weapons and armor. No wonder everyone's eyes are red with greed. It looks like this fierce battle is unavoidable. That's right. Even in a place like the Valley of Sunshine, mithril is a priceless item. The value of a silver mine with mithril is simply immeasurable. Therefore, as long as the powers in the Valley of Sunshine have some power, they all want to head to that mountain valley for a share. The merchant who discovered the silver mine was instead killed at the first opportunity. It's a pity that the news still leaked out. Trunks nodded in agreement and said in a low voice, Let's go, we'll also go take a look. If there aren't any accidents, Janet will also appear in that mountain valley. Han Shua thought for a moment and suggested to Trunks. Yes, that's what I was thinking as well. Trunks replied. Afterwards, the group of 30 or so people silently left the cliff and headed towards their destination according to Trunks' directions. The mercenaries that Trunks had brought with him were mostly experienced and extraordinary members of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Each and every one of them didn't forget to check their equipment on the way, vigilantly paying attention to their surroundings and carefully avoiding other groups of people. When the sky had completely darkened and the crescent moon had yet to appear, Trunks stopped behind a boulder and pointed to a mountain valley densely covered in creepers. He said to Hanshua, "That's the one. I think that all the major powers in the Valley of Sunshine have already entered. I'm afraid that there are countless small powers like us who want to make a fortune. It's a bit impossible to hide without being discovered. The others stay here. You, me, and Gilbert will go in first. Follow me. As long as we're careful, no one will discover us." Hanshua turned around and calmly instructed Trunks. Trunks had long since witnessed Hanshua's miraculous abilities. He immediately turned around and instructed Grant and the others, "Uncle Grant, you guys hide here for the time being. We'll go in and scout. I'll send a secret signal to inform you if anything happens." As well-trained veteran mercenaries, they wouldn't have any objections to their leader's orders once they started moving. Grant nodded and said in a low voice, "Understood. Follow me." Hanshua called out softly and bent his body level with the shrubs. He took the lead and walked out. The three demons filled the surroundings, taking in all the movements. Chapter 260. The Mithril Mine is within the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band's sphere of influence. It now belongs to the Church of Light. All of you, please leave. Light Grand Magus Ferguson floated in midair, his pure white magic robe sparkling. He held a magic staff in his left hand, his expression sacred and inviolable. Light magical elements gathered towards the magic staff in his hand from all directions of the valley. Ferguson's aura grew stronger and stronger as the magic staff in his hand shot out a brilliant curtain of light, illuminating the valley where the moon had yet to appear. This valley was a few miles wide, with a small river flowing quietly in the middle of the valley. Around the river were huge rocks of strange shapes, and near the mountain walls, there were many plants that looked like creepers, painting the mountain walls a light green. The four great powers of the Valley of Sunshine, the Cairo Mercenary Band, the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, the House of Menlo, and the Katter Orc tribe, had all arrived. They split into four directions and occupied the most central area of the valley. Outside the four great powers, a dozen or so smaller powers were scattered in twos and threes, similarly gathering here with greedy hearts. Hanshua had originally planned on concealing his tracks, but when he heard the rumbling, he released a demon and circled the valley once. He had a panoramic view of Tanai's situation, and understood that Tanai had reached a critical juncture. All the powers were no longer concealing themselves. "Let's go. As long as we're careful, no one should notice us." Hanshua called out lightly and led Gilbert and Trunks, carefully avoiding the various powers. They arrived at a remote corner of the valley and hid behind a large rock. "Mr. Ferguson, the merchant who discovered the silver mine is from our House of Menlo. The mine should belong to our House of Menlo." Adam Menlo, the patriarch of the House of Menlo, said dryly as he glared at Ferguson with a dark face. Adam Menlo was a skinny old man, rumored to be a sky rider. He rode on a super-rank magical beast, the golden-winged roc, and held a golden spear in his hand. He appeared to be overbearing. Behind him were dozens of experts from the House of Menlo. Each of them was riding strange magical beasts and wielding top-notch weapons or magic staffs. They stared at Ferguson with unfriendly expressions. "Ferguson, it's not your Church of Light's turn to be arrogant in the Valley of Sunshine. Our Cairo Mercenary Band is the true master of the Valley of Sunshine. Everything in the Valley of Sunshine belongs to us." The bald, burly Loriton's voice was as loud as a bell as he held a giant battle axe in his right hand. Under the illumination of the light magic, the battle axe did not shine at all. It seemed to contain an inexplicable power. The handle of the battle axe was rusty, and it seemed to be quite old. There was also a group of elites from the Cairo Mercenary Band standing behind Loriton. It looked like he was determined to get his hands on this mithril mine. On the other side, the Katter Beastman tribe's tribal chief, Katter, was about 2.5 meters tall and carried a huge totem on his shoulder. The warriors behind him were also huge and carried huge totems. "It looks like this battle is unavoidable." The corners of Hanshua's mouth carried a malicious smile as he looked at the four strongest powers in the center of the valley, facing each other with equal harshness. "Yes, but why haven't we discovered the Butcher and Janet's bandits?" Trunks nodded, and then said with some doubt, "Logically speaking, they should have received the news as well. There's no way they wouldn't want to share." Actually, they're already here, but they're just hiding like us. Heh. These bandits don't dare to expose themselves and have long since hidden themselves. Han Shuo pointed in the direction of the orc chief, Katter, and said, "There's a mountain path behind them. There's a large area of rubble, and the butcher's men are inside. Over there, in the shrubbery a mile behind the house of Menlo are Janet's bandits. However, let's not go find Janet for now. Let's observe the situation first." "Got it," Trunks replied. Due to the limited area of the valley, the various powers that had come to the valley had only brought a portion of their elites. There weren't many of them. The various powers had gathered in the open and in the shadows, all harboring the thought of seizing the silver mine. They filled every corner of the valley, and the situation was in a stalemate that could erupt at any moment. At this time, no one dared to make the first move, so everyone had the same goal. Even Lorton didn't dare to make the first move, lest he become the target of all the powers' attacks. After a round of quarreling and roaring, the four great powers glared at each other and cursed at each other. Their subordinates also brandished their weapons in a threatening manner, but they didn't actually make a move. It was obvious that they had some misgivings about each other. "These fellows are so annoying. Why haven't they made a move yet? I'm getting tired of watching," Gilbert said impatiently when he saw that they were still quarreling. "Where's the silver mine? I'll add some fuel to the fire." Han Shuo thought for a moment, then glanced at Trunks and asked, "There, where the plants are the most luxuriant, is a cave that leads underground. It's rumored that there's a silver mine there, as well as an extremely rare mithril mine." Trunks replied as he pointed at the area where the four powers were standing. An idea came to Han Shuo's mind and he grinned evilly. "I have an idea. This time, I'm going to make Florida suffer the consequences." Before coming here, Han Shuo's group had already seen Florida. After half a year of recuperation, Florida's injuries had completely healed. He was now full of energy and was discussing something with Asa in a low voice behind his grandfather Ferguson. Asa and Maxine had tried to assassinate Han Shuo during their last trip to the Valley of Sunshine. In the end, Asa's right arm had been chopped off and he had fled in a sorry state. Even now, Asa still hadn't recovered. His face was still pale and bloodless. Although his severed right arm had been reattached, judging from the spasms of his fingers, it should have been left with lifelong sequelae. It was likely that he would never be able to regain his original agility. After the necromancy incantation, the little skull and the Earth Elite zombie appeared together. After being refined by demonic arts, the Earth Elite zombie no longer looked like a zombie warrior, and was no different from an ordinary human. After giving the Earth Elite zombie an order, the Earth Elite zombie's body slowly sank into the ground, disappearing under Trunks' incredulous gaze. However, there were no changes to the ground where the Earth Elite zombie had disappeared, as if he was a drop of water that had merged into the ground. What's going on? What is he?" Trunks had a face full of disbelief as he cried out in alarm. Pointing at the little skull, Han Shuo smiled and explained, "The same as him." When the little skull saw that Han Shuo had mentioned him, the light in his purple eye brightened and focused on Trunks. He even raised the bone dagger in his right hand, appearing quite arrogant and disdainful of Trunks' ignorance. "I understand now. Amazing, Brian, you're truly astonishing." Trunks cried out in surprise and then smiled wryly. "No wonder Ferguson and Edwin are looking for you. This is the territory of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. You've trespassed on our territory and even dared set your sights on the mines in our territory. You've gone too far." Florida shouted from the other side and looked coldly at Lorton with a murderous aura. The Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band had the most people who'd entered the valley this time. Adding on his grandfather Ferguson and some existences from the Church of Light, Florida felt that his side was the strongest and naturally had the more imposing manner. "Florida, do you really think that the Valley of Sunshine is your home, just because you have your grandfather's support?" Lorton snorted coldly and mocked Florida. Suddenly, the Earth Elite zombie shot out from the dense undergrowth. He held a large piece of silver rock in both hands and excitedly ran in front of Florida, handing it to Florida under everyone's gazes. "Good damn it, Florida, you've already started mining. You're simply ignoring our existence." The patriarch of the House of Menlo, Adam Menlo, immediately cursed sinisterly when he saw the situation unfold. He rode the super-ranked magical creature, the Golden Rock, and rushed towards Florida. The Golden Rock was more than 10 meters long and its golden wings spread out, blocking out the light of the moon that had just risen. A sharp cry rang out as the edges of its enormous wings were as sharp as blades, rapidly flapping. When Tanai of the Zhongshan Mountain arrived, a fierce gust of wind surged forth. The sleeves of Florida's Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band danced wildly as they stood there, their bodies swaying. Adam Menlo raised his golden spear and a chilling murderous aura burst forth. He took the lead and rushed towards the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. Behind him, the House of Menlo's men riding all sorts of strange magical creatures also rushed out with shrill cries, heading straight for the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. Sunshine Tanai, it's not your Church of Light's turn to be arrogant. Brothers, let them know who's the strongest power in the Valley of Sunshine. On the other side, Loriton roared towards the sky. The clothes on his body suddenly burst open, and a terrifying aura followed. His originally strong muscles bulged unbridledly, and his shiny bald head was extremely conspicuous. As a berserker, Loriton appeared to be extremely violent and impulsive as he raised his giant battle-axe and took the lead in shooting out. As he flew, he fiercely swung his battle-axe, and wherever he passed, the boulders would shatter with loud pops. His momentum was terrifying to the extreme. Behind him, the mercenaries of the Cairo Mercenary Band were all enraged. They were like a group of mad bulls, roaring as they charged at the Cairo Mercenary Band. Similar to them was the Orc tribe of Katar. As the chief of the tribe, Katar roared a few words in the Orc language. The huge totem pole that he was carrying on his shoulder was shining with a strange luster. He violently pounded it on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. A deep pit was created by the strike of the totem pole. A few beastman shamans jumped around crazily, rays of multicolored light falling on the bodies of the dozens of beastmen behind Katar. These beastmen were blessed with shaman incantations, and their muscles became as hard as granite. The totem poles they carried shone as they advanced with a strange rhythm, howling as they charged towards Florida. Who the hell are you? Are you trying to kill us? Florida roared at the Earth Elite Zombie, his rage reaching its peak. He quickly chanted an incantation, planning to kill the Earth Elite Zombie first. Unfortunately, before he could finish his incantation, the Earth Elite Zombie had already quickly merged into the ground and disappeared without a trace. In the end, he condensed a sword of light and shot it towards the madly charging Loriton. Once a berserker or orc became enraged, it was very difficult to stop them. Florida understood this and knew that this battle was unavoidable. He had wanted to kill Loriton to begin with, and since he couldn't stop him from stopping, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy. He grinned and laughed wildly as the sword of light was destroyed into specks of light by Loriton's battle axe before it could even get close to him. The bald Loriton's aura was like a rainbow as he dashed forward. When he arrived in front of Florida, all the rocks in his path were shattered as the battle axe in his hand surged with an overwhelming battle aura. Very powerful. They are indeed powerful people. This battle is going to be interesting. Han Shua grinned and said calmly as he watched the three powers charge towards the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. Honored Master, what should we do? Gilbert couldn't help but ask excitedly when he saw the chaotic scene unfold. Trunks, send out the signal for the brothers outside to come over. They can fight their own battles, you guys go in and mine, I'll watch from the outside. Han Shua hastily instructed Trunks as he observed the chaotic situation in the valley. But the entrance to the mine is right where the four powers are fighting. They've already blocked the entrance, and whoever dares charge in will definitely be out of luck. This isn't a good idea. Trunks smiled wryly and didn't immediately send out the signal. Haha, the secret tunnel is already ready. With the Earth Elite Zombie here, we don't need to go through that path at all. As Han Shua's light laughter faded, a tunnel suddenly split open beneath the rocks behind the three. The Earth Elite Zombie stood in the middle of the tunnel and waved his hand. Chapter 261. Ordinary Earth mages could use the power of the Earth to form all kinds of attacks. The Forbidden Earth spells, Meteor's Descent, and Fury of the Earth, had the terrifying power to destroy an entire city. However, although Earth mages could use the Earth element to form all kinds of attacks, they still couldn't use the power of the Earth as flexibly as the Earth Elite Zombie. As the favored child of the Earth, The Earth Elite Zombie could skillfully utilize the Yuan energy of Earth to perform many exquisite and dexterous feats as soon as his feet touched the ground. This miraculous ability to utilize the power of the Earth to form tunnels underground wasn't difficult for him. When a tunnel appeared out of nowhere, Trunks knew that it definitely led to the mine. The four great powers of the Valley of Sunshine were fighting fiercely over there, all for the sake of entering the mithril mine and mining. The appearance of such a tunnel allowed Trunks and the others to directly enter the innermost part without any difficulty. Understood. Trunks grinned and laughed lowly, then raised his voice and let out a cry that resembled an eagle's or a bird's. All sorts of rumbling sounds could be heard in the valley, so Trunks's cry wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Through the Een Demon's observation, Han Shua saw that Grant and the others had stayed outside the valley. When they heard Trunks's cry, their expressions immediately shook and they cautiously moved towards Tanai. Awoo! The berserker Loritan roared towards the sky and swung the battle-axe in his hand. A dazzling curtain of light appeared and enveloped the 7 rainbow sickles within it. The bodies of those who were enveloped by the curtain of light were cruelly torn to shreds as fresh blood sprayed all over Loritan's body. Be careful of Loritan. If I'm not wrong, he's holding the divine weapon of the Berserker clan, the Berserker's battle axe. Loritan used to be someone who could go berserk twice. Legend has it that a berserker with the Berserker's battle axe can use the power of the Berserker's battle axe to go berserk once more. A berserker who can go berserk 3 times is definitely stronger than a great swordmaster. I think he's the most difficult to deal with in the entire valley. Even Ferguson might not be his match. You must be careful of him. Trunks couldn't help but warn Han Shua when he saw the enraged Loritan, his muscles bulging and a terrifying aura erupting from him. After hearing Trunks' words, Han Shua was actually a little eager to give it a try. He exclaimed in a low voice, "A thrice berserker, interesting. As for those catter orcs, be careful not to get surrounded by them. Otherwise, when dozens of totem poles strike the ground at the same time, it will create a terrifying shockwave. Once you get caught in the shockwave, it will be very difficult to get out alive." As a veteran of the Valley of Sunshine, Trunks was well aware of the various powers. He couldn't help but remind Han Shua when he saw that the Battle of Tanai Mountain had officially begun. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Be careful when you go inside. I'll have the Earth Elite Zombie follow you all the way. Once your tracks are exposed, immediately leave through the tunnel. With the Earth Elite Zombie underground, your safety shouldn't be a problem." Han Shua looked excitedly at the group of people fighting endlessly, a bloodthirsty impulse gradually rising from the bottom of his heart. He opened his mouth to speak to Trunks, then walked towards Tanai Mountain like a ghost. When the little skull that had been summoned by Han Shua and the Earth Elite Zombie saw Han Shua leave, it walked to the Earth Elite Zombie's side and patted his shoulder, then followed Han Shua as usual. Gilbert didn't feel anything special when he saw this scene. After all, this wasn't the first time he'd seen these two creatures interact. However, someone like Trunks, who looked at things with common sense, cried out in surprise when he saw the little skull's strange actions. "Leader, what's wrong?" Grant and the others hurried over from outside as Trunks stared dumbly at the little skull's departing figure. Grant couldn't help but ask when he saw Trunks' strange expression. "No, nothing's wrong. Come down with me." Trunks shook his head with a wry smile and waved his hand at Grant, then jumped down into the tunnel. The Earth Elite Zombie was very intelligent. When it saw Trunks jump down, it walked into the depths of the darkness and helped Trunks lead the way. What's going on? Why is there a tunnel?" Grant couldn't help but turn pale with fright when he saw a dark, bottomless tunnel. "Don't ask so much, let's go," Gilbert shouted and followed Trunks into the tunnel. The group of mercenaries were all scratching their heads in confusion. After staring blankly for a while, they entered the tunnel one after another. When everyone had entered, the tunnel's exit magically closed, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, the valley was a complete mess. More than 100 elites from the 4 great powers of the Valley of Sunshine had suddenly started fighting. When Han Shua, eager to make a move, approached the area, he discovered that the situation had taken an unimaginable turn, completely out of his expectations. Originally, because of the Earth Elite Zombie's sudden disturbance, the other 3 powers had charged towards the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. Among them, the Cairo Mercenary Band had taken the lead, and Loritan was as valiant as a god of war, slaughtering the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band as if he was invincible. Even if the Cairo mercenary band had the advantage in numbers, if the House of Menlo and the Katter Orc tribe had attacked together, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band would still be in trouble. However, the real situation wasn't like this. The House of Menlo and the Katter Orc tribe experts who had charged over with Loriton and the Cairo mercenary band suddenly changed sides when they approached the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. Following Adam Monroe and Katter's roars, the experts from both sides had instead surrounded and killed the Cairo mercenary band. Waha Loriton. Oh Loriton, you can't imagine this, can you? The real target of today's battle is your Cairo mercenary band. It's rare for you to leave the Valley of Sunshine, so don't even think about going back, huh? Florida of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band suddenly laughed wildly. His voice was loud and clear as he floated in the air, spreading to every corner of the valley. Times have changed. The Cairo mercenary band has been in charge of the Valley of Sunshine for too long. You should move your position no matter what. Adam Menlo, the patriarch of the House of Menlo, also spoke in a sinister voice as he flew towards Loriton on the back of his golden rock. The situation had suddenly taken an astonishing turn. It looked like the Cairo mercenary band, Adam Menlo, and the Orc tribe had long since come to a tacit understanding. The intense quarrel before was probably just a cover-up, and the three powers had secretly set their sights on Loriton's Cairo mercenary band. Those who had come with Loriton were the most elite berserkers of the Cairo mercenary band. Of the 50 or so people, 20 had the strength of a single berserk state, while 4, including Harris, had the strength of a second berserk state. Add to that the 4 archmages and 3 swordmasters that the Cairo mercenary band had recruited over the years. Most of the strongest people in the Cairo mercenary band had arrived. However, when faced with the sudden defection of the House of Menlo and the Orc tribe, the 6 berserkers who had entered the berserk state were instantly killed by the experts of the 2 powers behind them. On Florida's side, his grandfather Ferguson had already descended from the sky and was coldly observing Tanai's changes. He didn't join in the attack against Loriton. Oh, Loriton roared wildly as the berserker's battle axe in his hand struck out in a disorderly manner. An enormous aura spread in all directions as the berserker's battle axe set off layers of light. Everyone who was enveloped by the light was crushed to pieces. Charge out with me. Loriton's roar resounded through the entire valley. He'd originally been charging towards the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, but he suddenly changed directions and led the charge towards the House of Menlo. Adam Menlo, who was riding on the back of the golden-winged rock, swung the golden spear in his hand. The sharp aura of the sword caused the air to crackle. The super-rank golden-winged rock flapped its wings, forming tornadoes that surged into the midst of the Cairo mercenary band. A fire archmage from the House of Menlo released 3 fire serpents that were 5 meters long in a vivid and lifelike manner. The fire serpents danced wildly as they spread out. One of them rushed towards Loriton, while the other 2 slithered towards the Cairo mercenary band from the sides. The tender green vegetation on the rock walls rapidly melted wherever they passed. Adam, you old fart, if you want to die, then I'll send you on your way today. Loriton roared angrily as his body flew high into the air. The berserker's battle axe in his hand raised a curtain of light, and the fiery serpents turned into sparks before they could even approach his body. Silver light shot out from the berserker's battle axe like a waterfall flowing against the current, shooting towards Adam Menlo on the back of the golden-winged rock. Clang! Adam Menlo's golden spear accurately collided with the berserker's battle axe. Loriton used the momentum of his flying body to block the attack and fell powerlessly into the middle of the House of Menlo. Adam Menlo grunted and hurriedly urged the golden-winged rock to fly higher, seeming to be a bit afraid of the frenzied Loriton. Loriton roared angrily as he once again made his move. Landing in the middle of the House of Menlo actually made things easier for him. The archmage who had released the fire spell, Dancing Serpents of Fire, didn't even have time to react before he was cleaved in half by the axe, fresh blood and innards splattering all over the ground. As soon as Loriton landed in the middle of the House of Menlo's troops, his berserk energy seemed to have found an outlet, causing several people to die a horrible death in an instant. However, the experts of the House of Menlo who had reacted all aimed their broadswords, spears, and crossbows at Loriton. Before Loriton could cause any more damage, all sorts of attacks swarmed towards him. Clang, clang, clang. Loriton fiercely waved the berserker's battle axe in his hand, blocking most of the attacks. However, a few arrows still pierced through his defense and landed on his back and shoulders. A spear appeared from a strange angle and cut a long and thin wound under his armpit, causing fresh blood to spurt out. However, Loriton, who'd entered the berserk state, didn't seem to know pain at all. His physical defense was also astonishingly frightening. The arrows and spears seemed to be extremely fast and ferocious. If an ordinary person were to take a hit, their body would probably be pierced through. However, Loriton only had his skin broken. Whether it was the arrows or the spears, they only pierced a fingertip deep into his flesh. As long as we kill Loriton, I, Florida, swear to withdraw from the struggle for the mithril mine. Don't let him leave this place alive. Florida floated over from the other side, the exquisite magic staff in his hand constantly flashing with light. Rays of sword light slashed and shockwaves shot towards the Cairo mercenary band. "Awoo!" The orc chief, Katter, roared as he led a group of orcs who had been blessed with various shaman incantations and charged into the Cairo mercenary band from the side. This group of orcs was the smallest in number, but they seemed to be immune to most magical attacks. All sorts of water and fire magic from the Cairo mercenary band's archmages landed on them, but apart from making their skin redder, they didn't have much of an effect. He struck the ground, and a surge of energy surged into the ground. In front of Katter, an archmage of the Cairo mercenary band, as well as the deepwater venom python he was riding, were both struck by an enormous tremor. The deepwater venom python died on the spot, and the archmage of the Cairo mercenary band bled from all 7 orifices. He hurriedly used levitation to fly into the sky. This battle included all the true experts of the 4 great powers of the Valley of Sunshine. After each expert died, their unwillingness, resentment, and murderous auras were attracted by a force and gathered behind a giant boulder. Behind the boulder, the originally excited Han Shua's eyes were as red as blood. Clouds of blood-red killing intent swirled around his body. As more and more experts died, the terrifying aura on Han Shua's body grew thicker and thicker. "Awoo!" A long and crazy howl suddenly sounded from afar. A huge rock the size of a house suddenly broke into pieces and shot out in all directions. The killing intent around Han Shua's body condensed into strange waves of blood as he glared viciously in front of him. The terrifying evil aura on his body spread wildly in all directions. All the experts of Tanai Mountain felt this violent and cruel killing intent, and all of their gazes suddenly focused on Han Shua. Dashing out with a whoosh, Han Shua turned into a beam of bloody light and shot into the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. He was like a bloodthirsty demon as he punched out. 3 senior swordsmen of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band were pulverized into a bloody mess by the waves of blood that came from his fist. It's him. Kill him." Florida had an unforgettable hatred for Han Shua. Even though Han Shua's appearance was vastly different from before, he still recognized him at a glance and immediately started yelling madly. However, for some reason Florida, who should have been the first to make a move, suddenly felt fear in his heart. Although he roared at the top of his lungs to kill Han Shua, he subconsciously retreated instead. It was obvious that he was afraid. Chapter 262. Hehe, Florida, we meet again. Han Shua's eyes were crimson red as he laughed sinisterly, as if he had been possessed by a demon. Once a person in the bloodlust realm went berserk, they would logically lose their mind and sink into a state of endless slaughter. They wouldn't be able to face their surroundings with a clear mind. However, Han Shua and the Demon Slayer Edge had absorbed an enormous amount of killing intent during their last trip to the Forbidden Area. The pure energy had merged with the demon infant and seemed to have a miraculous effect. Having fallen into the bloodlust realm this time, Han Shua could feel the killing aura swirling around his body. Most of the negative emotions of hatred, fear, and violence had been absorbed by the Demon Slayer Edge within his body. What swirled around his body was mostly pure killing aura. Those negative emotions were the main culprit that caused Han Shua to lose his sense of self and consciousness once he entered the bloodlust realm. When those negative emotions were absorbed by the Demon Slayer Edge, although Han Shua's boundless desire for blood and slaughter didn't diminish, his tenacious will allowed his mind to regain clarity. It wasn't like when he was in the Forbidden Area, where he almost killed Gilbert without distinguishing between friend and foe. You can't escape. You must die today. Kill him for me. Florida retreated far away until he thought he was in a safe place before saying hatefully, You didn't die. On Florida's side, Grand Magus Ferguson of the Church of Light looked at Han Shuo in shock and yelled, You haven't died yet, how could I be that fast? Heh heh. Han Shuo threw his head back and cackled strangely. He was like an eagle spreading its wings and soaring high. A thick stench of blood spread from his body, forming an area filled with a bloody mist with him as the center. A terrifying and ruthless aura exploded from that area. The energy of the experts who had just died and hadn't disappeared were all drawn and gathered by the bloody mist. Han Shuo's aura grew stronger and stronger, like a red cloud of fire, enveloping the light Grand Magus Ferguson. What magic is this? Even with Ferguson's insight, he still couldn't understand Han Shuo's method of attack. However, he could instinctively feel the danger. The magic staff in his hand flashed brilliantly as the light magic illuminate was released. He, like Florida, hastily dodged backwards. When the light magic illuminate was released, it was as if a scorching sun had appeared out of nowhere in the sky. A large ball of blinding light surged towards Han Shuo with a pure and holy power. It was a pity that universal illumination, which had the ability to dispel evil, had no effect at all on the strange noises caused by Han Shuo's magical yuan. Han Shuo's presence grew stronger and stronger as the people below died tragically. A large patch of bloody mist covered the area, and the 7 or 8 rainbow sickle mercenaries below suddenly felt an evil energy surge into their bodies. They all cried out in pain as their bodies swelled and exploded. Who are you? You're even more evil than the Calamity Church, I won't let you go. The 7 or 8 rainbow sickle mercenaries didn't have any resistance at all as their bodies exploded in an instant. This made Ferguson furious as he pointed at Han Shuo and roared, Old fart, I reminded you last time but you didn't listen. Although Han Shuo's mind had returned to normal in the bloodlust realm, he still couldn't suppress his desire to kill. He commanded the demonic cloud to envelop the rainbow sickle mercenary band with a cruel voice. A banner of blood fluttered in the air as the thick, murderous aura around Han Shuo's body surged into it. The banner released a thick mist of blood that was entwined with the image of 100 evil spirits baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The Bloodseether was a demonic treasure that Han Shuo had refined in 3 months of closed-door cultivation. It was specifically used in the bloodlust realm. The Bloodseether contained the existence of Han Shuo's life essence, and could transform the murderous aura on Han Shuo's body into a mist of blood that would cause one's blood to burn and explode. Now that it had been released by Han Shuo, it immediately displayed its wondrous effects through the transformation of the murderous aura. As the number of people dying around them increased, the terrifying aura around Han Shuo's body grew stronger and stronger. Those who were enveloped by the bloody mist couldn't control the boiling of their blood, and all of them died a horrible death. Use wind magic to blow away the blood mist. Hurry! Florida turned pale with fright when he saw the blood mist engulfing them like a cloud. He hurriedly instructed. The wind mages on the other side immediately released hurricanes and tornadoes as soon as he'd finished speaking. The fierce wind whistled through the air, wreaking havoc in everything like knives. The bloody mist formed by the Bloodseether was indeed blown away by a dozen small tornadoes and couldn't be condensed as freely as before. No demonic treasure was perfect. Han Shuo wasn't surprised that the blood mist on the Bloodlust banner would be blown away by wind magic, nor was he discouraged in the slightest. While Florida was shouting and the remaining experts of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band were attacking together, Han Shuo's body flew backwards and quickly landed in the air above Loriton's head. Loriton, I'll help you break out of the encirclement. That cursed shop belongs to me. In addition, the Soul Destroyer Mercenary Band has the right to openly recruit mercenaries in the Valley of Sunshine. How about it? The murderous Han Shuo stood proudly in the air and proposed as he looked down at Loriton, who was covered in cuts and bruises. It was obvious that the 3 great powers of the Valley of Sunshine had colluded to plot against Loriton this time. If Loriton died here, then the Valley of Sunshine would instantly fall into chaos. The Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band would be the most likely to take control of the situation. This was something that Han Shuo didn't want to see, and was also detrimental to the development of the Soul Destroyer Mercenary Band. Therefore, even if it wasn't for Loriton, Han Shuo had no choice but to help Loriton break through for his own and Trunk's benefit. However, it would be even more perfect if he could gain some benefits before helping Lorton. Han Shuo also believed that Lorton wouldn't reject him at this time. As expected, Lorton didn't hesitate at all. He raised his head and shouted almost as soon as Han Shuo finished speaking, "I promise you, as long as our people can leave the valley alive, I'll give you an additional 10,000 gold coins." "Deal." Han Shuo replied calmly. Magical incantations were chanted one after another, and the canopy of necromancy was released. The sky was covered by dense dark green clouds that wouldn't disperse. Several acid swamps suddenly formed and landed in the center of the Katter Orc house of Menlo's troops. Mysterious incantations were chanted from Han Shuo's mouth. As Han Shuo waved his hand, rays of strange light shot out under the cover of the canopy of necromancy, landing on the bodies of the experts who had just died not long ago. A terrifying scene appeared. Those who had just been killed stood up shakily, their gazes lifeless and inhuman. Fresh blood flowed out of the wounds on their bodies, and some of their internal organs could be clearly seen. What was even more terrifying was that some of their intestines were flowing out of their ruptured stomachs, dangling at their waists like unfastened trouser pockets. When these dead people from the four great powers stood up one by one, they immediately caused an intense shock and fear to the living. All the living who noticed this scene let out indescribable screams of terror. For a moment, the Tanai of the Sun was a chaotic mess. Corpse resurrection was one of the most terrifying and memorable of necromancy magic spells. It had already become an ancient legend and hadn't appeared on the continent for thousands of years. There were no records of this terrifying magic spell in the declining necromancy magic spells of today. However, on such a dark night in such a place, the four great powers of the glorious Tanai of the Sun were fortunate enough to witness this evil spell that had been lost for thousands of years. A legend was a legend after all. When those corpses stood up one by one and brandished the weapons they had used when they were alive to attack, the shock instantly destroyed their willpower. "Oh my God, how is this possible?" Grand Magus Ferguson of the Church of Light let out a painful groan. His eyes were wide open as he looked at everything that was happening in disbelief. "Lorton, don't say that I didn't help you. Take this opportunity to break out of the encirclement." Han Shuo grinned coldly. One by one, zombies and skeletons appeared out of thin air, including those that had just been resurrected. They all charged towards the shocked experts of the four great powers. Under the cover of the canopy of necromancy, these dark creatures were like fish in water, their speed and strength greatly increased. After being reminded by Han Shuo, the equally shocked Lorton suddenly came to his senses. He immediately yelled, "What are you waiting for? Charge out!" The impact of his words caused the experts of the Cairo mercenary band, who had fallen into a state of stupor, to wake up. When they saw those close companions who had died once again stand up in horrifying forms, these resolute mercenaries were also stimulated. If it wasn't for Lorton's yell, it was likely that they would have taken a while longer to regain consciousness. However, since they were under the care of Han Shuo, it was fine for them to be stunned. However, the experts of the other three powers had their ankles suddenly grabbed by the corpses. The terror caused by this sudden change would likely be imprinted in their hearts for the rest of their lives. Some of those who reacted a bit slower were directly stabbed to death by their former comrades. Han Shuo stood proudly in the air, coldly observing the cruel changes happening below. A murderous aura rose from his body and blossomed with an evil aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. His eyes were crimson and his face was sinister, making him look extremely frightening. Chapter 263. Grandpa. Hurry up and release the radiance of light to dispel this evil magic. Florida was extremely anxious as he yelled at the dumbfounded Ferguson. With his grandson's reminder, Ferguson, who had been trembling in fear, came to his senses. The magic staff in his hand emitted a holy and bright light, and his voice echoed through the valley, "Holy power of light, hear my call, and dispel all darkness, radiance of light." A strong ray of light tore through the sky as the holy and mystical element of light filled the air above the valley. The dark green clouds created by Han Shuo's canopy of necromancy dissipated under the radiance of the holy light, disappearing without a trace in an extremely short amount of time. Dazzling light shone upon the valley, reflecting the gentle light of the stars. The aura of death was quickly dispelled as the holy power of light sprinkled down. The dark creatures that Han Shuo had summoned began to emit smoke from their bodies as their speed and strength were hindered. However, the newly resurrected corpses were the least affected by the radiance of light. Although their skin also emitted white smoke, they could still move freely and continued to charge towards the three great powers. The experts who had died not long ago also had the aura of dark creatures in their bodies due to Han Shuo's necromancy magic. However, they had just died and the aura of darkness in their bodies was still very weak. Therefore, they could still barely resist the light magic when it landed on them. Thanks to Han Shuo's earlier reminder, Loratan and the remaining 20 or so people of the Cairo mercenary band had broken through the encirclement of the three great powers while the House of Menlo was still in a daze, running towards the entrance of the valley. When the radiance of light sprinkled down, Han Shuo knew that the effects of the canopy of necromancy would definitely be dispelled. The summoned dark creatures wouldn't be able to escape either. However, some of the acid swamps had already been released, and the experts chasing after Loratan's group were more or less affected by the acid swamps. Among them, the House of Menlo was the most affected. The experts of the House of Menlo riding magical beasts of various ranks stepped into the acidic bog in a panic. Their legs were immediately corroded by the acidic bog, rapidly rotting away. It was similar to the reaction of dark creatures after being exposed to the radiant glory. "Be careful, this damned evil necromancer. I'll kill him." The House of Menlo had expended many years of effort to gather this batch of high-level magical beasts. However, they had accidentally stepped into the acid swamp, and 5 or 6 magical beasts of rank 2 and 3 had died in an instant. This caused Adam Menlo to be incomparably enraged, and he roared at Han Shuo. "Hee, you want to kill me? Come." Han Shuo, who couldn't suppress his bloodlust, was just fretting about not being able to find an outlet to vent. Upon hearing Adam Menlo's furious roar, his blood-red eyes suddenly glared at Adam Menlo. Floating in the air with the art of the demonic ninth heavens, Han Shuo's ferocious killing intent was terrifying. Even Florida, who had a deep grudge against Han Shuo, didn't give the order to attack Han Shuo at all costs. On one hand, it was because Han Shuo's aura was terrifying. On the other hand, it was because Han Shuo was high up in the sky, making him difficult to deal with. Kill Loratan first. Once he's dead, the Cairo mercenary band will be finished. There's no need to rush this person for now. Florida couldn't help but yell anxiously when he saw Asa and Andy fly into the sky, raising their magic staffs to attack Han Shuo. On the other side, Loratan had already led the Cairo mercenary band towards the mouth of the valley. Florida had expended so much effort this time, even willingly giving up the mithril mine, just to kill Loratan and allow the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band to control the Valley of Sunshine. He naturally couldn't let Loratan leave. After Florida's roar, the remaining 30 or so Rainbow Sickle mercenary band experts in Florida all chased after Loratan. Andy, who had flown into the sky with Asa to deal with Han Shuo, looked at Han Shuo standing proudly in the sky and finally turned to chase after Loratan with Florida. However, Asa, whose arm had been severed by Han Shuo with the Demon Slayer edge, didn't listen to Florida's orders. He continued to stare fiercely at Han Shuo and flew towards Han Shuo with the patriarch of the House of Menlo, Adam Menlo. Behind Asa was Grand Magus Ferguson, who had released the radiance of light. He was also hovering in the air like a willow leaf as he floated over. "Shoot!" Adam Menlo rode on the golden rock and wielded a dazzling golden spear as he aggressively charged towards Han Shuo. At the same time, he ordered the experts below him. The experts of the House of Menlo had been killed by Loratan's Berserker axe and Han Shuo's necromancy magic. There were only 30 or so people left. Under Adam Menlo's orders, bolts of crossbow bolts and spinning axes shot towards Han Shuo, who was standing high in the sky. The 3 demons enveloped the entire scene, and Han Shuo could clearly see any abnormality. When the experts of the House of Menlo flew into the sky, a trace of a disdainful smile appeared on Han Shuo's lips. He only looked down with a cold smile and didn't take any action. Just as the arrows were about to hit Han Shuo, who'd been standing proudly in the sky, suddenly transformed into 4 people. The 4 Han Shuo looked exactly the same and moved in 4 different directions, respectively charging towards Ferguson, Adam Menlo, Asa, and the members of the House of Menlo below. The ballista bolts and spinning axes from the House of Menlo below suddenly missed. They didn't even touch the corner of Han Shua's clothes. Wow, what's going on? How did it become 4 people? Damn it, am I seeing things? The experts of the House of Menlo exclaimed in disbelief. Ferguson and the other 2 also didn't know what was going on. As mages, Ferguson and Asa dodged instinctively. Only Adam Menlo, who was riding on the golden rock and wielding the golden spear, attacked the Han Shua in front of him even though he was equally shocked. At this moment, a series of whistling sounds pierced through the air. 7 bone spurs shining with a cold glint shot towards the golden-winged rock beneath Adam Menlo from all directions. On top of a huge rock, the little skull stood proudly. His purple demon eye glowed brightly as he firmly locked onto the golden rock beneath Adam Menlo. Under the little skeleton's control, the 7 bone spurs spun in a strange trajectory. As they flew towards the wings of the golden-winged rock, the 7 bone spurs shone with a brilliant jade light. They were as sharp and cold as 7 bright snow blades. The bone saber struck the golden-winged rock's wings, producing clanging sounds. The golden-winged rock let out a sharp, low cry. Golden feathers flew off its wings with specks of blood. The golden-winged rock was clearly injured. Adam Menlo, who'd been charging aggressively at Han Shua, was now brandishing his golden spear and continuously blocking the 7 bone spurs' attacks. Curses rang out incessantly from his mouth, and it was obvious that he was beyond angry. Old thing, you want to kill me? Kiki. Han Shua, who'd been flying towards Ferguson and the other 2, disappeared into thin air. At this moment, his body suddenly appeared 10 meters above Adam Menlo's head. Han Shua's eyes were crimson red as he laughed maniacally. The murderous aura around his body condensed on his arms. As Han Shua's 2 hands bombarded, the thick murderous aura surged downwards like layers of blood waves. Damn it! Adam Menlo cursed. The golden spear that had been blocking the 7 bone spurs had no choice but to immediately lift up. He exerted his Sky Knight's fighting aura to the limit, forming a silver light screen to block the invasion of the blood waves. However, the blood waves formed by the murderous aura contained a terrifying power. The thick murderous aura covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as heavy as a mountain pressing down. The light screen formed by the condensed fighting aura was only able to resist for the time of 2 breaths before it was suddenly broken by the blood waves. With a loud rumble, the blood waves poured down like the waters of the Milky Way, violently shooting towards the body of the golden-winged rock that was tightly wrapped around Adam Menlo. The 10-meter-tall golden-winged rock was directly smashed into the ground from the sky, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. When the experts of the House of Menlo below saw that their patriarch and the golden-winged rock had been forcibly struck down from the sky by Han Shua, they were all extremely frightened. They gave up on chasing Loriton and instead swarmed towards the area, immediately surrounding the bloodied golden-winged rock as soon as they arrived. Seeing that the experts of the House of Menlo had already surrounded Adam Menlo and the golden-winged rock, Han Shua, who was frozen in the air, didn't make a move against Adam Menlo, who was trapped by the golden-winged rock. The terrifying aura on his body and his crimson eyes returned to normal. Han Shua's true strength was enough to face a Sky Knight or Great Swordmaster head-on. If Little Skull was added to the mix, then he would have a better chance. However, the reason why he'd been able to happily strike down Adam Menlo and the golden-winged rock was because he'd borrowed Tanai's murderous aura. When the attack landed, the murderous aura that he'd absorbed from the valley was completely released. Han Shua, who was in the bloodlust realm, also returned to normal, his emotions calm and steady. After the 3 demons concealed themselves, they once again turned into bright lights that observed the surroundings, reflecting the entire valley into their hearts. Chapter 264. This person, just who is he? This is too terrifying. Even the head of the House of Menlo has been taken down, including the super-ranked magical creature, the Golden Rock. How terrifying. Just what martial technique is he using? Why can't I see it at all? He must have the strength of a sacred swordmaster, otherwise it's impossible for him to be so strong. On the outskirts of the valley, a few of the smaller powers of the Valley of Sunshine who were hiding trembled as they watched the chaotic battle, all of them exclaiming in low voices. Wu, Chief Loriton of the Cairo mercenary band, stayed behind alone after charging out of the encirclement. Following a series of roars, The berserker's battle axe in his hand flickered with a silver light under the moonlight. Loreton's exposed muscles shone with a silver luster as his eyebrows and thick chest hair turned from black to silver. Cracking sounds rang out from his 2-meter-tall body as if his bones had been stretched, causing him to grow from 2 meters to 2.5 meters tall. He had originally been holding the berserker's battle axe with one hand, but now he gripped it tightly with both hands. An enormous aura radiated from the berserker's battle axe, accompanied by Loreton's roars as he fiercely chopped down at the pursuing rainbow sickle mercenary band. The glaring silver light shot forward, causing the ground to crackle wherever it passed. The rainbow sickle mercenaries at the very front weren't able to defend against the silver light's assault at all. Their bodies were sliced cleanly by the silver light as it passed through them. The silver light was extremely fast as it continued unimpeded towards Florida, and the others after slicing through several mercenaries. The shocked Florida flew into the sky in a panic, cold sweat beading on his forehead. A berserker going berserk 3 times. Oh my god, Loreton is too crazy. He should be holding the divine weapon of the berserker clan, the berserker's battle axe. No wonder it looks like Loreton's strength has increased. What a terrifying fellow. Nonsense, how could he wield power in the Valley of Sunshine if he wasn't strong enough? Those who were hiding in the shadows couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Loreton go berserk again, reaching the legendary level of 3 berserk transformations that very few berserkers could achieve. Shoot him! Arrows, battle axes, and spears all shot towards Loreton's body under Florida's command. Several bolts of lightning as thick as an arm shot towards Loreton from the sky. Fire snakes danced wildly, ice arrows whizzed, and spikes shot out from the ground, all converging towards Loreton. A concentrated barrage of attacks descended, scorching the area. The ground cracked, the plants burned, and the arrows and spears were scattered all over the ground. The dust slowly scattered after the wind blades passed, but Loreton still stood proudly with the berserker's battle axe in his hand. The thrice berserk Loreton didn't seem to fear pain. Although his body was charred black with many cracks, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. He was still able to stand stably in the face of the magical attacks of so many experts, including several archmages. Such strength was terrifying to the extreme. Oh! Loreton howled at the moon. He actually still had the strength to charge towards the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the Catter Orcs after the barrage of attacks. He's a strong man, a berserk warrior who has gone berserk 3 times. His body is actually immune to most magic and physical attacks. Han Shuo, who was standing in the air, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as he watched Loreton's actions in amazement. The berserker's battle axe radiated silver light in all directions as Loreton threw it out. The berserker's battle axe twirled in the air, and the archers who were shooting arrows in the back were immediately sent flying into the air. The berserker's battle axe spun in a strange circle and flew back into Loreton's hands. It actually contained a bit of the essence of the law of magic control. However, the berserker's battle axe couldn't spin for long, and it fell back into his hands after flying in a circle. It wasn't like the Demon Slayer edge that could follow his will and keep circling in the air. With a low chuckle, Han Shuo suddenly shot out the Demon Slayer edge while everyone's attention was on Loreton. A streak of purple light shot out and whistled towards Thunder Archmage Asa. Asa hated Han Shuo the most, but because Han Shuo had split into 4, he had no choice but to stay far away to avoid being killed by Han Shuo. Attracted by Loreton's howl, he turned his head to look at Loreton, but didn't expect that Han Shuo's attack would arrive. He was scared out of his wits. Last time I cut off your right hand. This time I'll cut off the head on your neck. Han Shuo laughed sinisterly as he charged towards Asa. At this time, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the Catter Orc tribe were using all their strength to deal with the thrice berserk Loreton. The experts of the House of Menlo were firmly protecting the patriarch, Adam Menlo. Only Light Grand Magus Ferguson was nearby. As Asa dodged in fear, Ferguson suddenly turned around and chanted a radiant protection spell. A ball of sparkling white light tightly wrapped around Asa. Seeing that his entire body was protected by the radiant protection spell, Asa suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to release another bolt of lightning to protect himself, he suddenly cried out, "Mr. Ferguson, be careful!" The Demon Slayer edge that had been shooting towards Asa suddenly changed direction when it reached him, rapidly stabbing towards Ferguson, who had just released the radiant protection spell. At the same time, Han Shuo also changed direction, coldly staring at Ferguson as he flew, not even sparing Asa a glance. Ferguson suddenly realized that Han Shuo's attack on Asa was just a pretense to get him to help. He finally understood that Han Shuo's true target wasn't Asa at all. He had been scheming against him from start to finish. After Ferguson understood this fact, a layer of deep fear suddenly enveloped his heart. He hastily chanted the radiant protection spell, tightly wrapping his entire body. Clang, clang, clang. The demon's layer edge bombarded Ferguson's body, emitting a pleasant metallic sound. Layers of cracks appeared on the radiant protection. Ferguson hastily mobilized his mental strength to fuse with the element of light, doing his utmost to repair the cracks on the radiant protection. Haha, old fart, I already warned you when you chased me last time, but you still attacked and almost killed me in the river. You didn't think that this day would come, did you? You just released a radiant glory spell that consumed mental strength, so your mental strength is already exhausted. Let's see how long you can last with the next 2 radiant protection spells. Han Shuo approached like a ghost, the demon's layer edge sinking into Han Shuo's body. Han Shuo frantically circulated his demonic yuan and condensed it into 2 fists. Han Shuo laughed in a low voice as he unceremoniously swung his iron fists, fiercely pounding on the radiant protection ball of light. The violent bombardment was as loud as the beating of a drum. The protection of light rapidly cracked under the bombardment. The Light Grand Magus of the Church of Light, Ferguson, almost had the urge to vomit blood. He had never felt such a lack of the element of light as he did at this moment. He had overdrawn his mental strength to condense it. A deep fear was branded into Ferguson's heart as Han Shuo's fists bombarded him. Only now did Ferguson realize how sinister Han Shuo's schemes were. He finally understood why Han Shuo still needed to release the canopy of necromancy to summon so many dark creatures even with him, a Light Grand Magus. It turned out that Han Shuo had schemed against him from the very beginning and treated him as his true target. All of this was because he had joined forces with Maxine to attack by the river last time. Han Shuo had expended a great deal of mental strength to release the Radiant Glory spell, then feigned an attack on Asa so that he could once again use the Radiant Protection spell that consumed a great deal of mental strength. Only then did Han Shuo truly close in on Asa. Han Shuo had similarly wasted a great deal of mental strength to cast the canopy of necromancy and summon the enormous dark creatures. However, apart from being a mage, Han Shuo was also a close combat expert who knew how to use strange martial arts. Although his mental strength was similarly consumed, he could still use martial arts to attack. If all of this had been within Han Shuo's calculations from the beginning, then this person's sinister schemes and precise calculations were beyond imagination. Ferguson had never been as afraid of a person as he was at this moment. You still dare to chase me? Damn it! Who the hell do you think you are? You can decide my life and death, you old fart. You only know how to protect your own. I'll make it so that you won't be able to chase me in the future. As he cursed, Han Shuo bombarded the Radiant Protection spell. Under the double blows to his soul and body, Ferguson finally couldn't take it anymore. A large mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth onto the Radiant Protection spell. The sparkling white Radiant Protection was dyed red with blood, and the cracks grew larger and larger. Florida, what the hell are you still chasing for? Your grandpa is about to be beaten to death. On the other side, Asa continuously chanted lightning spells to bombard Han Shuo. But Han Shuo kept changing his position to avoid them. Fist after fist bombarded the Radiant Protection spell without pause. Seeing that Ferguson was already vomiting blood, Asa finally couldn't help but curse loudly. A thrice berserker couldn't maintain his berserk state for too long. Lorton had already turned to escape. On the other side, Florida was about to give chase with all his might when he heard Asa's curses. He couldn't help but look back in panic when he heard Asa's curses. Goodbye, old fart. Under Florida's gaze, Han Shuo smirked and smashed his fist onto the cracked Radiant Protection. The Radiant Protection had long since been overwhelmed and shattered in a ball of purple light. A blood-stained Ferguson suddenly appeared and powerlessly fell to the ground. He was obviously dead. Kiki, cackling crazily, Han Shuo flew higher and higher, swaggering away under Florida's murderous gaze. Chapter 265. Han Shuo left the valley and immediately hid in a pile of thick bushes, using his consciousness to contact the Earth Elite Zombie's little skull. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A thin white light flickered in and out of existence under the illumination of the moonlight. It sped through the mountain valley like the wind and quickly landed next to Han Shuo. It was the little skeleton wielding the bone dagger. The little skeleton's 7 bone spurs returned to its back as it carried the bone dagger leisurely, like a child playing in a garden. It didn't take the chaotic battle in the valley seriously at all. It was obvious that it was at ease. As Han Shuo's consciousness connected, Han Shuo felt the Earth Elite Zombie swim towards his feet from the depths of the valley. 10 seconds later, the earth beneath Han Shuo's feet loosened and the silly Earth Elite Zombie drilled out. "Where are they?" Han Shuo hurriedly asked when he saw the Earth Elite Zombie come over. The Earth Elite Zombie was stunned and thought for a while rubbing his head. He once again dove into the ground and moved towards Tanai. However, the Earth Elite Zombie's speed was a bit slower this time. Han Shuo focused his eyes and noticed that the Earth Elite Zombie had just drilled out of the ground, had split open a tunnel wide enough for one person to pass through. It looked like the Earth Elite Zombie had immediately dropped everything and tunneled into the ground after being summoned by Han Shuo. He obviously didn't care about the safety of Trunks and the others. After listening to Han Shuo's question, the Earth Elite Zombie finally realized that he was the one leading the way. Therefore, he began to use his talent to dig another tunnel on the way back and forth. The Earth Elite Zombie could freely swim in the depths of the earth, but the others didn't have this miraculous talent. Therefore, a tunnel leading to this place was necessary. When the Earth Elite Zombie used his advantage as a favored child of the earth to start digging a tunnel to the valley, his speed obviously wasn't as fast as traversing the earth alone. The 3 demons were in the distance. One of them was following the leader of the Cairo mercenary band, Loritan. Loritan's body had returned to its second berserk state, and he was leading a group of Cairo mercenary band experts in fleeing towards the Valley of Sunshine. After the fierce battle in the valley, the Cairo mercenary band had suffered great losses. 10 of their experts had been killed, which made Loritan furious to the extreme. However, Loritan understood that it was impossible for the Cairo mercenary band to win outside the Valley of Sunshine, so he planned to return to the Valley of Sunshine with all his might and take revenge later. The other demon was still in the mountain valley. Due to the light Grand Magus Ferguson being beaten to death by Han Shuo, Florida had received a great deal of shock. He was currently hugging Ferguson's corpse and bawling his eyes out, completely forgetting to continue leading his men in pursuit of Loritan. Ferguson had doted on his grandson the most and had paved a bright path for his growth. It was because of Ferguson's identity in the Church of Light that Florida had the confidence to compete with Loritan for the position of ruler of the Valley of Sunshine. However, this grandfather who had protected and educated him since he was young had suddenly been beaten to death by Han Shuo. It was hard to say if he would still be able to borrow the power of the Church of Light in the future. To Florida, his grandfather's death was something he couldn't bear emotionally on one hand, but it was also related to his own practical benefits on the other. With the two working together, this ruthless and scheming Rainbow Sickle mercenary band leader couldn't help but sob bitterly. Not far from Florida, a group of people from the House of Menlo had heavily surrounded the wounded patriarch Adam Menlo. Under Han Shuo's shocking attack, Adam Menlo had first used all his fighting aura to defend himself, but was then firmly wrapped up by the golden-winged rock and managed to escape death. However, although he had escaped death, his companion of dozens of years, the golden-winged rock, wasn't so lucky. The golden-winged rock had almost been turned bald by the little skull's bone knife. More than half of the golden feathers on its wings had been severed. When facing Han Shuo's shocking attack, the golden-winged rock had instinctively protected Adam Menlo. His enormous body had suffered a heavy blow and his injuries were extremely serious. At this moment, Adam Menlo's mood was extremely dispirited and also extremely angry. Trembling, he touched the bald and blood-stained wings of the golden-winged rock and roared furiously, "I want to kill him, I must kill him." The small powers that had been hiding around Tanai had seen the shocking changes that had happened to Tanai. Han Shuo's violent actions tonight had already been branded into their minds, causing the name of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to resound. Because of Han Shuo's actions tonight, it was clear that he had an extremely close relationship with the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. No one dared to underestimate the strength of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Han Shuo used the three demons to observe the surroundings. After a while, the Earth Elite Zombie once again leapt out of the ground. This time, the Earth Elite Zombie tugged on Han Shuo's sleeve and pointed at the underground tunnel, looking as if he was waiting for a commendation. Patting the Earth Elite Zombie's shoulder, Han Shuo smiled and said, "Well done, you did the right thing this time." "What did you do the right thing?" Trunks followed up and jumped out of the tunnel, chuckling as he asked. When Trunks jumped out, Gilbert also jumped out of the ground with a large sack on his shoulder. Behind him, Grant and the others all carried sacks on their backs, their faces full of excitement and joy. "How was it?" Han Shuo asked with a smile as he saw the expressions on their faces. He knew that they must have had some gains. It was very difficult to enter inside. Some of the sharp rocks were as sharp as knives. If it wasn't for your help, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to enter at all. We killed a few people from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band in passing, and robbed them of the ores they were mining. We dug up some more and brought it all up here. Trunks seemed to be in an extremely good mood as he chuckled and explained, "It looks like the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band has indeed started to take action with their geographical advantage. Florida actually dared to say that he would kill Loriton, and that the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band had given up on the Mithril mine. How shameless! Oh right, how big is this mine and how much has been mined?" Han Shuo looked down on Florida's solemn assurance and his expression changed as he followed up with a question. Shaking his head, Trunks said helplessly, "I don't know. The places we've come into contact with are limited. We've only been carrying some ores, all raw ores. There seems to be a portion of mithril in them, but we'll need to find someone to verify this time's gains. If the Metal Elite Zombie had refined it, then it would be able to use its innate talent to understand just how big the mine was. With the Metal Elite Zombie's control over metal ores, it wouldn't take long for all the ores in the mine to be gathered together. This mithril mine wouldn't even have a grain of mithril left in a short amount of time. It was a pity that the place of extreme metal was the most difficult to find among the 5 places of extreme metal. It was impossible to refine the Metal Elite Zombie if one couldn't find it for the time being. Otherwise, with the Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shuo wouldn't need to worry about ores at all. With the existence of the Dwarf Tribe and the Metal Elite Zombie's instinctive reaction to ores, he would be able to obtain an unending supply of weapons. After sighing slightly, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that Janet and the bandits were making strange movements. He immediately cursed, "Alright, let's leave this place first. Mountain Tanai is in a mess now, we shouldn't stay here for the time being. Put down the ores on your backs. I'll put them into my space ring." Han Shuo pointed at Gilbert and the others as he urged them. Among the group, only Trunks had a space ring on his finger. The rest of the mercenaries, including Grant, all used the bags on their waists. Space rings were notoriously expensive. It was only natural that these mercenaries didn't have enough gold coins to buy a space ring. However, when Han Shuo gave the order, Grant and the others didn't immediately move. Instead, they cast their gazes at Trunks, seemingly waiting for him to express his stance. Listen to him. In the future, his orders are my orders. Remember this. Trunks had a stern expression as he cautiously instructed Grant and the others. Understood. With Han Shuo's orders, Grant and the others felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They immediately became much more relaxed. They hastily untied the large sack on their backs and placed it in front of Han Shuo. Such a large sack was filled with gravel of all sizes. The weight wasn't something an ordinary person could bear. Even for these mercenaries, carrying it all the way back to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was a painful task. White lights flashed and the sacks of all sizes disappeared into Han Shuo's space ring. When everything was done, Han Shuo waved his hand and said, "Follow me, we'll intercept Janet on his way back. This time we'll also be bandits and capture Janet." "That's right, I must get to the bottom of this." Trunks immediately recalled Annie's matter when he heard Han Shuo mention Janet. His originally joyful mood was instantly filled with sorrow as he shouted with a sullen face. 2 of the 3 demons returned. One of them closely followed Janet's group of bandits, constantly paying attention to their movements. Under Han Shuo's command, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band took a shortcut to intercept Janet. However, they suddenly discovered that Janet's group was acting suspiciously, and had actually set up an ambush on the way back to the House of Menlo. From the looks of it, Janet seemed to be planning to take advantage of the House of Menlo's heavy losses to make a deal. Chapter 266. When Janet's group of bandits had concealed themselves and planned to strike the House of Menlo while they were down, she didn't know that she herself had become someone else's prey. Adam Menlo was injured, and the golden-winged rock had transformed into a golden-haired middle-aged man with cuts all over his skin. Under the protection of the House of Menlo elites, he gradually retreated in the direction of the House of Menlo. Arriving at a place covered with lush shrubs and several towering trees, Janet's group, who had long since been lying in ambush, immediately charged out with a battle cry. The old man beside Janet released a wind support spell, Acceleration, which landed on the bandits' bodies. The valiant bandits flew towards the House of Menlo, brandishing their weapons and starting to attack. This was out of Han Shua's expectations. He'd originally thought that Janet was lying in ambush to seize the opportunity to plunder. He hadn't thought that Janet would immediately give the order to kill the House of Menlo when she saw them appear. It looked like her goal this time wasn't to plunder. Adam, you old thing, you deserve your bad luck. You actually dared to plot against me. You must be tired of living. Janet didn't make a move. She shouted in high spirits, her pretty face filled with pride and excitement. Kill them and the House of Menlo will be finished. Let's see if they still dare to cause trouble for us. The bandits shouted loudly as they brandished their weapons and attacked fiercely. The experts of the House of Menlo, who had already suffered heavy losses, were chased into a sorry state. In this trip to the valley, the major powers didn't send out too many people, perhaps because they had a mutual understanding. The House of Menlo originally had a few dozen experts, but after being killed by Lorton's berserk transformation and the ambush of the corpse resurrected by Han Shua, there were only a dozen or so members left. Facing Janet's group of bandits, who were 3 times their number and also had decent strength, it was only natural that they would suffer a loss. Protect my father. Our people are nearby. As long as we return to our territory, these damned bandits won't be able to leave alive, a skinny brown-haired mage shouted as he waved the magic staff in his hand. Sharp spikes suddenly shot out from the ground where Janet and the other bandits were charging. These bandits, who had been buffed by the wind support spell Acceleration, were extremely fast. They didn't care about the changes under their feet at all, and were hit one after another. Some of their ankles were directly pierced through. Damn it, shoot them to death. Janet roared and ordered the archers behind her. Swish! Swish! The sound of arrows piercing through the air rang out as streaks of silvery arrows fell upon the House of Menlo, immediately causing chaos amongst them. Even the Earth Mage who had cast the Earth Spike was affected by the rain of arrows and had no choice but to cast an earth wall for defense. Han Shua could clearly see the battle between Janet and the House of Menlo through the Een Demon. At this time, Han Shua and the others were hiding in the shadows tens of meters away, carefully listening to the intense battle and waiting for Han Shua's orders. Let them fight amongst themselves. I'll have the Earth Elite zombie sneak attack and capture them later. Han Shua wasn't in the least bit anxious as he said leisurely, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. After tonight, the Valley of Sunshine will become even more chaotic. Our Soul Destroyer mercenary band will take advantage of this opportunity to rise. Be careful for now. After my violent actions tonight, I think the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo will deal with us first without a care in the world. With our mercenary band's current strength, we can't contend against any of the powers. Our current hiding place must not be exposed. Han Shua couldn't help but remind Trunks when he saw the desire on his face. Haha, that's good too. Because of your craziness tonight, the name of our Soul Destroyer mercenary band has become famous. As long as our name is known, we won't have to worry about not being able to recruit people. As long as we have money and people, our strength can rapidly improve. When we have enough strength, it will be the death of those traitors in Florida. Trunks said with a cold face. Nodding, Han Shua agreed. That's right. It's time for the Soul Destroyers to show their talents. Han Shua exclaimed softly and said in astonishment, I didn't think that the experts of the House of Menlo would really be waiting outside. It looks like Janet's group's efforts were for naught. He patted the Earth Elite zombie and it abruptly hit underground. Han Shuo turned his head to look at Trunks and said, I suddenly remembered that with him, we don't need your help anymore. You guys return to the group first, I'll catch up to you guys with Janet. You really don't need help? Janet can be the leader of such a large group of bandits, so her own strength can't be too weak. Plus, there's a group of bandits surrounding her. Are you sure you can succeed? Trunks asked in astonishment. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Han Shuo smiled confidently and gave the order to return with Gilbert and Little Skull. He and the Earth Elite Zombie hid in Janet's direction. This night was destined to be chaotic. The experts of the 4 great powers of the Valley of Sunshine had tacitly entered the valley, but they had all set up an ambush outside the valley. As the 4 great powers had all suffered losses in their campaigns against each other, the smaller powers that originally didn't dare to act rashly had long since harbored resentment after being suppressed by the 4 great powers. Add to that the fatal temptation of the Mithril Mine. No one could predict if they would do something crazy. Even though Trunks and the others were very familiar with the terrain of the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo was still worried that they would be in danger on the way. Therefore, he had Gilbert and Little Skull travel with them. At least they could take care of each other along the way. When Han Shuo planned to capture Janet, his mind spun rapidly. He clearly observed Janet's every move based on the Een Demon's observation, thinking of the most appropriate way to act. Quick, chase after them and get rid of them. If we miss this chance, there won't be another one. Janet wielded a huge mace, her petite body as fast as lightning as she chased after the fleeing clansmen of the House of Menlo. There were a few bandits protecting her, but because of Janet's ruckus, the bandits were busy chasing after the experts of the House of Menlo, gradually getting further and further away from her. Through the Een Demon's observation, Han Shuo calmly determined Janet's route of advance. He silently hid behind a large tree, slowly adjusting his breathing and heartbeat. It was as if his entire being had become one with the tree, and no one could discover Han Shuo in the shadows. The Earth Elite Zombie obeyed Han Shuo's orders and quickly shuttled through the ground, closely following Janet. As soon as Han Shuo gave the order, he would immediately move underground to cooperate with Han Shuo. The experts of the House of Menlo rode all kinds of magical beasts, and left the area where Han Shuo was hiding. Behind them, a few bandits on Janet's side waved their weapons and shouted as they chased after them. These people all passed by the large tree that Han Shuo was hiding behind. Gradually, the panting and angry Janet rapidly approached according to the trajectory that Han Shuo had predicted. She raised her mace and cursed loudly. Vulgar words and vulgarities rang out incessantly, without the restraint that a girl should have. Suddenly Han Shuo, who had been hiding all this time, suddenly leaped out like a ghost. He was like a shadow in the darkness, instantly entering Janet's line of sight. Janet, who was cursing incessantly, saw a black shadow suddenly appear from the darkness. She immediately waved her mace in horror and smashed it over. The mace flew over at high speed with a strange whistling sound. Its momentum was extremely shocking. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as an enormous force flowed through the mace and into Janet's body. It was as terrifying as a flash flood. This caused Janet, who was flying at high speed, to uncontrollably stagger backwards. It's you. With one strike, Janet already knew that the newcomer's strength far surpassed hers. When Han Shuo's figure appeared, Janet immediately turned pale with fright and cried out. Seeing that the newcomer was Han Shuo, Janet, who had just seen Han Shuo's strength while hiding in the darkness, knew that her strength was inferior to Han Shuo's. She didn't even think about it and hurriedly retreated. She opened her mouth and yelled, "Men, take him down!" As Janet retreated, she didn't know that the Earth Elite Zombie had already set up an ambush. A pair of arms suddenly stretched out from the ground and accurately grabbed onto Janet's retreating ankles, preventing her from evading. Janet was scared out of her wits, frightened by this sudden turn of events. She trembled and screamed, "Help, what's holding on to me?" It's too late. With a light shout, Han Shuo had already arrived in front of Janet. Then Janet felt her entire body tighten, as if her body didn't belong to her, and she gradually lost all strength. "Let go of her, or you will suffer our vengeance at all costs." The crippled wind archmage Billy quickly floated over with the wind magic haste, glaring angrily at Han Shuo as he shouted, "I need to ask her some questions. I won't take her life, don't worry." Han Shua said to the rapidly approaching Archmage Billy as he carried the unconscious Janet. You promise you won't hurt her? On the other side, Wind Archmage Billy was afraid that Han Shua would kill her, so he yelled at the bandits around him who were also furiously approaching. He stared fixedly at Han Shua as he spoke. Of course I won't take her life. Otherwise she would have died a long time ago. Han Shua nodded in response, then carried Janet and soared into the air, saying at most 3 days, she will definitely return safely. Don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shua gave the Earth Elite zombie the order to retreat. The man and the zombie gradually moved further and further away in the direction of Trunks and the others. Chapter 267. On the way, Han Shua met up with Trunks and the others. They didn't encounter any more mishaps and covertly returned to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. After a night of hard work, the group was clearly a bit tired. However, Trunks had waited for so many years and obviously didn't want to waste even a moment. Some of the original Rainbow Sickle mercenary band members also stared at Han Shua with sparkling eyes. You guys actually captured Janet too? Annie, who had been woken up from her sleep, was making a ruckus along the way. However, when she saw the unconscious Janet with her head drooped, her expression suddenly changed. Patting Janet's cheek, Han Shua's magical yuan flowed into her body. Just as he was about to wake the unconscious Janet up, he suddenly furrowed his brows in surprise. Making a soft S sound, Han Shua's large hand pressed against the back of Janet's neck. 5 strands of magical yuan wandered through Janet's body like gossamer threads. He suddenly discovered that Janet's body structure was different from that of an ordinary person. Her meridians were much fewer than those of an ordinary person, but she had dozens more bones. Scoundrel, you actually took advantage of Janet. Annie cursed angrily when she saw Han Shua's large hand on Janet's back. What's wrong? Trunks waited for Han Shua to wake Janet up, but couldn't help but ask when he saw Han Shua's puzzled face and Janet still hadn't woken up after a long time. This Janet is a bit different. Her body structure is very different from that of an ordinary person. Han Shua was truly astonished. He used his magical yuan to circle around Janet's body a few more times, and was sure that her body was indeed no different from that of an ordinary person. However, the composition of her bones and meridians was indeed different. There's such a strange thing? Trunks was startled. He stared at Janet for a few moments and nodded. It's her without a doubt. I've known her for a few years. This must be Janet. How can her body be different from an ordinary person's? There's no mistake. Her body is absolutely different from ours. I can guarantee that this Janet is a bit strange, Han Shua said with certainty. Then, he suddenly remembered the last time he fought with Janet. Even after her dark green fighting aura had dissipated, she still had the ability to make his arm tremble. He was a little puzzled. When Han Shua told him about Janet's strangeness, Trunks was taken aback at first, and then he said, I know a little about this matter. Before Janet cultivated fighting aura, she was already very powerful. It is said that she showed this when she was young. Suddenly, Han Shua recalled Fanny's evaluation of him and couldn't help but exclaim, yes, I know what's going on. This Janet should have the legendary body of divine favor favored by the gods. Since her birth, her body structure has been different from ordinary people. The reason why Han Shua was able to progress so quickly was entirely due to the effect of cultivating demonic arts. She was mistakenly believed by Fanny to have the body of divine favor. At that time, Han Shua felt that Fanny's theory about the body of divine favor was not credible. But now that he understood Janet's body structure, he realized that there were indeed some magical things on this strange continent. Oh my god, this female bandit actually has the body of divine favor. Legend has it that those with the body of divine favor will become top experts. I didn't expect to meet one. Trunks was also a little shocked as he looked at the unconscious Janet in disbelief. Are you afraid now? Hurry up and let us go, or else Janet will not forgive you in the future. Annie clenched her small fist and shook it at Trunks with a threatening tone. Shaking his head, Han Shua smiled and said, so what if she has the body of divine favor? She's still caught by me in the end. Wake up. After removing the restriction on Janet's body, Han Shua patted Janet's face and said softly with a smile. #%%. As soon as she woke up, Janet didn't say a word and started cursing at Han Shua. Such a pretty girl spouting vulgarities gave Han Shua a very strange feeling. I'll leave it to you. She can only move her mouth now. Han Shua stood up with a wry smile, patted Trunks on the shoulder, and walked outside. As soon as Han Shua left the cave, Odysseus and the others also tactfully walked out, leaving Trunks and some of his former comrades behind to interrogate Janet about Annie's past. Brian, long time no see. Let's have a few drinks tonight. Odysseus immediately suggested to Han Shua with a smile as soon as he came out. At night, the place was still covered in thick fog, but for some reason, the thick fog that originally shrouded the area gradually dissipated at night, and the bright moonlight just happened to shine down. Because it was already late at night, the other mercenaries who stayed here were basically asleep. After a busy night, Odysseus and the others were a little tired, so they sat down in the training field one by one. All right. With nothing to do, Han Shua casually sat down cross-legged and looked at Odysseus and the others with Gilbert. He took out the fine wine that the dwarfs had brewed and handed it to Gordon and the others. Even the water adept mage Aphrodite and the female elven archer Nia didn't refuse Han Shua's good intentions. They took a few small sips of the wine and spoke to the full moon about their inner wishes and aspirations. I want to become a great swordmaster. I'll let others know my name sooner or later. Gordon, who had already advanced to senior swordsman, gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine and said heroically, I also want to diligently practice magic and become an archmage as soon as possible. As long as I can advance to archmage, I can receive a title of nobility in any country and become a superior noble. Water adept mage Aphrodite had a faint smile on her lips as she softly spoke of her aspirations. Right, Brian, what are your wishes? Odysseus turned his head to look at Han Shua and asked. Greater strength as well as money, power, and beauties. Han Shua lay lazily on the training field, his two hands folded behind his neck as he looked up at the sky and spoke crisply. Odysseus, Brian, you're so direct. Haha, isn't life all about these things? Although your wishes are different, don't they all revolve around the same things? Han Shua turned his head to glance playfully at Odysseus and said with a smile, Haha, that's true. Odysseus thought for a moment and nodded. Han Shua and the others drank and chatted. After a long time, Trunks walked out of the cave alone and sat down next to Han Shua. He picked up the wineskin that Odysseus had carelessly tossed on the ground, tilted his head back and gulped it down. There was still more than half of the bag of fine wine pouring into Trunks' mouth. When there was not a single drop of wine left in the bag, Trunks suddenly threw it high up into the sky. With red eyes, he said in a deep, choked voice, I must kill Florida and butcher Gustav, as well as Kasi Empire's Bradley Pillon. Bradley Pillon was the younger brother of the king of Kasi Empire, Brad Pillon, and a Grand Duke of Kasi Empire. His territory was Caesar City, which was only separated from Valen City by the Kurlan mountain range. In Kasi Empire, he was a great noble who was second only to one but above tens of thousands, wielding enormous power. The chief of the Griffin Legion, Bob Asher, had betrayed Lancelot Empire and sought refuge with him. This person was the city lord of Caesar City, and Kasi Empire's king was his older brother. One could well imagine how powerful he was. With Trunks' current strength, it was basically impossible for him to deal with such an important figure. Patting Trunks on the shoulder, Han Shua consoled, Don't worry, I will help you. Nothing is impossible. Trunks fiercely punched the ground. He didn't use any fighting aura at all, but when his fist landed on the hard rock, the skin on the back of his hand cracked and blood gushed out. He roared like a trapped beast, These damned beasts, I will make them pay the price. Janet, with a cold expression, suddenly walked out from inside. She looked at Trunks, whose veins were faintly visible on his forehead, and said, For Annie, I will also kill them. Grant, blindfold her and escort her out of here. Trunks turned his head to sweep a glance at Janet and suddenly shouted. The burly Grant walked out from the cave carrying Annie. Grant's eyes were red and swollen as he looked pitifully at the unconscious Annie. He said in a choked voice, Chief, what about Miss Annie? Annie is only intimate with me. Believe me, I can protect her from harm. She will remember what happened in the past sooner or later if she's with you. I'm afraid she will remember. Don't say any more. Take her away and help me take good care of her. Trunks suddenly spoke, interrupting Janet's remaining words and saying resolutely. Janet nodded and didn't say anything else. She took the initiative to let Grant help her blindfold, and then slowly climbed up under the lead and escort of Grant and the others. All right, you will definitely be able to take revenge, I promise you. Han Shua once again patted Trunks on the shoulder and said solemnly with a gloomy face. Although Trunks and Janet didn't explain, Han Shua could more or less guess what had happened to Annie from their expressions. Trunks, who treated Annie like his own sister, naturally couldn't let this kind of hatred go unavenged. Chapter 268. That night, Trunks drank without end, his eyes red and sobbing incessantly. Han Shua wanted to say a few words of comfort, but it was to no avail. He seemed to have completely forgotten about the people and things around him, drowning in his pain and unable to extricate himself. That night, Han Shua took out 3 of the remaining 5 rebirth pills, 1 for Odysseus, Gordon, and Aphrodite, and the other 2 for Trunks and Emily. At noon, Han Shua left the Soul Destroyer mercenary band and headed to the Valley of Sunshine alone. The fierce battle outside didn't affect the merchants of the Tanai of the glorious Sun Valley. They had woken up early and were still busy, completely unaware of what had happened last night. When Han Shua arrived at the fence, a few members of the Cairo mercenary band recognized Han Shua and respectfully welcomed Han Shua inside. Looking around, Han Shua discovered that the merchants of the Valley of Sunshine hadn't changed much, but the Cairo mercenary band soldiers were much more serious than usual, walking up and down the streets at a much higher frequency. Along the way, everyone from the Cairo mercenary band who met Han Shua respectfully nodded at Han Shua in greeting. It looked like they already knew about Han Shua's assistance yesterday. Last time in the glorious Sun Tanai, Han Shua had obtained many precious herbs from the old orc's shop. Now that he'd arrived in the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shua headed straight for the old orc's shop. The owner of the shop recognized Han Shua. When he saw Han Shua appear, the old orc who had been lying lazily inside hastily stood up with a wide grin and warmly welcomed Han Shua inside, saying, "Long time no see, haha, what have you taken fancy this time?" Han Shua's eyes sparkled with pleasant surprise as he scanned the store. He hurriedly picked up a dozen or so plants and placed them in front of the old orc, chuckling, "I want all of these things. Name a price?" Apart from the dragonfly fruit, arctic grass, and gold marrow grass that he'd seen last time, he'd also discovered a 9-jade flower this time. He was truly overjoyed, thinking that this store could indeed surprise him. The 9-jade flower had 9 petals, and they were sparkling and translucent like jade, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Using the 9-jade flower and a few other spirit herbs, one could refine a vitality-repairing pill to treat internal injuries. Among them, the 9-jade flower was the main ingredient, and it was very difficult to find. "Just give me a price." After experiencing Han Shua's generosity last time, the old orc seemed to have realized something and spoke very casually with a smile. It was easy to imagine how happy Han Shua was to be able to collect so many precious spirit herbs. He took out 2 heavy bags of gold coins from his space ring and carelessly tossed them in front of the old orc, saying with a smile, "How about 1,000 gold coins?" "Haha, what a generous young man, thank you very much." The old orc suddenly grabbed the 2 bags of gold coins and grinned from his happiness. His mouth was so wide that it seemed as if he was about to eat someone. "It's you again." Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the door. Cecilia, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, walked in leisurely, her bright eyes looking at Han Shua, and she immediately called out. Cecilia was wearing a dark purple dress, and her soft long hair casually draped over her shoulders. 2 thin middle-aged men followed behind her, their gazes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. When he turned around and saw Cecilia, Han Shua also felt a bit surprised. He nodded indifferently at her, gathered the herbs on the table, and was about to leave the shop. "Hi, beautiful lady, it's nice to see you again. What would you like to order this time?" Cecilia seemed to be a regular customer. When she walked into the shop, the old orc also grinned widely and came over to greet her warmly. "He's already bought all the things I wanted. Damn it, he's one step ahead of me again." Cecilia frowned at Han Shua and shouted with some anger, The old orc didn't know what to say and spread his hands, indicating that he had no choice. When Han Shuo was about to leave the shop, he suddenly thought of something and abruptly stopped at the door. He turned around and looked at Cecilia, saying, "Tell me where Emily is, and I'll let you take one of the herbs I have." When the disappointed Cecilia heard Han Shuo's words, her expression immediately brightened. She looked at Han Shuo and said, "Then take out the herbs you just collected." Nodding his head, Han Shuo took out the herbs he had spent 1,000 gold coins to collect and laid them out one by one. He pointed at the herbs on the table and said, "You can take one. I want this one." Cecilia pointed at the 9 jade flower and shouted softly. The corner of his mouth twitched. Han Shuo weighed the pros and cons and suddenly said coldly, "This one won't do, the deal is off. The higher-ups of the Dark Mantle should know of Emily's whereabouts." Even if he didn't go through Cecilia, Han Shuo could still ask Candide for help. In addition, it wasn't a big deal that Han Shuo wanted to know Emily's whereabouts. He only wanted to use the rebirth pill in his possession to help her be reborn, so he wasn't in a hurry. However, the 9 jade flower could only be found by chance and not sought. It was extremely important to Han Shuo. With the 9 jade flower as the main ingredient, he could completely refine a cauldron of soul-repairing pills. Comparing the two, Han Shuo immediately went back on his words. Cecilia, who had already reached out to take the 9 jade flower, choked when she heard Han Shuo's, "The deal is off." She stood there in a daze for a while and frowned unhappily at Han Shuo, saying, "You're going back on your word. I didn't promise you anything, so it doesn't count as going back on my word. Apart from this herb, I can let you take 2 of the others if you're willing." Han Shuo first put the 9 jade flower into his space ring, then shrugged his shoulders and said to Cecilia as if nothing had happened. Cecilia stared blankly at Han Shuo for a while with her bright eyes, then nodded fiercely after a while, saying, "Stingy fellow." After taking the 2 stalks of extreme frost grass, Cecilia glared at Han Shuo before replying, "Emily and I have completed our mission and should have already returned to Awesome City. The person that Emily holds in such high esteem is actually so stingy. I really don't know why she would think so highly of you." "That has nothing to do with you." Han Shuo chuckled, feeling much more at ease after learning of Emily's whereabouts. He thought to himself that he was about to return to Awesome City, and that she would likely take the initiative to look for him when the time came. It wouldn't be too late to use the rebirth pill to help her cleanse her marrow at that time. You 3 aren't allowed to move, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite." Suddenly, a dozen or so mercenaries from the Cairo mercenary band fiercely surrounded the old orc's shop and aimed several crossbows at Cecilia and the other 2. "What are you doing? Is this how the Cairo mercenary band treats merchants?" Cecilia's face was filled with anger as she looked coldly at the mercenary at the very front. "We've always been friendly to merchants, but you didn't enter through normal means. Otherwise, we would have a record of you. Come with us." The mercenary at the front stared unceremoniously at Cecilia and said coldly. It looked like Cecilia and the other 2 hadn't entered through the fences and had most likely used some other way. Normally, the Cairo mercenary band wouldn't have discovered them, but after last night's bitter battle, the Cairo mercenary band was now on high alert. Everyone was cautious, so it was no wonder that they'd discovered the anomaly. "Mr. Brian, be careful and come from there." The mercenary at the front treated Han Shuo in a completely different manner from how he treated Cecilia. His tone was respectful, sincere, and even a few traces of fawning. "Mr. Brian, our chief knows that you're in the Valley of Sunshine and said that he'll come see you in a moment. As long as you wait a bit, the chief will immediately come see you after he's finished dealing with Tanai. He'll give you the gold coins that he promised you last night, so please wait a bit." Another mercenary bowed respectfully towards Han Shuo and pleaded, "What's going on here?" Cecilia looked at Han Shuo suspiciously, thinking that this fellow was only a Dark Mantle envoy of the Dark Mantle. How could the hot-tempered and arrogant Loritan allow someone to treat him in such a friendly manner? She really couldn't figure it out. Loritan was famous for being arrogant and difficult to provoke, yet this fellow could make Loritan treat him so respectfully. Strange, truly strange. "Hey, we're together, you must be mistaken." Cecilia's mind spun and she suddenly walked to Han Shuo's side with a smile, patting Han Shuo's shoulder as if they were very close. Han Shuo blanked and glanced sideways at Cecilia. He was about to say something with a cold expression when he heard Cecilia say in a low voice, "We have a mission. We're both members of the Dark Mantle, so if you dare to watch us die, I'll definitely complain to that old fellow Candide when I get back." "Hehe, you must be mistaken." Cecilia stood shoulder to shoulder with Han Shuo and suddenly relaxed. They're my friends. I promise that they won't do anything to harm the interests of your mercenary band. I'll go to my shop later. If your chief comes, I'll let him know." Han Shuo smiled faintly and nodded at the mercenaries. He then maliciously hugged Cecilia's waist, making a very ambiguous gesture. Cecilia's slender waist was plump and firm. The thin dress couldn't hide the astonishing elasticity. Han Shuo couldn't help but praise inwardly when he hugged her like this. Not only was this woman beautiful, even her figure was so seductive. So that's how it is. The mercenary suddenly understood and apologized to Cecilia. "I'm sorry, I didn't know about your relationship with Mr. Brian. I've been impolite. Let's go, there's nothing else here. We'll go to other places and take a look. Don't let go of any suspicious people." The mercenary bowed respectfully to Han Shuo and shouted before leaving with the group of people in front of the door. Chapter 269. Turning her head, Cecilia glared at Han Shuo with her eyes wide open. She said coldly, "Let go of me." Laughing awkwardly, Han Shuo withdrew his hand and walked away, pretending that nothing had happened. He said carelessly, "I meant well. Hehe, the Valley of Sunshine has been quite chaotic lately, you'd better be careful." "Don't worry about me, you despicable fellow," Cecilia said hatefully and rudely. How could such a despicable fellow be valued by Loriton? How strange. Han Shuo didn't pay any more attention to Cecilia and strode off, heading straight for the shop with the place of extreme water. He arrived 10 minutes later. Nothing had changed since they'd left. Apart from a few rooms filled with dust, the formation hadn't changed at all. The rich water chi in the place of extreme water was still the same. It looked like no one had lived here after they'd left. The materials needed to refine the water elite zombie were still a bit lacking, and were currently being collected by Phoebe. Han Shuo knew that he wasn't in a hurry, so he casually sat down on a chair in the middle of the yard after walking around and waited for Loriton's arrival. When it was afternoon, Han Shuo, who had been studying a scroll of magic, suddenly put it away and narrowed his eyes as he looked towards the door. After a while, the boorish and strong bald man Loriton walked in alone with the sound of footsteps. Loriton's complexion wasn't too good, appearing a bit pale. His eyes were swollen and bloodshot, looking like he hadn't slept all night. "Thank you so much for last night." Loriton raised his spirits and forced a smile when he saw Han Shuo. The Cairo mercenary band had suffered heavy losses last night, and even Vice Chief Harris was still gravely injured. In order to prevent the three great powers from taking advantage of this opportunity to stir up trouble, Loriton had spent the entire night gathering all the experts of the Cairo mercenary band in the Valley of Sunshine. He was being extremely cautious. "Hehe, Mr. Loriton and I can be considered friends. The Church of Light in Florida have a grudge against me, so it's only natural that I help you." Han Shuo was still lazily lying on the chair, his two hands tapping on the chair's handle unintentionally. He had a relaxed smile on his face and didn't mention the last time he left without saying goodbye. Loriton didn't pursue the matter. He took out a land deed and a crystal card from his space ring, and placed them on the stone table in front of Han Shuo. With a stern expression he said, "This is the land deed for this shop and an ownerless crystal card worth 10,000 gold coins. In addition, while the Cairo mercenary band is in charge of the Valley of Sunshine, I will allow the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to openly recruit experts anywhere in the Valley of Sunshine." These three things were what Loriton had agreed to yesterday, and were also the conditions for Han Shuo to help Loriton. If it wasn't for Han Shuo appearing out of nowhere to stir things up during the bitter battle last night, Loriton's group would probably have had a hard time leaving the valley alive. Loriton was a straightforward person, straightforwardly showing off his rewards as soon as he arrived. Smiling and nodding, Han Shuo stored the land deed, gold coins and crystal card into his space ring. He looked at Loriton and said, "Last night I killed Ferguson and heavily injured Adam Menlo. The grudge between them and I can no longer be resolved. Now that we have a common enemy, I'm afraid there will be many opportunities for us to cooperate in the future. Of course, I admit that I've always underestimated you. Only someone who can kill Ferguson and heavily injure Adam Menlo is qualified to truly cooperate with me, Lorton. As long as the Soul Destroyer mercenary band cooperates with me in this power struggle in the Valley of Sunshine, I guarantee that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band will have great development. Lorton looked at Han Shuo with sparkling eyes, as if he knew the true relationship between Han Shuo and the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Trunks will discuss this with you. I'm only his friend and have no right to decide on the matters of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Han Shuo stared blankly and said indifferently, Heh, as far as I know, the relationship between you and the Soul Destroyer mercenary band shouldn't be that simple. Lorton grinned and continued, how about this? I'll use gold coins to hire the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to help me deal with the other powers. What do you think? You can discuss this matter with Trunks, heh, Han Shuo said with a lazy smile. He then lightly exhaled and said, oh right, I just had a friend who may not have entered the Valley of Sunshine through the proper channels. I hope you won't find trouble with her for my sake. No problem. Lorton immediately agreed and didn't ask any further questions. He then thought for a moment and stared deeply at Han Shuo, saying in a low voice, you killed Ferguson and even used a terrifying corpse resurrection spell. I think that no matter how magnanimous the Church of Light is, they won't let you off. You're on your own now. Since I dared to kill him, I'm not afraid of their revenge. You can rest assured about this. In addition, we'll have the opportunity to cooperate in dealing with Florida. Oh right, I'm afraid that the House of Menlo will also be added to the mix. When the time comes, if I want to make a move, perhaps I'll look for you. Then you'd better act quickly. If you're slow, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Thick killing intent overflowed from Lorton's bloodshot eyes. After last night's suffocation, it looked like Lorton intended to retaliate. With the strength of the Cairo mercenary band, if Lorton disregarded everything and launched a bloody revenge, it would definitely be extremely tragic. Then I wish you good luck. Han Shuo didn't say anything else. After saying this, his eyes seemed to be leisurely basking in the sun. Seeing Han Shuo like this, Lorton knew that he no longer had any interest in talking. He nodded tactfully and said, all right then, I still have matters to attend to. Goodbye. Take care, I won't see you out. Han Shuo replied with his eyes closed. Not long after Lorton left, Han Shuo suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the roof. He said faintly, since you've come, why don't you come down? There was no sign of life, as if Han Shuo was talking to himself. His face darkening, Han Shuo said unhappily, Lady Cecilia, do you want me to invite you down? The area finally reacted when he said this. Cecilia's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air on the empty roof illuminated by the sunlight. She looked at Han Shuo with a face full of surprise and exclaimed softly, even Lorton didn't discover me. How did you discover me? All right, tell me what you're doing here. Could it be that your mission this time has something to do with Lorton? Han Shuo didn't answer Cecilia's question and went straight to the point. Han Shuo had stopped talking with Lorton when he discovered Cecilia's arrival. Therefore, Cecilia had no idea what Han Shuo and Lorton were talking about. Tell me, how did you know I was up there? Cecilia looked down at Han Shuo from above and spoke with the tone of a superior asking a subordinate. I'm sorry, you have no right to know. Even Lord Candide, who's in charge of me, doesn't have the right to ask about my secrets. Not to mention, you're not in charge of me. In addition, my place doesn't welcome you, so please leave. Cecilia's attitude displeased Han Shuo the most. When he saw her arrogant attitude, he immediately chased her away. You dare speak to me like this? Cecilia was greatly shocked. She pointed at Han Shuo, her delicate body trembling with anger. It seemed that no one had ever treated her so rudely before. She was clearly shocked and angry to the extreme. She stomped her foot fiercely and said angrily, I'm not leaving. Let's see what you can do to me. At this moment, a distant call came from the dark forest into Han Shuo's heart. This call from the depths of his heart was like the cheering of his closest family member. Han Shuo only stared blankly for a moment before reacting with great joy. He understood that the Wood Elite Zombie in the Holy Land of Forest Troll had already been completed. He was currently using his own blood essence to call out to it. If you're not leaving, then I'll leave. Han Shuo couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to Cecilia. He immediately stood up and hurriedly left the shop. He closed the door behind him and headed straight for the outside of the Valley of Sunshine. You've gone too far, you've gone too far. A mere moon emissary actually dares to be so arrogant. Cecilia yelled furiously when she saw that Han Shuo had left without hesitation, as if avoiding a god of plague. It seemed that she had been greatly agitated. No one stopped Han Shuo when he left the Valley of Sunshine. The members of the Cairo mercenary band all nodded their heads in a friendly manner, displaying the utmost respect. An expert who could kill a light Grand Magus and heavily injure the patriarch of the House of Menlo, as well as lend a helping hand to their Cairo mercenary band. This kind of character immediately won the Cairo mercenary band's favor. They felt a strong sense of respect and gratitude towards Han Shuo. As soon as he left the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo immediately flew forward, fully utilizing the art of the demonic ninth heavens. It only took him 15 minutes to arrive at the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Trunks had fallen into a drunken stupor. Han Shuo had planned to give him some time to remold him, but now that the Wood Elite zombie had awakened, Han Shuo didn't have the time to continue waiting. Han Shuo didn't care that Trunks was sleep-talking and directly rushed to the cave he was in. He casually picked up a bag of wine that had been scattered on the ground and poured the rebirth pill into Trunks' stomach. Firmly holding the struggling Trunks in place, Han Shuo forcibly used his magical yuan to help Trunks refine the rebirth pill in his lower abdomen. He walked out and said to Grant, "Send him to the toilet. He'll end up like Odysseus and the others. You guys keep a good eye on him." Understood. Grant didn't know what was going on, but he understood that Han Shuo wouldn't harm Trunks. He nodded in agreement. "Gilbert, you stay in the mountain for now. Tanai will help Trunks. I'll come find you if I need anything. Don't give him any trouble." After instructing the dark dragon, Han Shuo impatiently flew out of the valley and hurried towards the dark forest. Chapter 270. The Dark Forest, the Holy Land of the Forest Troll. Under the scorching sun, a streak of rainbow light streaked across the sky, like a flying arrow tracing the passage of time. It didn't make any sound as it rapidly fell into the Holy Land of the Forest Troll. After 4 months, the originally lush and luxuriant place of Extreme Wood had undergone earth-shattering changes. All of the towering ancient trees had withered as far as the eye could see. There wasn't a trace of green life in the withered shrubs and weeds on the ground. The originally lush and luxuriant place of Extreme Wood no longer had a single green leaf. Plants didn't grow on the ground, revealing dry and hard soil. It was a scene of desertification as far as the eye could see. Due to the formation and the existence of the Wood Elite zombie, the yuan energy of Earth that had originally swirled around the entire area had all gathered towards the Wood Elite zombie in the center of the formation. The yuan energy of the plants that had absorbed a large amount of yuan energy of wood had flowed into his body under the influence of the Wood Elite zombie's energy, causing the plants to wither. Landing on the ground, Han Shuo used the Een demon's vision to see some forest trolls stationed in the distance. They were probably there to protect this holy land. An intimate call came from the roots of the largest withered tree. The Wood Elite zombie, who had Han Shuo's blood essence in his body, had already sensed Han Shuo's arrival based on the connection between the two. "Come out." Han Shuo followed the secret method and shot out rays of black light into the area where the Wood Elite zombie was hidden. Rumble, the ground trembled, and the withered old tree suddenly exploded. After the tree fragments flew in all directions, the roots revealed a dark cave. Inside was where the old tree's roots were buried. With a whoosh sound, a green shadow leaped out from the dark cave. The Wood Elite zombie was covered in green armor. This green armor seemed to be formed from tree trunks, sparkling with a faint green light. The Wood Elite zombie was tall and skinny, looking like a tree branch. His oily green eyes were filled with joy as he stared at Han Shuo. Following the Wood Elite zombie's appearance, a thick mist of yuan energy of wood followed. The yuan energy that had been tightly bound and absorbed by the Wood Elite zombie gradually dispersed bit by bit, injecting a fresh breath into the desertified area. Han Shuo understood that following the Wood Elite zombie's departure, the place of Extreme Wood would slowly return to normal. The withered plants here could also blossom with vitality again. In less than a year, the place of extreme wood would be able to return to its original lush state. After chanting an incantation, the little skeleton and the Earth Elite zombie appeared at the same time. When the little skeleton saw the Wood Elite zombie appear, he immediately walked in front of the Wood Elite zombie with his head held high. He hopped on his heels and patted the Wood Elite zombie's shoulder, as if he was a general inspecting his soldiers. Surprisingly, the Wood Elite zombie seemed to be a bit afraid of the little skull. His oily green eyes sparkled, and he took the initiative to bend his knees to make it easier for the little skull to pat his shoulder. The simple-minded Earth Elite zombie walked to the Wood Elite zombie's side and foolishly touched the Wood Elite zombie's shoulder, wanting to express his sympathy like the little skull. However, the Wood Elite zombie glared at him with his green eyes. The Earth Elite zombie was dumbfounded for a moment, withdrawing his right hand from the Wood Elite zombie's shoulder and patting his own left shoulder in the end. It was a bit comical. "Let's go, let me see what you've mastered." Han Shuo turned his head to look at the Wood Elite zombie, then started walking outside. After walking for a while, they left the place of extreme wood and arrived at a forest by the river. As soon as he arrived, the green light in the Wood Elite zombie's green eyes grew unceasingly. The trees around him danced in the wind. The branches of the towering ancient trees were as soft as ribbons, following the green light in the Wood Elite zombie's eyes like snakes. All the plants around Han Shuo seemed to be under his control, either dancing in the wind or growing rapidly. The Wood Elite zombie, on the other hand, was like a performance, disappearing as soon as he leaned against a large tree. Han Shuo had long since known that the Wood Elite zombie could manipulate plants. Then a thought struck Han Shuo as he thought of the Druid Caspian's special ability. He felt that there were many similarities between the two, and couldn't help but feel a bit strange. With the Wood Elite zombie's existence, Han Shuo's strength would increase again when he entered the dark forest in the future. In the incomparably dense dark forest, the Wood Elite zombie was like a specter, able to control the plants of the dark forest at will. He could simply lean against a large tree and enter the trunk. If he attacked, no one would be able to catch him. If he retreated, no one would be able to catch him. Not bad, not bad. Alright, you three, go back. After watching for a while, Han Shuo nodded and left a dark seal on the Wood Elite zombie, sending the three back to the other dimension. It's been 3 months. I wonder why the Fire Elite zombie still hasn't recovered. Forget it, I'll leave for now. He'll probably summon me when he's better. Han Shuo thought for a bit and returned to the Cemetery of Death. He didn't plan on exploring the place of extreme fire. After all, the Lord of the Flames was in the place of extreme fire. He shouldn't recklessly charge in if he wasn't confident. After returning to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to leave immediately. He once again walked deeper into the Cemetery of Death. The previous few times, Han Shuo had been obstructed at the entrance of the lower level, because his mental strength wasn't enough. Now that Han Shuo felt that his strength had greatly improved, he decided to try again. He easily made his way through the passageway to the first level. When he reached the second level, Han Shuo tried to force his way through the invisible barrier. An inexplicable force abruptly pierced into Han Shuo's mind, and a heart-wrenching pain instantly spread. It was as if a whirlpool of sharp blades had appeared out of thin air. Han Shuo felt as if he was being pulled by the whirlpool of sharp blades, and was being pulled into an endless abyss. It was a good thing that Han Shuo's willpower was now extremely tenacious. Despite the pain of being cut into pieces, he still gritted his teeth and gathered his mental strength. He circulated his magical yuan and forced his way in. With a crisp crack, Han Shuo's entire body fell down. Suddenly, the eye of darkness in Han Shuo's hand shot out a glaring green light. Under the illumination of the glaring green light, Han Shuo discovered that he had landed in the center of an oval altar. Under the illumination of the glaring green light, the entire altar was suddenly enveloped in a green halo. An enormous and strange force converged towards Han Shuo from the corners of the altar. These green lights were like ribbons, all pouring into the eye of darkness in Han Shuo's hand. A mysterious force flowed along Han Shuo's palm, flooding into Han Shuo's mind like a flash flood. My child, to be able to enter the second floor means that you have at least the mental strength of an archmage. Then, let go of everything and accept this mental strength that will assist you in your growth. It will allow you to have the mental strength of a grand magus. The dark shadow that Han Shuo had seen on the first floor slowly appeared above the altar and spoke calmly. Han Shuo was overjoyed. He instantly sat down and opened up his mind, allowing the mysterious force to enter. As soon as this force entered Han Shuo's mind, it directly merged with Han Shuo's mental strength. It mysteriously blended together, giving Han Shuo an extremely comfortable and wonderful feeling. The pain from before had long since disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Han Shuo felt as if he was bathing in warm water with the radiance of the sun, enjoying the moisturization of the fine water under the sunlight. The entire second floor of the altar was enveloped by balls of green light, slowly converging into the Eye of Darkness in Han Shuo's hand. With the Eye of Darkness as the center, the enormous clear power merged into Han Shuo's mental strength, rapidly changing in his mind that had been strengthened by demonic magic. This process continued for an unknown amount of time. Han Shuo had forgotten everything and was immersed in the wonderful feeling of controlling everything with his mental strength. He didn't even know his own existence. Child, necromancy is the most miraculous and powerful magic in the world, but some people do not allow its existence. You, as the orthodox successor of ancient necromancy, have the responsibility to spread the mysteries of necromancy to the world, and tell the world of the glory that necromancy once had. When the canopy of necromancy shrouds the earth, causing the tremors of necromancers to spread to every corner, allowing the evil light of necromancy to spread. This is the heavy responsibility that you should bear. You cannot avoid it and you cannot refuse it. As the strange power flowed in, the shadow's voice was slowly filled with a bewitching power. As Han Shuo's mental strength continued to increase, another force suddenly erupted, attempting to invade Han Shuo's soul, and cause Han Shuo's soul to fall into eternal evil. This force carried the power to forcefully alter one's soul. Once it fused with one's soul, Han Shuo would become the most devout believer of evil, forever under the control of some evil god. Arg! Han Shuo threw his head back and let out a long howl, his demonic yuan circulating wildly. With the demonic infant as the center, another surge of energy surged and spread violently, reaching his brain in an instant. It clashed with the imprint that was trying to invade Han Shuo's soul. No. Han Shuo's eyes were crimson red as he roared, panting heavily. His tenacious willpower came into play as he circulated his demonic yuan to its peak, forming layers of obstructions in his mind, as he fought against the imprint of the evil god. In Han Shuo's mind, it was as if a mountain torrent had erupted. With Han Shuo's demonic infant as the main source of power, it desperately resisted this soul-invading force. During this process, Han Shuo was in so much pain that he hovered between life and death. He roared and rolled around in the center of the altar, but the green light from the Eye of Darkness grew brighter and brighter. Chapter 271. Roar. On the oval-shaped altar in the second level of the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo let out a heart-wrenching roar. His entire body was shrouded in a dense green light, and his head in particular had a jade-like luster. It was so green that it looked like the most magnificent emerald. During this process, Han Shuo's mental strength was still growing at a crazy rate. However, the evil god's imprint that came from an unknown place wanted to invade the depths of Han Shuo's soul, and make Han Shuo have an undying belief in the evil god. This was a soul imprint, just like the one that Han Shuo had planted on the Little Skull Earth Elite zombie. Once the soul imprint was planted, Han Shuo would no longer have a sense of self. This was absolutely not what Han Shuo wanted. Even though his mind felt like it was being sliced by 1,000 knives, Han Shuo still persevered with his eyes wide open. He roared like a madman, trying to relieve the pressure of the pain through this method. However, as the green light on the altar grew brighter, the power of the evil god's imprint grew stronger and stronger. In a trance, the figure of a 3,000-meter-tall giant appeared in Han Shuo's mind. The giant's pitch-black body shrouded the entire horizon. Its green eyes were like two enormous crescent moons, looking down on the weak ant-like beings with a disdainful gaze. An enormous pressure filled the space between heaven and earth, causing Han Shuo to be unable to breathe. That endless aura carried an aura of eternity, like the Milky Way and stars that had existed for hundreds of millions of years. Submit, there will be no pain, and you will obtain eternal life. A spiritual imprint suddenly rushed into Han Shua's mind, repeatedly tempting Han Shua. It seemed that as long as he let go of his soul and accepted this imprint, he would no longer feel pain and would have endless life. No, Han Shua howled mournfully as he clutched his head with both hands and rolled on the ground. Suddenly, the demon's lair edge hidden within Han Shua's body abruptly released a terrifying killing intent. The negative emotions of fear, hatred, and destruction converged into a wave of energy and instantly surged into the demon infant's defenses. The demon's lair edge within Han Shua's body shrunk into a streak of light, carrying with it all the energy in Han Shua's body, and suddenly bombarded the 3,000-meter-tall giant in his mind. Pipa, the crisp sound of glass shattering rang clearly in Han Shua's mind. The 3,000-meter-tall giant that had appeared in his trance shattered into specks of starlight and abruptly converged within the demon's lair edge. In just an instant, the heart-wrenching pain receded like a receding tide, and the crazy growth of the mental energy in his brain abruptly stopped. The green light screen above the entire altar also disappeared without a trace. The Eye of Darkness was no longer in Han Shua's hand. In its place was a skeletal staff with a green handle and 3 skulls at the top. The skeletal staff was 1 meter and 30 centimeters long, and its entire body was made of a beautiful green jade-like material. The 3 skulls didn't look like human skulls, and were respectively yellow, blue, and purple in color. The yellow skull had 3 eye holes, the blue skull had a single horn, and the purple skull was covered with finger-sized holes. Although the 3 skulls had strange shapes, they were only the size of a fist, and each looked more sinister and evil than the last. The 3 skulls perfectly fused with the handle of the staff, facing 3 different directions at the back of the staff's head. Slowly, Han Shua's panting gradually calmed down, and he actually fainted, collapsing on the ground and not moving. However, when Han Shua fainted, the 3 skulls of different shapes and colors on the skeletal staff in his hand simultaneously shot out 3 rays of yellow, blue, and purple light. The 3 rays of light were like ribbons, landing at the corners of Han Shua's mouth and nostrils. Due to the heart-wrenching pain, Han Shua couldn't endure the blood flowing out of the corners of his mouth and nostrils. The wisps of boiling blood were guided by the power of the 3 rays of light, dripping into the 3 skulls of different colors. As Han Shua's blood flowed into the 3 skulls, the 3 skulls grew brighter and brighter. Finally, the blood from Han Shua's nostrils and mouth was absorbed by the 3 skulls. The radiant light from the skeletal staff slowly dissipated, and the skeletal staff also returned to normal. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shua slowly regained consciousness. His entire body was sore and powerless, and his meridians and bones seemed to have been shattered. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt. On the contrary, his brain, which had experienced the pain of the explosion, felt very comfortable and clear. When Han Shua lowered his head, he saw the skeletal staff. Han Shua was shocked, his eyes filled with confusion. He had no idea where the skeletal staff had come from. And where's the Eye of Darkness? In the next moment, Han Shua discovered that the Eye of Darkness that had been in his hand had disappeared, causing him to turn pale with fright. The Eye of Darkness was a tool used to enter and exit the cemetery of death. Once the Eye of Darkness disappeared, the only way to leave the cemetery of death under the boundary was through the transportation matrix. This would be very troublesome. Suddenly, Han Shua glanced at the skeletal staff. He discovered that the emerald green color of the skeletal staff was very similar to the Eye of Darkness, and felt a very familiar feeling when he held it in his hand. With a thought, Han Shua tried to use the skeletal staff in the same way he had used the Eye of Darkness. A green halo then shot out from the handle of the skeletal staff. Han Shua immediately understood what was going on when he saw that familiar halo. After staring at the skeletal staff for a while, Han Shua became more and more amazed the more he looked at it. However, when he recalled the incident of the evil god invading his soul, Han Shua first stored the skeletal staff into his space ring with lingering fear. He didn't dare to test the effects of the skeletal staff when his magical yuan was exhausted and his body was extremely weak. Closing his eyes, Han Shua carefully recalled everything that had happened before he fainted. He couldn't help but rejoice, thinking that this cemetery of death was indeed not simple. When the evil god's imprint invaded his soul, the image of the giant that had appeared was something that Han Shua had never dared to imagine. Han Shuo was certain that the image of the giant was the appearance of the evil god. Han Shuo completely understood what the evil god's imprint wanted to do to him. This caused Han Shuo, who had finally escaped from the cleansing of his soul, to be more cautious of this cemetery of death. In the next moment, Han Shuo suddenly recalled the words of the shadow. Let go of everything and accept this mental strength that will help you grow. It will let you possess the mental strength to become a grand magus. The ecstatic Han Shuo immediately released an ordinary skeletal summoning spell. 8 ordinary skeletal warriors immediately appeared above the altar. Feeling the smoothness and vastness of his mental strength, Han Shuo was overjoyed and immediately understood that his mental strength had received an astonishing increase. The same necromancy magic would have different effects depending on the strength of the mental strength. Generally speaking, the same magic could be divided into 5 levels according to the strength of the mental strength. Take the simplest skeletal summoning spell as an example. A magic apprentice that had just entered the Hall of Magic would have an extremely weak mental strength, and could only summon 1 skeletal warrior when releasing the skeletal summoning spell. However, when a journeyman mage used it, due to the great increase in their mental strength, they would be able to release the 2nd level skeletal summoning spell and summon 2 skeletal warriors at once. This time Han Shuo was able to summon 8 skeletal warriors at once. This meant that Han Shuo's skeletal summoning spell had already reached the 4th level. This was sufficient proof that Han Shuo's mental strength had received an astonishing increase. According to the understanding of necromancy magic books, Han Shuo understood that only a grand magus mental strength could reach the 4th level of the skeletal summoning spell. It's actually true. My mental strength has reached the level of a grand magus in an instant. Although this cemetery of death is strange, there are truly some miraculous places. Han Shuo was wild with joy. Although his body was still very weak, he still couldn't help but laugh loudly. Struggling to sit up, Han Shuo's eyes sparkled as he looked around. He discovered that apart from the oval-shaped altar in the center, the space of the 2nd floor was half the size of the 1st floor. The surroundings were completely empty, and there were no other special items. There were also no secret rooms to store any items. The altar beneath Han Shuo was the center of the entire 2nd floor. A mysterious magic matrix had been set up. This magic matrix alone occupied the entire 2nd floor. Apart from this, there were no other items. It seemed that this 2nd floor was for the purpose of cleansing the soul and instilling that powerful mental strength. After resting for a while, Han Shuo walked out of the 2nd floor of the cemetery of death. He sat cross-legged in front of the magic matrix in the center and slowly gathered his depleted magical yuan, slowly recovering his lost strength. After around 5 days, Han Shuo let out a long sigh of relief. He murmured in high spirits, "The invasion of this evil god's soul is quite useful. Not only did it allow my mental strength to break through to the level of a grand magus, but even my demonic arts have greatly improved." Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to leave. He stayed in the cemetery of death and immersed himself in the study of necromancy magic. Although he had the mental strength of a grand magus, some necromancy magic still needed to be practiced one by one. Fortunately, Han Shuo had absorbed the memories of Archmage Clarendon last time. When he truly began to learn Archmage-level magic, Han Shuo's memories played a great role. Neglecting sleep and food, Han Shuo practiced necromancy magic in the cemetery of death, as if he was possessed. He repeatedly released every Archmage-level necromancy magic, and only stopped when his mental strength was completely exhausted every day. Every time he meditated, his mental strength would increase by a small margin. After 10 days, Han Shuo had skillfully used several of the necromancy magic that Claude had mastered. However, there were 2 new necromancy magic recorded in the necromancy magic that he had obtained from the cemetery of death. Han Shuo understood that it would be difficult to master them in a short period of time. Therefore, he didn't waste any more time and left the cemetery of death through the transportation matrix. Chapter 272. Lancelot Empire, Asen City, Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Master Fanny, you're becoming more and more beautiful. Adept Mage Jean praised sincerely as he gazed at Fanny in the necromancy training field. Yes, Master Fanny, what's going on? Can you tell us how you did it? Lisa looked at Fanny enviously and asked in a sweet voice, Master Fanny, just what kind of herb did you use? Please tell us. Yes, yes, I beg you. The surrounding necromancy girls all surrounded Fanny and chattered incessantly. For women, it was likely that what they cared about the most was their own beauty. Just like how forest troll loved to plunder, it was also a woman's nature to love beauty. No woman was an exception. How many times have I said it? There really isn't any secret recipe. It's just a natural change that happens when one's mood is comfortable. Don't make a fuss about it. Fanny explained helplessly. Although she understood that the students wouldn't believe her, she could only say it this way. After taking a rebirth pill, Fanny's entire being had been reborn. Her spirit, energy, and spirit had all been greatly improved. When she meditated, her mental strength progressed twice as fast as usual. Her mind also seemed to suddenly become clear, and magical knowledge that had previously felt difficult to understand no longer seemed so frightening. Fanny's skin became as smooth as a newborn baby's, filled with a faint white luster. Her cheeks were rosy and tender, as if she were a porcelain doll that had been exquisitely carved, sparkling and translucent, giving off a kind of unreal beauty. This kind of miraculous change had taken place over the course of 10 days. All the surrounding teachers and students had witnessed it. Even Fanny herself didn't believe that it was a natural change. Because of this, many female teachers had asked Fanny for advice. Even Dean Emma had asked what was going on. Only Fanny herself knew that this was all because of Han Shua's nirvana pill. When Fanny asked for leave for 3 days and had diarrhea for 3 days, she secretly complained about Han Shua's prank. But 3 days later, when Fanny looked at herself in the mirror, she was stunned on the spot. She stared blankly at the mirror for dozens of seconds before she reacted with wild joy. She exclaimed, Brian, oh Brian, you're such an annoying and adorable enemy. Teacher Fanny, Xion shouted from the other side. Fanny was startled and looked at Jean in astonishment. Master Jean, what's wrong? Class is over. I've noticed that Teacher Fanny likes to be absent-minded recently. You're often in a daze for no reason. Jean had been talking to Fanny during this period of time, and often found that Fanny was ignoring him. Every time this happened, Jean would notice that Fanny was in a daze, her eyes overflowing with the light of longing. Oh, class is over. Hehe. Thank you for the reminder. Fanny replied apologetically. She raised her voice to instruct the students and walked towards the laboratory alone. That damned guy, he said he would come find me in 3 days. It's been almost 20 days and he still hasn't appeared. I'm often in a daze. I'm about to die from anger. Fanny clenched her teeth angrily as she walked towards the laboratory with her head down. Bam! Fanny, who wasn't focused on walking, suddenly bumped into someone. I'm sorry. As soon as Fanny reacted, she hurriedly apologized without even raising her head. But when Fanny raised her head to look, she suddenly froze and then flew into a rage. She immediately punched and cursed, damn it, you still know to come back. It's already been 20 days, don't you know that others will be worried? How could you be willing to die and come back? As she yelled and cursed, she fiercely hit the chest of Han Shua, who had an evil smile on his face. Fanny seemed to want to vent her emotions as she continuously described Han Shua's excesses. Towards the end, her voice gradually became a bit strange, and there were even signs of tears. Han Shua, who originally had a trace of playfulness, immediately hugged Fanny and leaped behind a large tree when he heard that Fanny's voice was strange and heard footsteps approaching. He hurriedly moved towards Fanny's fragrant lips and kissed her passionately. Ugh! Fanny's incessant cursing stopped abruptly and turned into a long moan. Her 2 hands were still desperately hammering Han Shua's chest, but her fragrant lips passionately responded. This was a secluded path that led to Fanny's laboratory. There were rows of ancient trees around it. When Han Shua heard the footsteps approaching, he knew that someone might be approaching. He was afraid that someone would discover them, so he hurriedly hugged Fanny and hid behind the tree. When Fanny fiercely responded, Han Shua felt as if he was immersed in a beautiful dream. The wonderful feeling spread from the contact of their lips to the depths of Han Shua's heart. This greatly reduced Han Shua's vigilance, and he relaxed his body and mind, completely immersed in it. After a while, Fanny stopped hammering Han Shua and wrapped her slender hands around Han Shua's neck like a snake. She stood on her tiptoes and passionately kissed Han Shua. completely forgetting everything around them and forgetting that they were outside. After an indeterminate amount of time, Fanny struggled to push Han Shuo away when she was almost out of breath. She rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and pouted coquettishly, "You deserve to die 1,000, 10,000 times over. Why do you never keep your promise?" Fanny covered her mouth and exclaimed softly as soon as she finished speaking. Her cheeks instantly flushed red as she looked behind Han Shuo and cried out in surprise. Turning his head to look, he saw Lisa holding a magic tome and Jean standing next to her. Both of them were staring blankly at him with heartbroken gazes. "Master Jean, it's immoral to peek at someone else being intimate." Han Shuo was still relatively calm, and didn't let go of Fanny as he slowly turned to look at Jean with displeasure. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that Lisa's knowledge of magic isn't clear and I don't quite understand it either. That's why we came together to find Master Fanny to clear my doubts. I really accidentally saw it." Jean's face was exceedingly ugly, but he still stammered out an explanation under Han Shuo's displeased gaze. Because of the effects of the rebirth pill, Fanny's understanding of some difficult magic had already far surpassed Jean's. Due to the great changes in her family, Lisa was suddenly eager to learn and always seized every opportunity to learn magic. The two of them had been about to ask Fanny about a magic topic when they heard panting and came over to take a look. They hadn't thought that they would see such a scene that they shouldn't have. Who would have thought that you'd really be together with Master Fanny? Master Fanny, Brian, I hate you," Lisa said angrily and turned to run away sobbing. "Master Fanny, I wish you all the best." Jean was older after all and could still hold on. He said these words in a low, pained voice and also turned to leave, his back a bit forlorn. "Brian, go talk to Lisa. I know she's interested in you, but I'm afraid she can't take the blow." Fanny sighed lightly when she saw the situation unfold and said to Han Shuo. Shaking his head, Han Shuo said lowly, "Forget it. It's not appropriate for us to find her at this time. Give her some time, she's much stronger than you think. Let's go. I'll give you your credentials to prove that you've successfully graduated as an adept mage from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force." Fanny thought for a moment and didn't say much. She allowed Han Shuo to carry her to her lab and handed a notebook with a magical imprint to Han Shuo. "Keep an eye on Lisa for the next 2 days. I think she'll be able to come around." After experiencing such a matter, Han Shuo temporarily didn't have the mood to be intimate with Fanny. He put away the notebook and said to Fanny, "Brian, you're leaving again?" Fanny started and suddenly hugged Han Shuo tightly. She lifted her head to look at Han Shuo and said unwillingly, "I've already officially graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Now that something like this has happened, I don't think I can appear in the academy for the time being in order to not make Lisa even more upset." Han Shuo also wanted to spend a bit more time with Fanny, but could only helplessly give up after thinking for a moment. "Then where should I go if I want to find you? I don't want you to disappear for a few months without any news of you." Fanny frowned and hugged Han Shuo tightly, not letting him move. It seemed that she was insisting on Han Shuo giving her an answer. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo said with a headache, "It looks like I really need to find a mansion in the Empire. How about this? I'll give you my address in 7 days at most. I promise I won't disappear for too long this time." "All right. Oh, that's right, my father might come to Awesome City in the near future. I want you to meet him at that time." Fanny nodded. Her cheeks flushed red as she lowered her head and said softly. Han Shuo stared blankly, thinking that his relationship with Phoebe and Emily was still there. If Fanny or her father found out, something big might happen. However, Han Shuo couldn't refuse at this time. He braced himself and said, "All right, I'll meet him at that time. Forget it, things will eventually sort themselves out. I can only take one step at a time." Han Shuo thought inwardly and said, "All right, I'll be leaving first." "That's right, thank you for the pill. That pill was too miraculous. Do you have any more? I want to eat a few more." Before Han Shuo left, Fanny's eyes suddenly lit up as she said excitedly, "This kind of pill is too precious. I only got one, just one is enough. There's no benefit in eating more." Han Shuo was sweating profusely. He was afraid that Fanny wouldn't listen to his advice and hurriedly left. Chapter 273. After leaving the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Han Shuo directly went to Lawrence's house to find Lawrence. The two of them walked towards the northern city guard together. Asin City was divided into 4 parts: north, south, east, and west. Each part had a huge city gate, and an independent city guard responsible for the order and security of the local area. When they arrived at a castle in the northern city guard, Lawrence said, "Although we're 10 days late, I think there shouldn't be any problems." The castle occupied an extremely large area and was completely built with sturdy rocks. There were a few armored soldiers in front of the castle who were in charge of recruiting new soldiers. Some tall and sturdy commoners were currently being inspected. When Lawrence brought Han Shuo over, Lawrence proudly said, "He's an adept mage who just graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. This time he plans to join your magic army." A lackadaisical officer was lazily lying on a chair with his legs crossed, casually eating a plate of fruit. When he heard Lawrence's voice, he hurriedly stood up and smiled flatteringly at Lawrence. "Greetings, young Master Lawrence." Lawrence nodded and pointed at Han Shuo, saying, "He's my friend. He plans to join the Northern City Guard's magic army. We'll follow the proper procedures. He's actually an adept mage." The military officer was startled and his expression immediately became much more respectful. He looked at Han Shuo and said, "Can I see your identification?" On the profound continent, swordsmen, knights, and mages were the 3 most common professions. Among them, swordsmen had the lowest status, knights had a slightly higher status, and the rarest were the mages. For a country, a mage of the same rank could bring greater benefits to an army. Take an adept mage as an example. Whether it was a swordsman or a knight, at the level of a senior swordsman or a knight, no matter how strong a person was, he could only kill a few people in one move. However, if an adept mage released a spell with great destructive power, he could instantly kill tens or even hundreds of soldiers. The higher the rank of a mage, the more powerful the spell released. For a mage at the level of a sacred magus, a forbidden spell released could even destroy a city and kill tens of thousands of soldiers in a short period of time. It was precisely because mages possessed large-scale destructive magic that they were very useful to an army. Therefore, compared to swordsmen and knights, mages naturally had a higher status. Generally speaking, a magus who had reached the level of an archmage could be conferred the title of a noble in any country and have their own territory. Mages at the level of Grand Magus and Sacred Magus would be fought over no matter which country they were in. The king could even provide these powerful mages with any conditions they needed, such as wealth, status, and beauties. They could choose whatever they wanted. When he heard that Han Shuo was an adept mage who had graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, the officer's attitude immediately changed. For so many years, the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force had been the most outstanding academy in the Lancelot Empire. It had produced far too many talents for the empire. Many of the strongest people in various fields had graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Of course, Han Shuo took out the evidence that Fanny had given him from his space ring and handed it to the officer. When he noticed the space ring that Han Shuo was wearing, the officer was slightly startled. An adept mage who possessed a space ring was certainly not an ordinary person. Therefore, the officer was even more respectful. He took Han Shuo's document and gave it to Han Shuo with both hands, saying sincerely, "No problem, our Northern Guard welcomes you to join us. You will become a member of the Northern Guard's magic department. Please follow me, I will help you with the documents." "I'll go with you." Lawrence smiled faintly at Han Shuo and followed Han Shuo into the castle. The officer seemed to recognize Lawrence and didn't stop him from following. The 3 demons circled around the castle in advance. Han Shuo discovered that the castle was divided into several parts. The rooms at the bottom were for ordinary soldiers, which could probably house close to 1,000 soldiers. The second floor was for ordinary officers, while the third floor was for high-ranking generals and the members of the magic department. Han Shuo noticed that there seemed to be a storehouse for weapons and rations underground. Although this castle was within Asin City, its defenses weren't weak. There were soldiers stationed in every direction on the 10-meter-tall walls, and there were also some heavy weapons for defense. There were even 3 magic towers. This was the headquarters of the Northern Guard, but most of the soldiers were scattered outside. The scattered Northern Guard was divided into 3 parts. The majority of them were training in a dense forest, another was responsible for defending the Northern Gate, and another was responsible for patrolling the northern part of the city to prevent private fights from happening within the city. Before coming here, Han Shuo had already understood the relationship between Lawrence and the highest commander of the Northern Guard, Count Boris Karlin, so he wasn't worried in the slightest. The military power of the Lancelot Empire was in the hands of the nobles. For example, Lawrence's uncle Boris Karlin was a count of the empire. The Karlin family was also considered a large family in the Lancelot Empire. Lawrence's father in name E.V. Karlin was Boris Karlin's older brother, and was a marquis of a higher rank. Because of his relationship with Lawrence, E.V. Karlin was the closest to the Emperor's light faction. On one hand, it was because of his relationship with E.V., and on the other hand, it was because Boris Karlin truly possessed extraordinary military talent that he was able to sit in the highest position of the Northern Guard. Lawrence had arranged for Han Shuo to be in the Northern Guard naturally because his uncle was here. The soldiers here knew of the relationship between Lawrence and Boris, so they were so respectful to Lawrence. Even Han Shuo received the same amount of attention. "Oh, my adorable Lawrence, you haven't come to see me in a long time." As they walked towards the 3rd floor of the castle, a 1-meter 80-something tall soldier with a rough appearance and a large beard stood on the stairs and called out to Lawrence from afar. "Hi, my dear uncle, aren't I here now? Haha, you've even brought an outstanding talent with you. Look at how well your nephew treats you." Lawrence smiled all the way as he pulled Han Shuo towards Boris. Boris laughed heartily, his voice extremely resonant. He swept a glance at Han Shuo and said, "This must be the Brian you've mentioned to me many times. Haha, he has such a strong physique, to think that he's actually a magical mage. How incredible!" Due to practicing magic, Han Shuo's height had already reached 1 meter 90 centimeters. His spine was as straight as a javelin, and he naturally gave off an extraordinary aura. Although he was wearing an ordinary magic robe, his figure couldn't be concealed at all. "Greetings, Lord Count Boris. I hope that Lord Count will take good care of me in the future." Han Shuo knew what he was doing and bowed with a smile. "Well said, well said." Boris laughed heartily and turned to the officer leading the way, saying, "Jaronka, help Brian with all the procedures. Lawrence, Brian, come sit in my room for a while." Boris waited for Lawrence and Han Shuo to walk up the stairs before he enthusiastically grabbed Lawrence and Han Shuo and walked straight to the largest and tallest room on the 3rd floor. Along the way, he faced the soldiers outside the city and couldn't help but salute to Boris. Boris's large hands were as coarse as old tree bark. Han Shuo could feel that Boris should be using a heavy weapon. When he heard Lawrence say that Boris was an Earth Rider, Han Shuo had a rough idea in his heart. It was a spacious and bright room made of huge stone. Apart from some simple furniture, there weren't any special luxuries. It seemed that Boris wasn't a person who liked luxury. "All of you are dismissed. Don't let anyone in for the time being." At the entrance, Boris gave an order. 2 senior swordsman-level guards left the entrance without saying a word, and went to a place further away to stand guard. After sitting down in the room, Boris went straight to the point. "Brian, due to your relationship with Lawrence, I won't say too many polite words. Since you've joined the Northern Guard, I will help you obtain a title as soon as possible. Lawrence said that you have boundless potential, and will become a good assistant. I believe in his foresight." "Thank you, Lord Count." Han Shuo nodded and smiled in thanks. "Don't mention it. Helping you is also helping Lawrence and also helping myself. You'll be hanging in the Ministry of Magic for now, and won't have any special position. However, once you make contributions to the Northern Guard, I can help you apply for the title of Baron due to your identity as a mage. In the future, your title will gradually increase according to your contributions." Boris looked at Han Shuo and slowly explained, "Uncle Boris, as long as Brian can quickly obtain the title of Viscount in your Northern Guard, it'll be fine. It won't be easy for me to advance through the Northern Guard. I have my own plans." Lawrence already had plans for Han Shuo's position. With the Northern Guard's power and contributions, it was likely that Han Shuo would only be able to obtain the title of Viscount. After all, even Boris was only using the title of Count. Therefore, it would be too difficult for Han Shuo to continue staying in the Northern Guard. "You brat. Alright, I just happen to have something to do here. If Brian can do it well, your contributions will be recorded and I can help you apply for a title of Baron. Boris first glared at Lawrence before speaking to Han Shuo with a smile. His heart moved. Han Shuo asked with interest, "What is it?" Chapter 274. The Imperial Munitions Factory has recently developed a new type of war chariot that can continuously fire bolts 1,000 meters away. This secret factory is located in the wilderness to the north of the city. It was originally under the protection of our Northern Guard, but on a night half a month ago, a group of assassins suddenly sneaked in and killed the guards of the Northern Guard as well as a dozen or so manufacturers. They also stole the manufacturing blueprints for the war chariot. When His Majesty heard of this, he flew into a rage and gave me a deadline of 1 month to capture these people at all costs and retrieve the manufacturing blueprints for the war chariot. I've been worrying about this matter. If you can be of use in this matter, I guarantee that you will receive the title of Baron. Boris seemed to be extremely worried when he mentioned this matter. His hearty laughter had long since disappeared. Yes, I'm also thinking of a way to deal with this matter. If I can't capture those people within a month and retrieve the manufacturing blueprints for the war chariot, it may affect my uncle's career. Lawrence sighed lightly. He was also a bit worried. To Lawrence, Boris was someone he could rely on. Whether or not he could distinguish himself in the struggle for the throne mainly depended on the strength of those who supported him. Among them, First Prince Charles currently held the most power and also had the most supporters. Lawrence was the weakest because of his identity as an illegitimate child. If even his relatives lost their power, it would definitely affect Lawrence's future position. After thinking for a while with his brows furrowed, Han Shuo opened his mouth and said, "It's been half a month. Could those people have already left the imperial capital? If they have left the imperial capital, trying to capture them would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. That shouldn't be the case." I reported this matter to His Majesty at the first instant. Lord Candide, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, is also paying attention to this matter. The 4 city gates are strictly guarded both openly and secretly, not letting a single suspicious person leave. The culprits shouldn't have been able to leave Asen City yet. Boris had a solemn expression as he spoke in a low voice. "So it's like this. Then did Lord Candide tell you who was responsible for this matter?" Some of the high-ranking officials of the Empire were well aware of the existence of the Dark Mantle. Among them, Candide was the most mysterious and the most difficult to contact. Han Shuo understood the rules of the Dark Mantle. For such a major incident to occur, it must have been done by an enemy nation. It was impossible for the Dark Mantle to not send someone to deal with it. That was why he asked. Boris shook his head with a wry smile. "I only know of Lord Candide's name, but I have never had the opportunity to meet him. This information was also given to me by the higher-ups. They told me to do my best to investigate, but I didn't know who was in charge of this matter." Nodding, Han Shuo smiled faintly and said, "I understand. I'll do my best. I'll go see Lord Candide later and ask him what's going on." Boris was shocked. You know Lord Candide? I forgot to tell you. Brian's other identity is in Dark Mantle." Lawrence explained to Boris and then said in a similarly shocked tone, "Brian, I only know that you're in the Dark Mantle. But don't tell me that you can directly meet that old monster Candide?" "I'm directly responsible to him." Han Shuo nodded with a smile. Lawrence's face was filled with ecstasy when he heard this. His gaze towards Han Shuo was full of excitement. "I didn't think that you'd be doing so well in the Dark Mantle, directly listening to that old monster's orders. It looks like my choice was right." "That's great." Boris was also overjoyed. He looked gratefully at Lawrence and said to Han Shuo, "Then I'll leave this matter to you. As long as you can accomplish this, I'll take care of your Baron title with your adept mage qualifications." "I'll do my best." Han Shuo didn't dare make any promises. After all, he didn't know the specifics of this matter. Although the Dark Mantle's network was incomparably vast, it wasn't omnipotent. "All right, Uncle Boris, Brian is just a nominal member of your magic department anyway. You don't need to arrange anything else for him. He won't come to the Northern Guard if there's nothing important. We'll be leaving first." Lawrence stood up and didn't beat around the bush with this uncle. Getting straight to the point, Don't worry, I know what to do. Helping him is helping you and also helping myself. I know what I'm doing. After learning of Han Shua's identity in the Dark Mantle, Boris naturally wouldn't keep Han Shua in the army to do miscellaneous things. He also understood that Han Shua had come purely to accumulate military merits and would only use the Northern Guard as a springboard for promotion. He definitely wouldn't stay in the Northern Guard for long. After leaving the Northern Guard with Lawrence asked Han Shua, "Are you confident in this matter? This matter concerns my uncle's future. I'll leave it to you. I'll try my best. After all, I don't know the specifics yet," Han Shua replied. Just as he was about to board Lawrence's carriage, he suddenly frowned and said, "Lawrence, be careful on the road." Suddenly startled, Lawrence asked in a low voice without batting an eyelid, "You mean someone wants to kill me? You board the carriage first. I won't leave with you, but I'll protect you in secret." Han Shua nodded, indicating that Lawrence shouldn't act rashly and alert the enemy. "All right, then I'll be leaving first," Lawrence said loudly. With a smile on his face, he walked straight to the carriage as if nothing had happened. As soon as Lawrence boarded the carriage, Han Shua turned and walked towards another street. After walking a few dozen meters, he arrived next to another carriage parked at the corner of the street and said in a low voice, "Chester, why are you here?" Chester, who was dressed as a coachman, turned his head when he heard the familiar voice. He suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Brian, why are you here?" Suddenly, the carriage was lifted by a pair of slender hands. The charming Emily suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed in joy, "Scoundrel, what are you doing here?" It had been a long time since they'd last met, but Emily was still as beautiful as ever. Her long hair was coiled up high, and she wore a long purple dress. She appeared so graceful and luxurious, and there was even a hint of inviolable holiness in her eyes. She was completely different from the flirtatious temperament she'd had when she first met Han Shua. "I went to the Northern Guard to handle some matters. I just saw Chester looking around, so I came to take a look. What are you two doing here?" Han Shua frowned and hurriedly asked. "The Northern Guard lost the blueprint for the war chariot. I'm in charge of this mission, so I sent someone to understand the situation." Emily's relationship with Han Shua allowed her to speak of the mission that should be kept secret without any misgivings. Overjoyed, Han Shua said, "So it's like a fairy. Haha, we're really fated. I'll go to the Dark Mantle stronghold in the northern part of the city tonight. I'll talk to you in detail then. I have some matters to attend to now, see you tonight." After saying this, Han Shua didn't wait for Emily's questions. He nodded at Chester and quickly disappeared into the night. "Lord Brian is becoming more and more mysterious. I heard that he's made a great contribution again, and the Dark Mantle is spreading his deeds." Chester couldn't help but say in admiration when he saw Han Shua disappear in the blink of an eye. "He only knows how to act mysterious. Why isn't that guy back yet? Let's quickly finish up our business and return to the northern stronghold as soon as possible." Emily couldn't wait any longer when she saw Han Shua appear. She inwardly complained about her subordinates who'd gone to the Northern Guard to ask for information. "Be careful, it's not safe on the way back." Sitting in the carriage, Lawrence lifted the curtains and spoke softly to Earth Rider Kino beside him. "Don't worry, we'll definitely protect young Master Lawrence." Kino rode on a warhorse, his silver armor glistening as he held a shining silver spear in his hand. In short, be careful." Lawrence was still relatively calm, but he still repeatedly exhorted. After working with Han Shua in Valen City, Lawrence understood that Han Shua possessed some miraculous abilities. He firmly believed in Han Shua's warnings. With a group of experts in the open led by Kino and the old assassin Lucky as his bodyguards, Lawrence wasn't too worried. In addition, Han Shua had already said that he would protect him in secret before he left. Lawrence was even more confident based on his understanding of Han Shua's strength. After all, he'd truly witnessed Han Shua's frightening strength. When they reached a long alley, a mournful howl suddenly sounded. The ground shook as spikes 2 to 3 meters long abruptly pierced out. Lawrence's carriage and the sturdy warhorses of Kino and the others were all struck by the spikes. Kino's group and Lawrence's warhorses were all shot to death in an instant. It was a good thing that Lawrence and the others were already prepared. The instant the ground shook, they were immediately prepared. They hurriedly jumped off their warhorses and carriages and landed in an area that hadn't been pierced by the spikes. On the roofs of the long alley, several archers released sharp arrows that whistled towards Lawrence and the others. Kino's group of knights tightly surrounded Lawrence and raised their round shields in defense. Polak continued to release the spikes. A black-robed mage stood on a rooftop and yelled in another direction, "I'm Brian of the Northern Guard's magic department. Whoever dares to behave atrociously within my jurisdiction must be tired of living." Han Shuo walked out from that direction with a cold smile on his face. He held a bloody head in his hand. "Polak." The black-robed mage was shocked when he saw the head in Han Shuo's hand and immediately called out. Chapter 275. There were a total of 10 assassins this time, 3 mages, 4 archers and 3 swordsmen. Of the 3 swordsmen, one had the strength of a swordmaster, and the other 2 were senior swordsmen. Apart from the Earth Adept mage that had been killed by Han Shuo, there was also a Space Adept mage, as well as the Black-Cloaked Dark Archmage. The Black-Cloaked mage felt a sudden chill in his heart when he saw Han Shuo appear with Polak's head in his hand. Polak had been right next to him, but he hadn't seen anything before being killed. This meant that the assassin's strength was definitely extraordinary. "Kill this person first." The black-cloaked mage shouted loudly and was about to chant a spell. Suddenly, the large tree next to the black-cloaked mage started to sway strangely. The branches turned into sharp arrows and shot towards him like a peacock spreading its tail. He didn't have time to react before the dozens of branches pierced him like a hedgehog, blood flowing all over his body. The black-cloaked mage's eyes were still wide open even at the moment of his death, as he looked at the tree that had suddenly turned into a murder weapon. He couldn't understand how an ordinary tree could become a murder weapon that could kill without batting an eye. The 2 senior swordsmen dressed in black jumped down from the roof, intending to kill Han Shuo first. The funny thing was that 3 cracks had appeared on the ground where they'd landed. The 3 who'd been about to charge towards Han Shuo were like flies that had walked into a trap. They screamed as they were swallowed by the 3 cracks. The few remaining people were extremely anxious as they watched the strange changes unfold. The assassin with the strength of a swordmaster said in a low voice, "Retreat." The 4 archers and the Space Adept mage felt as if they'd been granted amnesty when they heard the swordmaster's words. They hastily turned around to flee. "You want to leave? Heh, today is my first day on the job. I'm going to use you guys to make a contribution." Han Shuo followed them unhurriedly and said with a smile. The swordsman jumped up and stepped on a small tree next to him. Unexpectedly, the small tree suddenly came to life. A few branches wrapped around the swordsman's ankle like snakes. More branches, like the tentacles of an octopus, slowly flew up and constricted the lower half of the swordsman's body. The swordmaster's face was full of fear as he brandished the long sword in his hand, intending to chop off the soft tree trunk. However, at this moment the old assassin Lucky, who had been hiding in the dark, approached like a ghost, already aiming at the struggling swordmaster. Han Shuo was about to attack, but when he saw Lucky go over, he knew that the swordsman wouldn't be able to escape death. He immediately turned his attention to the 4 archers and the Space Adept mage. "Brian, leave one alive." Lawrence was overjoyed. He had never expected Han Shuo to be so miraculous. Facing so many experts, Han Shuo was still so calm and unruffled. He didn't know what method he had used to toy with his opponents. Someone's killed someone. Close the door, close the door. Although this alley was remote, there were still people living in broad daylight. When they heard Han Shuo's shout, they opened the windows on the side to take a look. A few civilians closed the windows and doors tightly in fear and trepidation, afraid that they would be implicated. A group of cavalry rapidly approached from afar. Han Shuo's ears were sensitive and he had long since heard them clearly. He chuckled lowly as he looked in the direction the 4 archers had fled. His body flashed, and like a stone shot from a catapult, Han Shuo landed in the middle of the 4 archers in the blink of an eye. The demon's lair edge was like a specter, taking away 3 lives in an instant. Grabbing the remaining archer by the neck, Han Shuo lifted the archer up with one hand. The archer was only about 1.70 meters tall. His legs flailed wildly in the air as he looked at Han Shuo in terror, unable to make a complete sound. The pitiful archer's quiver had long since been thrown away, and his arms weren't as long as Han Shua's. Although he struggled with all his might, his arms and legs couldn't reach Han Shua. He looked extremely pathetic and laughable. "Child, be a little more obedient and you'll suffer less." Han Shua grinned as he easily lifted the archer and walked towards Lawrence. Another space adept mage was suddenly shot in the back by a hidden arrow and fell from the roof after running a few steps. The archer who had shot the hidden arrow had come together with the old assassin Lucky. Han Shua had seen this clearly and wasn't surprised that the space mage had been killed. Who is it? Who dares commit murder in the middle of the street? After the matter was over, the cavalry in the distance arrived. The leader of the cavalry was a fully armored officer, and he shouted loudly, "You city guards really can't be counted on." Lawrence shook his head and sighed. He didn't even look at the officer and only looked at Han Shua with appreciation. "Thank you very much, Brian. All right, this person has already fainted from being strangled. Do as you see fit. Remember that I protected you this time. The Dark Mantle will record this merit. In addition, I maintained the security of the northern part of the city and prevented a malicious assassination. The Northern Guard should also record this merit for me." Han Shua was proud of himself. He'd made 2 contributions in one go. What a great deal. "Got it." Lawrence understood and said with a smile, There won't be any danger on the road. I'll take my leave first." Han Shua said and walked out confidently. The officer who was supposed to stop him had already discovered Lawrence's presence. He didn't dare say anything when he saw Lawrence and Han Shua chatting intimately, allowing Han Shua to leave calmly. At the northern stronghold of the Dark Mantle City, Han Shua arrived as promised at night. Emily had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Han Shua appear, she immediately dismissed Chester and warmly chatted with Han Shua. After separating from the Valley of Sunshine, the two told each other about their own situation, all the way to the theft of the Northern Guard's blueprint. "Do you have any leads?" Han Shua asked Emily. "I'm keeping an eye on this matter. I can be sure that those people definitely haven't left Awesome City. That's because the Dark Mantle has been secretly investigating this matter ever since it happened. We've stationed our people at all 4 city gates. The people from other countries have been left behind in the Empire, so it's impossible for them to escape. Recently we've discovered a few groups of suspicious people, but we can't be sure if they're the ones who did it. I'm doing my best to investigate this matter. As long as we can determine which party did it, not a single one of them will be able to escape from our Awesome City. Wait for my news. Although this matter is troublesome, since it happened within Awesome City, the Dark Mantle will definitely handle it appropriately." Emily's expression was solemn as she spoke in a low voice. "Keep these 2 things well. They will definitely be helpful to your strength." Han Shua took out a magic staff with 3 amethysts from ermite cotton, as well as the notebook he had memorized, and gave it to Emily. For me?" Emily felt a bit dizzy when she saw Han Shua give these 2 things to her. Emily was very clear on how valuable these 2 things were. Ermite Cotton's notebook recorded his understanding and feelings towards dark magic. It was a sacred object that no dark mage could ever hope for. There was also the magic staff left behind by Ermite Cotton. The dense dark element on it was extremely frightening. Its value was even more immeasurable. When Han Shua described the instance where he left the notebook, Emily had a faint feeling in her heart. But when Han Shua really gave these 2 priceless items to Emily, she still couldn't believe it. Her heart trembled violently. "That's right. When you obtain these 2 items, she belongs to you. But regarding this magic staff, you have to prepare an excuse to avoid Candid's suspicions." Originally, Han Shua had given the original notebook to Candide, but he had concealed the matter regarding the magic staff. This magic staff of ermite cotton would certainly have an extraordinary effect on dark mages. Han Shua said this to Emily to prevent Candide from having any other thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Emily murmured, "The Dark Star Staff is the magic staff of Archmage Ermite Cotton. The dense dark element on it can help dark mages gather mental strength more quickly. Whether it is training or casting speed, this staff can increase by 5 times. For dark mages, this magic staff is a divine artifact. There is also Ermite Cotton's understanding of dark magic. If I can completely comprehend it, my dark magic will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and reach an even higher level. These two items are simply priceless treasures for dark mages. Don't be so emotional, I know their value. They belong to you now. Han Shuo saw that Emily was ecstatic and hugged Emily's slender waist. Eat this pill. It can make you everlasting youth and allow you to better study dark magic. When Emily heard the words everlasting youth, she was so excited that her heart almost stopped beating. Today, a series of good things had fallen onto her head, especially these astronomical items that were all given out by Han Shuo. This was the first time in her life that Emily was so excited. This was enough to prove her position in Han Shuo's heart. Everlasting youth, everlasting youth. The only thing Emily cared about was her age. She was a bit older than Han Shuo, and this had always been a knot in her heart. Now that there was an everlasting youth medicine, she was willing to pay any price. She muttered to herself in a daze. Eat it. I'll help you dissolve the medicine, Han Shuo said in a low voice. He held onto Emily's slender hand and placed the rebirth pill into Emily's mouth. Without any hesitation, Emily swallowed the rebirth pill with a brilliant light in her eyes. Then with Han Shuo's help, the bones in her body crackled as the rebirth pill slowly changed Emily's constitution. Just like Fanny, Phoebe, and the others, when Emily had the urge to go to the toilet, Han Shuo explained the side effects of the rebirth pill to her, and only then did he feel reassured and leave. At the Buzz Merchant Guild, Han Shuo walked in unhindered. In a remote training field in the Merchant Guild, Phoebe was wearing a pure white warrior's outfit. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail with a thin thread, and she wielded a long sword in her hand. In the training field, Phoebe's body was as fast as lightning, and a series of afterimages were created due to her high speed. Silver sword rays shot out one after another. The sword rays were extremely sharp, and the huge rocks in the surroundings shattered with a pop-off sound. Suddenly, Phoebe seemed to have sensed something. She raised the long sword in her hand, and a spinning cross sword ray shot towards a small tree. With a creak sound, the small tree broke into over 100 pieces. A black light flashed by, and a shadow behind the tree trunk advanced at high speed, passing through the cross sword rays. An enormous killing intent enveloped Phoebe, and a palpitation from the depths of her soul suddenly leapt into Phoebe's heart. In a split second, everything in the surroundings seemed to be bound by the killing intent. Phoebe suddenly felt her body stiffen, and she couldn't move at all. A deep fear arose in her heart. However, after the killing intent surged over, just as it was about to rush towards Phoebe's delicate body, it suddenly dispersed from the two sides of her chest. She actually didn't receive the slightest injury. When she felt her body relax and the killing intent was gone, a smiling Han Shuo appeared in front of her. Congratulations, you actually reached the Great Sword Master realm. For you to reach the Great Sword Master realm so quickly at such a young age, it is really very rare. Han Shuo looked at Phoebe with a smile, and congratulated her. Like a swallow returning to its nest, Phoebe happily threw herself into Han Shuo's embrace. A delicate fragrance mixed with the faint smell of sweat instantly filled Han Shuo's mouth and nose. After Phoebe tightly hugged Han Shuo, she happily said, "Thanks to your Dan. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Look, what's the difference between me and before?" Just like Fanny, Phoebe had been reborn through the rebirth pill. Her skin was so tender and delicate that it would break at the slightest touch. Her beautiful face was so soul-stirring. "You've become a lot more beautiful," Han Shuo sincerely said. "Oh, I'm sweaty, I want to take a bath first." Phoebe lightly pushed Han Shuo away, and shyly walked towards her room. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped, and her voice couldn't be any lighter. "Come with me." Chapter 276. In a luxurious residence on the west side of Asen's city god's palace, the empire's crown prince, Charles, was currently pressing a voluptuous, beautiful woman onto the table. He was vigorously rocking her from behind. The beautiful woman's shining white buttocks were swaying, enjoying Charles's thrusts like a bitch. After a while, Charles's two legs trembled as he let out a loud cry. His entire body softened like cotton, directly lying on the beautiful woman's body as he moaned, "Darling, you're really charming. Your Highness the First Prince, please help me with my younger brother's matter." The beautiful woman didn't move as she laid there. allowing Charles to continue groping her body as she spoke in an affectionate and soft voice. Don't worry, the entire empire will be mine in the future. These small matters naturally aren't a problem. Charles laughed lewdly as he took out a pill from his space ring, planning to swallow it and fight again. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly reverberated in the room. Charles's expression changed as he immediately withdrew the pill and quickly pulled up his pants, hurriedly saying, I have serious matters to attend to, quickly leave. When the beautiful woman heard this, she hurriedly pulled up her skirt that had fallen to her knees and left through the side door without another word, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After the strange voice faded, the extremely tall and skinny Grand Duke Ashburn directly barged in. Looking at Charles, Ashburn unhappily said, You actually still have the mood to be licentious at this time? I'm sorry, uncle. How's the situation? Charles appeared very humble in front of Ashburn. He lowered his head and honestly admitted his mistake as he asked Ashburn in reply. We failed. One of the assassins sent by Shadow Ghost was captured alive while the rest were all killed. Ashburn said in a deep voice with a gloomy face, How could this be? We investigated very clearly beforehand. Even if those assassins couldn't kill him, they shouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. Charles was startled, not understanding how Lawrence did it. Ashburn's mood wasn't good either. Shadow Ghost had suffered disastrous losses and one of their assassins had been captured alive. He was also very worried as he gloomily said, An accident occurred this time. That Brian who caused a ruckus previously seemed to have played an important role. Otherwise, the situation definitely wouldn't be this bad. The boyfriend of the owner of the Buzzed Merchant Guild, Phoebe? How is that possible? He's just an advanced magician. What can he do with his strength? Charles found it hard to believe. He had seen Han Shua in the Northern Rose Garden, and felt that Han Shua's strength was nothing to be afraid of. This person isn't simple. After Aubrey returned from the Buzzed Merchant Guild, his body went cold and hot for a few days and he fell seriously ill. Even with Aubrey's strength, he was still tricked. This shows that he definitely isn't that easy to deal with. This time he came out to stir up trouble again. It seems like we should get rid of him first so that he doesn't get in the way. Duke Ashburn paced back and forth as he thought for a moment before speaking coldly. I'll listen to Uncle's orders. To Charles, this uncle of his was an important support. Ashburn, who held great authority, was extremely important to his throne. In addition to their familial relationship, Charles didn't dare to disobey Ashburn's words. Nodding his head, Ashburn said, Phoebe's master, Sacred Swordmaster of Cross Corel Ascot, came looking for me a while ago. That old fellow has yet to express whether he supports Lawrence or not. It's not advisable to become enemies with him at the moment. That old fellow is rather clear about some of the experts in my hands. Because this Brian has a close relationship with Phoebe, I can't let my people take action. Shadow Ghost has suffered disastrous losses this time. I'm afraid that they won't be able to mobilize experts in a short period of time. Only you can kill him. No problem. A while ago, Great Swordmaster Leah Kane of the Brute Merchant Alliance offended the lightning sacred Magus Renoldila of the Brute Merchant Alliance. He couldn't stay in the Brute Merchant Alliance any longer and fled to our empire. Just so happens that he's relying on me. He'll arrive in 2 days. Currently, no one knows about this matter. If he takes action, this matter will definitely be settled. That madman? Ashburn was startled. He then nodded his head and laughed sinisterly. Then I'm relieved. In the dead of night, in the room of the master of the Buzzed Merchant Alliance, Phoebe, the sound of water splashing could be heard from the depths. Phoebe's cheerful voice was clear and melodious. Is it comfortable? In a spacious bath, steam pervaded the entire room. The bath was filled with flower petals, emitting a faint fragrance. Han Shua was wearing shorts as he lay on the edge of the bath. Phoebe had a light muslin wrapped around her entire body. She sat sideways beside Han Shua and was currently massaging Han Shua's muscles. Han Shua squinted his eyes as he lazily lay there. He said disappointedly, It's comfortable, but it's different from what I imagined. I thought you wanted me to come in with you to do something else with me. Humph. I knew you would let your imagination run wild. Massaging you like this is already good enough. I've never massaged anyone's back or waist before. You should be content. Phoebe's hair was coiled up high. A few strands of messy hair naughtily landed on her fragrant shoulders. The muslin was unable to block the spring scenery, and her fair jade-like skin revealed a natural rosy glow. Before coming here, Han Shuo had already vented on Emily's body. However, it was still unbearably swollen. It was a pity that he had promised Phoebe before coming in that he would absolutely not force himself on her. Therefore, although it was a little uncomfortable, he could only grit his teeth and endure, afraid that Phoebe would really become angry. "Brian, what exactly is that pill you gave me? How could it be so miraculous?" Bai Xiaochun asked. "If we can mass-produce it, our Boost Merchant Alliance will definitely be able to make a huge profit. No woman will be able to resist the temptation of such a pill. I'm afraid that anyone would buy it at a sky-high price." Like a little wife, Phoebe spoke softly as she massaged Han Shua's shoulders, inquiring with a very businesslike mind. "Forget it, the materials used for one pill are too precious. In addition, it not only has the effect of retaining one's youth, but it can also allow you to be reborn. Whether it's your body or your spirit, all of them will be greatly improved. I spent a lot of time and collected heavenly treasures from the depths of the dark forest. It wasn't easy to refine this pill. Do you think it's that easy to obtain?" Han Shuo explained with a wry smile. Whether it was Fanny or Phoebe, they were both constantly thinking about the rebirth pill. Han Shuo had given them the rebirth pill mainly for the sake of their strength. It was a pity that these women only cared about eternal youth, and didn't have much of a reaction towards increasing their strength. "If that's the case, then there's no other way," Phoebe said with disappointment and then chuckled lightly. "That's fine too. Then no one will be able to have skin as good as mine in the future." Han Shua's heart skipped a beat when he heard Phoebe's words. He thought to himself that if Phoebe were to touch Emily and Fanny, would the three women detect anything from their delicate skin? Wouldn't he be trapped in a cocoon of his own making then? Shaking his head, Han Shuo didn't want to think about this headache. He turned to the side and pulled Phoebe into his arms. Phoebe's wet body was incomparably smooth. The gauze was so thin that it was almost as if it were nothing. As soon as Han Shuo held Phoebe in his arms, his heart began to run wild. "It's just a kiss," Phoebe said with a chuckle and moved her fragrant lips to Han Shuo. But when their tongues tangled, Han Shuo couldn't suppress it anymore. But when he thought of what he had promised Phoebe before he came in, he felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly, an idea came to Han Shuo's mind. He thought of some of Chu Kanglin's demonic secret methods and secretly had an idea. When Han Shuo was kissing Phoebe's cherry lips, his big hands groped some sensitive parts of Phoebe. He tried to use some demonic flirting methods to see if they were really so magical. "Oh!" A moan that sounded like crying came out of Phoebe's mouth. The temperature of Phoebe's delicate body kept rising. Her delicate skin was flushed, and her breathing gradually became heavier. She couldn't hold back and hugged Han Shuo tightly, entangling Han Shuo like an octopus. Han Shuo had just used some secret methods, but Phoebe was so aroused, which made Han Shuo happy. He thought that the demonic methods of the old monster Chu Kanglin were really useful. While kissing Phoebe, his hands moved up and down, lingering on her back and waist. It didn't take long before Phoebe couldn't hold it in anymore. Her eyes were full of confusion, as if she had fallen into an ecstatic dream. She took the initiative to untie the veil on her body and hugged Han Shuo while panting lightly, whispering, "Brian. Brian." Feeling secretly pleased, Han Shuo smiled evilly and said, "If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Why don't we call it a day?" "You scoundrel, I knew I couldn't escape from your palm. Forget it. Forget it." Phoebe exclaimed softly and easily untied her clothes, revealing her perfect body. Her firm breasts, flat stomach, round buttocks, and slender legs were all revealed in front of Han Shuo without any concealment. After this exclamation, Phoebe took the initiative to lean towards Han Shuo. Her jade hands reached out to help Han Shuo take off his shorts and hugged Han Shuo tightly. She buried her head in Han Shuo's firm and broad chest and murmured softly, "Last time in the Valley of Sunshine, I already planned to give it to you when I discovered you were doing it. You don't have to endure it anymore in the future." Han Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, nor could he explain. He didn't think that it was because of Phoebe's misunderstanding last time that she would let go of him today. It looked like he had to thank Emily for facilitating this matter. In front of a beauty, Han Shuo naturally wouldn't be polite. He turned over and pressed Phoebe down, his broad chest pressing down on Phoebe's towering breasts. His hands unceremoniously groped all over Phoebe's body and skillfully separated Phoebe's tightly clenched legs with his knees. He looked into Phoebe's eyes and said, "Why do you like me?" As Han Shuo spoke, his erect erection had already come into contact with Phoebe's moist area. Han Shuo's hands were still constantly caressing Phoebe's sensitive areas, stimulating Phoebe's desire. "I don't know, it should have started from that assassination attempt. I hated you to death at that time, but later on I discovered that your shadow often occupied my mind. I don't know when it started, but the original hatred slowly disappeared. But your shadow couldn't be dispelled from my mind." Phoebe panted as she quickly answered. It looked like these words had long been stuck in the depths of her heart and hadn't stopped at all. From the moment he descended into this world and cultivated demonic arts, Han Shuo decided not to be shackled by anything. As for this originally cold and arrogant beauty, as he gradually came into contact with her, Han Shuo understood that he did indeed have feelings for her. Although it wasn't as infatuated as it was with Fanny, he really felt that he couldn't leave her. After Phoebe said this, Han Shuo closed his eyes and fell silent for a while. His hands unconsciously continued to release demonic arts' secret flirting skills. He didn't know how stimulating these secret flirting skills were. In addition, Phoebe was secretly in love with him. Before he took action, he heard Phoebe's loud cry. The next moment, Han Shuo felt that his lower body was wrapped by a warm and moist wonderful place. After a long time, Han Shuo sat lazily in the bath, and Phoebe sat on Han Shuo's thick thighs like a kitten. Her hands were wrapped around Han Shuo's neck, and her head was buried in Han Shuo's chest, looking lazy and powerless. "Does it hurt?" Just now, Phoebe's performance could only be described as crazy. Feeling that it was Phoebe's first time, Han Shuo couldn't help but ask. "I don't know. I felt like I had gone crazy. I didn't feel any pain at all. When I woke up, I was already like this." Phoebe was extremely bashful and said in a low voice like a mosquito. As soon as these words came out, Han Shuo was taken aback. He secretly thought that demonic arts' secret flirting skills were really overbearing. Even a woman with a firm mind like Phoebe couldn't bear it, and fell into a state of madness. If ordinary women were to be played like this, wouldn't they all lose their rationality and beg to be ravaged like a slut? "I'm very sleepy and tired. I'll rest for a while first." Phoebe was indeed tired. She had taken the initiative in the previous pleasure and crazily asked for Han Shuo's grace. In addition, it was her first time, so it was inevitable that she would feel extremely tired. "Well, you rest first." Han Shuo slowly picked up Phoebe and temporarily placed her on the warm edge of the bath. He sat cross-legged in the bath and ran the demonic arts. Chapter 277. Lancelot Empire, Asen City, East City Magic Guild. The eastern part of Asen City was a gathering place for commercial organizations and various guilds. Apart from various shops, the Magic Guild, Swordsman Guild, Archer Guild, Thief Guild, and Mercenary Guild were all located in the eastern part of the city. These large and small guilds had transcendent statuses and were spread throughout the entire profound continent. Not a single country lacked one. They were an appraisal organization for all professions. Any mage or swordsman, as long as they passed the guild's test and appraisal, could obtain the corresponding rank and be recognized by any country in the entire profound continent. The Magic Guild's building was like a spire, looking like a magic tower from afar. Unlike the Swordsman Guild and the Mercenary Guild, the Magic Guild appeared deserted, with very few people entering. Mages were the most mysterious group of people on the profound continent. Their numbers naturally couldn't compare to the vast number of swordsmen and knights. Therefore, the number of mages that came to the Magic Guild to take the appraisal test was much smaller. Phoebe was too tired and had yet to wake up. After Han Shuo carried her to the bed and put her down, he went alone to the Magic Guild in the eastern part of the city at daybreak. Currently, Han Shuo possessed the mental strength of a Grand Magus, but he was still just an archmage. The necromancy magic that Clarendon grasped had been transferred to Han Shuo through the occupation of his soul. Han Shuo had grasped it after staying in the cemetery of death for a few days and practicing day and night. However, apart from the magic skills that Claude had grasped, the necromancy magic book that he had obtained from the cemetery of death also recorded the two magic spells, Plague and Soul Tremor. Plague was the same as corpse resurrection. It was the most notorious and terrifying large-scale destructive magic of necromancers for thousands of years. The reason why necromancers were so terrifying was because of the plague magic. Plague was purely a type of destructive magic. This magic didn't have a large area of effect, but what was frightening was its ability to spread quickly. As long as one person in a village or town was infected with the plague magic, unless that person was immediately burned and buried, the plague magic would follow them wherever they went. More and more people would be infected, their bodies rotting and dying. As long as a village, town, or even an empire didn't have a quick response strategy, it was very likely to become a hellish place. If it was used in conjunction with corpse resurrection magic, an archmage-level necromancy magic could resurrect all those who had died from the plague, creating a terrifying zombie army out of thin air. Han Shuo didn't plan on practicing the plague magic for the time being. After all, this magic was just too terrifying. Once the plague took form, even Han Shuo himself would have a hard time controlling it. This kind of pure destructive magic was a nightmare for any country. Once Han Shuo released this magic, he would undoubtedly become the public enemy of the continent. Therefore, after much consideration, he decided against practicing it. Soul Tremor was a type of magic that directly affected the soul. Archmage-level necromancers had a higher level of understanding of the soul, and could use their mental strength to directly attack the opponent's soul. This was an attack that was impossible to defend against. Most mages had much stronger mental strength than swordsmen and knights, and could use their mental strength to defend against this kind of attack on the soul. However, swordsmen and knights of other professions had much weaker mental strength than mages. When faced with this kind of attack on the soul, they would most likely suffer greatly. Currently, what Han Shuo was practicing was Soul Tremor, but because Clarendon didn't have any experience with this magic in his memories, it was basically impossible for him to quickly grasp it. Archmage-level magic was much more profound and abstruse than before. Even if he had the incantation, it was still very difficult to use it. Only when one's understanding of the soul reached a very high level would they be able to release it. Although Han Shuo hadn't reached this level, it wouldn't stop him from becoming an archmage. "May I ask, are you here to advance?" When he arrived at the Magic Association, a young girl wearing a sky blue dress asked with a smile. Nodding his head, Han Shuo said with a smile, "That's right, I intend to advance to become an archmage of the necromancy major. May I ask, how do I begin?" "First, you must have proof that you're an adept mage, and then pay 1,000 gold coins as the examination fee. Whether you succeed or not, this fee will belong to the Magic Association. Do you agree?" The girl had a friendly smile on her face as she responded politely. There was some surprise in her eyes as she looked at Han Shuo. There weren't many mages who practiced necromancy magic to begin with. She was even more surprised that such a young man had the confidence to advance to archmage necromancy. 1,000 gold coins, it looked like this magic association was very profitable. Han Shuo was slightly startled, then continued, "No problem, when can we begin? Give me your certificate and the gold coins, I'll go ask the higher-ups first, then I'll tell you." The girl responded with a smile. When Han Shuo handed over the proof of his graduation from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, as well as the 2 bags of gold coins to the girl looked at Han Shuo's certificate with a strange expression. She looked at Han Shuo as if she'd seen a monster and said hastily, "Wait a moment, I'll be right down." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl lifted her long skirt and ran towards the top of the magic tower. Her expression was extremely strange, causing Han Shuo to be a bit surprised. The entire Magic Association had a total of 5 floors, and each floor had a large-scale boundary that was brimming with dense magical elements. Although Han Shuo was a bit suspicious of the girl's behavior, he didn't release the Een demons to spy on her because of the existence of the magical boundary. After a while, a white-haired, amiable-looking old man hurriedly walked down the stairs. From the magical insignia on his chest, it could be seen that he was an Earth Grand Magus. There were a few mages behind the old man, including 2 water and thunder archmages and 4 adept mages. I'm Aries Hossein, the person in charge of the Magic Association in the Lancelot Empire. I'm fully responsible for the advancement exams for mages in the Lancelot Empire. May I ask if you intend to advance to the rank of Necromancy Archmage? The old man came over with Han Shua's certificate, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Han Shua. He seemed a bit surprised. Nodding his head, Han Shua answered with certainty, "That's right, is there a problem?" No problem," Aries hurriedly said. He then looked at Han Shua's certificate and said, "In less than 2 years, you advanced from a magic apprentice to an adept mage. This is a miracle, especially since you practice necromancy magic. If I wasn't familiar with your Dean Emma and recognized that this certificate was made by her, I would definitely think that you forged the certificate. So that's how it was." Han Shua was astonished. He smiled faintly and said, "Then can I begin?" Of course. Our Magic Association's exam is different from your academy's. We only need to test your mental strength. Then you can release your most powerful magic, and we will be able to determine whether you pass or not." Aries' attitude was surprisingly good as he said amiably, "Follow me to the second floor, we will be taking the test there." There was a blue boundary in the center of the second floor. The solid walls were engraved with all kinds of magical symbols. When they reached the second floor, Aries took out a magic stone used to measure mental strength and handed it to Han Shua, saying, "Inject your mental strength into it. We can use the data on it to determine whether or not your mental strength meets the standard." The magic stone slowly lit up as Han Shua slowly injected his mental strength. When Han Shua saw Aries reveal a satisfied expression, he stopped injecting his mental strength and passed the Archmage's mental strength test without any mishaps. "Not bad, your mental strength has indeed reached the Archmage rank. Next, you can stand inside the boundary and release your most powerful necromancy magic. We can use this necromancy magic to determine whether or not you have indeed reached the Archmage rank." Aries' attitude towards Han Shua was even more friendly as he kindly pointed at the boundary. With the extent of Han Shua's brain development, the speed at which his mental strength condensed and released was more than 10 times that of ordinary mages. Last time at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Han Shua already understood that when other people took the mental strength test, the magic stone would light up little by little. However, because Han Shua's brain was different from ordinary people, the speed at which his mental strength condensed was extremely fast. The magic stone lit up to its brightest in almost an instant. This time during the test of the magic stone, Han Shua deliberately slowed down his mental strength bit by bit. He also didn't completely release the mental strength of a Grand Magus in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. He still passed without any mishaps. There's no need to stand inside the boundary. Our necromancy major doesn't need to go through so much trouble. Han Shua smiled faintly and chanted a necromancy incantation. An extremely valiant evil knight clad in pitch-black armor appeared out of thin air. It rode a warhorse with 2 fire-breathing eyes and carried an enormous bone spear. Evil knights could only be summoned by necromancers of the Archmage rank. This was a publicly acknowledged fact in the necromancy major. When Han Shua's evil knight appeared, it basically proved his Archmage rank. This was more convincing than the powerful magic of other majors. Heavens, from a magic apprentice to an Archmage in less than 2 years. That's too unbelievable. Oh right, why would Dean Emma be willing to let you leave the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force? Their necromancy major shouldn't have a necromancer of the Archmage rank. She should be trying to keep you. When Aries saw the evil knight appear, he knew that there was nothing more to say. Han Shua did indeed possess the strength of an Archmage necromancer. Chapter 278. Then, can you help me confirm my qualifications now? Han Shua clearly understood that the magical yuan had played an enormous role in being able to reach his current realm, and that his luck was also relatively good. No problem. Just wait a moment and I'll help you settle everything. Aries answered straightforwardly and nodded at the Archmage beside him. The Archmage wearing a loose magic robe took Han Shua's information to the 3rd floor. "Mr. Aries, has that lord outside come again?" The girl who had been waiting downstairs clattered up to the 2nd floor and asked Aries. Aries was startled and waved his hand saying, "Let him come up." Not long after, the sinister-looking Candide walked in with a cold expression. He was a bit dazed when he saw Han Shuo standing there. Han Shuo was also dazed. He hadn't expected to run into Candide here. A light flashed in his eyes, but he immediately returned to normal, still standing there with a smile on his face. "You old thing, you've been coming to my place quite frequently recently." Aries seemed to have known Candide for a long time. He laughed heartily and said to Candide, "If there wasn't anything else, I wouldn't be bothered to come to your place." "What, is there something else?" Candide shot a glance at Aries and then looked at Han Shuo. He said with a frown, acting as if he didn't know Han Shuo at all, "There's nothing else." Lancelot Empire's Babylon Academy of Magic and Force has produced yet another amazing magical genius. He advanced from a magic apprentice to an archmage in less than 2 years. This is an incredible matter. His records will become an important basis for the Magic Association. Aries excitedly looked at Han Shuo and introduced him to Candide. Candide was obviously shocked as well. He really hadn't expected that Han Shuo already possessed the strength of an archmage necromancer. He stared at Han Shuo with a burning gaze and said, "Aries, if you don't mind, I'd like to have a few words with this genius youth alone." "I don't mind, but I don't know if he'll mind." Aries shot a glance at Han Shuo, indicating that he couldn't influence Han Shuo's decision. Aries obviously didn't know about the relationship between Han Shuo and Candide. Now that he heard Candide's words, Han Shuo understood and nodded at Aries, saying, "I'll have to wait for a while anyways. Since I'm idle, I don't mind chatting with him." "Alright, I'll go up first. You guys go to the first floor and don't let anyone else in." Aries instructed the others on the second floor, then smiled at Candide. "When you're done talking with him, his mega certificate should be ready. When the time comes, just come up and let me know. Don't be so long-winded, I know what to do." Candide seemed to be very familiar with Aries as he impatiently urged Aries. After Aries and the others had left, Candide sized up Han Shuo with a strange expression and said, "I just received news from the Valley of Sunshine that you killed Ferguson of the Church of Light. I was just about to look for you to understand the situation. I didn't expect that you would actually come here and even have the qualifications to become an archmage necromancer. You really can surprise me." During his last trip to the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo, who was in the bloodlust realm, had been unable to suppress the desires in his heart and had gone on a crazy rampage. He'd killed Grand Magus Ferguson of the Church of Light on the spot and heavily injured the patriarch of the House of Menlo, Adam. This string of news had already spread throughout the Valley of Sunshine. As one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, there was no reason for Candide not to know about this matter. Han Shuo looked at Candide in silence. Since Candide already knew about this matter, Han Shuo had nothing to say. In addition, Han Shuo had long since prepared himself, knowing that Candide would definitely mention this matter. Seeing that Han Shuo was silent, Candide stared straight at Han Shuo and said in a low voice, "I don't know how you killed Ferguson. I'm afraid that even if I did it myself, I wouldn't have the confidence to kill him. Ferguson's death is one thing, but the Church of Light's influence is enormous. You'll have endless troubles in the future. In addition, I heard that you also released the Lost Magic Corpse Resurrection. I think the Calamity Church will also come looking for you. These 2 churches have a wide range of followers throughout the Profound Continent. If they want to deal with you, they have dozens of methods. How do you plan to deal with them? Different situations call for different measures. If they dare to make a move against me, I'll kill them all until they give up." Han Shuo's face was callous. Killing intent naturally surged from his body as he said in an ice-cold voice. Since Candide already knew about this matter, Han Shuo didn't need to hide it. When killing intent overflowed from his body, a character of Candide's level immediately reacted. Nodding his head, Candide said with a gloomy face, "I believe that you have considerable strength. However, the Church of Light doesn't only have one Ferguson. If they want to deal with you, they don't even need to do it themselves. They only need to exert pressure on His Majesty. I believe that His Majesty the King won't offend the Church of Light for a minor character like you." After hearing these words, Han Shuo immediately became silent. With Han Shuo's current intelligence, he naturally understood Candide's meaning very quickly. Taking a deep breath, Candide said, You were personally brought into the dark mantle by me. I'm very happy that you have such great strength. In addition, you now have proof of being an archmage. I have an idea for you. His heart stirred. Han Shuo asked in astonishment, what idea? When he had killed Ferguson, Han Shuo had already mentally prepared himself. However, Han Shuo didn't have any misgivings. If the Lancelot Empire were to betray him under the pressure of the Church of Light, Han Shuo was confident that he could use the Cemetery of Death to escape. However, the road ahead would be a bit more difficult. Now that he heard that Ferguson had an idea, Han Shuo naturally wanted to know if there was a better way to deal with the two sides. Whether it's the Church of Light or the Calamity Church, they are both religious organizations. Although they have extensive influence, they still don't have the strength to sway our Lancelot Empire. Among them, the Church of Light is in the open and is a bit more difficult to deal with. However, as long as you can prove that your strength is strong enough to make His Majesty feel that you have the value to disregard the Church of Light, based on my understanding of His Majesty, he won't care about the pressure from the Church of Light. As long as His Majesty is willing to protect you, even the Church of Light won't dare to do anything to you in the Lancelot Empire. After all, the Church of Light isn't strong enough to destroy our Lancelot Empire. Candide looked at Han Shuo and gave him advice. After hearing Candide's words, Han Shuo was suddenly enlightened. That's right, the most important thing for a country was talents, especially talents with potential. They were crucial to a country's future prospects. The reason why the Lancelot Empire was able to establish itself and prosper for so many years was because of Ermite Cotton, the Archmage. A sacred magus could release a terrifying forbidden magic spell and directly destroy an entire city with a single spell. An even more powerful magus with the strength of a demigod could cause unimaginable destruction. It was precisely because of the existence of Ermite Cotton that the Lancelot Empire was able to flourish so much. After so many years, a transcendent expert was still the most important resource for a country, especially the existences in the sacred world, such as sacred swordsmen, sacred magi, and sacred knights. These experts were the most important basis to measure a country's strength. If Han Shuo could prove to His Majesty that he had the strength to become such an existence, then His Majesty would definitely not care about the threat of the Church of Light, and would do his best to ensure his safety. Candide, what do you mean? After being reminded by Candide, Han Shuo already understood. However, he still couldn't figure out how to do it. After all, he couldn't just directly tell others that he was very strong, could he? The simplest way is to challenge and determine your own strength by challenging the strong. I've only recently heard that you've been hanging out with Lawrence in the Northern Guard. How could Lawrence hide his intentions from me? If you want to obtain a noble title, it's actually a bit faster to challenge experts. When your strength attracts the attention of His Majesty, you won't need to make any contributions to be directly conferred a noble title. Why go through the trouble of accumulating military merits? Candide said mockingly. He seemed to be a bit disdainful of Han Shuo and Lawrence's actions. Challenge experts, good idea. Han Shuo muttered to himself. He then took a deep breath and sincerely thanked. Many thanks to Lord Candide. I know what to do now. Nodding his head, Candide said calmly, if you weren't under my control, if it weren't for that scroll of Ermite Cotton's notebook, I wouldn't have wasted so much effort on your trivial matters. When I found out that you killed Ferguson, I already thought it through for you. You can challenge the people on this scroll one by one. You can kill all of them. They committed atrocities that are worthy of death, but they escaped the restraints of the Empire's laws. Even our Dark Mantle can't find any evidence to arrest them. Therefore, we need to borrow your hands to kill them. With your strength to kill Ferguson, it shouldn't be difficult for you to openly kill these people. I will help you record your contributions internally. You can quickly make a name for yourself by killing these people. I'll be responsible for communicating with His Majesty. After everything is done, you'll at least be given the title of Viscount. Not only will His Majesty not exert any pressure on you for the Church of Light, he'll even warn the Church of Light not to act rashly against you. As your status and reputation rise, that brat Lawrence will also be very excited. This is killing many birds with one stone. Candide laughed sinisterly towards the end. It seemed that he had already considered this matter, and was very proud of this idea. Lord Candide, why do I feel like I'm being used by you? Han Shuo was speechless. He understood that this method was indeed feasible. However, seeing Candide's sinister smile, Han Shuo felt that Candide was only helping him on one hand, and using Han Shuo to eradicate dissidents was his main goal. Glaring at Han Shuo, Candide said, "Just treat this as a mission. I'll help you record your contributions. Haha, these damned bastards, they think they can escape from my palms. This time, I'll make all of you die together." Understood. Seeing the sinister sneer on Candide's face, Han Shuo knew that Candide already had a plan. He nodded his head in agreement. "Alright, I still have some magical knowledge that I need to discuss with that old thing Ares. Ermite Cotton's notebook is really too profound. Even I have a hard time comprehending it, and I actually still have to ask that old thing." Candide grumbled and walked upstairs. When he reached the top of the stairs, Han Shuo clearly saw that Candide had released a spell. The boundary he had set up before the conversation was removed. Only then did he urge, "Hurry up and give the certificate to that kid. He's very anxious." "Coming," Ares responded and walked down from upstairs with a beaming smile. He arrived in front of Han Shuo and handed over the small booklet proving his identity to Han Shuo. He said with a smile, "Congratulations, Brian. With the certification of our magic association, you are now an archmage." "Thank you," Han Shuo replied with a smile. He glanced at the gloomy Candide and cursed in his heart before going downstairs. "Congratulations, you're really amazing. You've become a rare archmage necromancer at such a young age," the girl in charge of reception said in admiration when he reached the first floor. Han Shuo flashed a radiant smile at the girl, nodded and left the Guild of Magic. The girl blushed under Han Shuo's brilliant smile. Her heartbeat was much faster than normal. She thought to herself, he's so tall and so handsome and young. With a height of 1.9 meters, Han Shuo had a strange demonic aura due to his training in magical yuan. It was only natural that he would attract the attention of the opposite sex. "My first target is Colbert. He has the strength of a swordmaster and has raped and killed 7 girls. He currently lives in the outskirts of Bimson City, and is the mayor of Billow Town. He has the title of Baron." Han Shuo walked out of the Magic Association and took out Candide's piece of paper. He skimmed through it and walked towards the Imperial Transportation Matrix with a cold smile. "You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."